One man is being victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet whom millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
This is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
All right, so if you guys were here during the early show, you know what exactly it is that we just had a prayer meeting, just wrapped it up. So what I'm going to do differently, as my phone is going off the hook here, I mean, I know we don't want to hear Fox. I could turn Fox on at any point, but I'm going to basically use Fox as a backdrop so that we can see the various states. If you want to hear it at any point or something happens. So let me give you an idea. So I can do this and we can actually talk and we could converse and we can basically discuss what we're seeing on the screen. Let me go ahead and basically reduce this thing real quick. Hold on one second. Just let me do this so we can see the whole thing. All right. Well, I guess it was good from the beginning. Anyway, there we go. We can see. So, Florida. It's so early. It's hard to even look at some of these things. She won't be that close in Florida, but I'm waiting for the first call. Just so you guys know, and we're going to talk, you know, if you ever want to hear what they're actually saying, I can push the button. But let me give you the parameters of tonight. We're probably going to be here for a while. So when the first state is called, as soon as that state is called, we are going to give away silver. You know, Lear Capital has been very, very good to me as a sponsor of this channel, and so I decided to buy some silver and I bought some gold, and I'm going to give that away to people who are watching tonight. We're also going to give away hoodies in between like some of the states. So we're going to chat, we're going to talk, we're going to listen, we're going to watch, we're going to see what happens. The results that are coming in, I don't really pay too much attention to those right now because, you know, 9% in, less than 1% in, that's not really much to talk about. We just went through a nice prayer meeting. We talked about what's going to be happening. But anyway, as soon as first state gets called, which we know the Indianas, the Iowa, all the I's, Iowa, Indiana, what else is out there? Not Illinois, but we're going to give away 3 silver bars every time a state is called. These things today are worth about $33 a piece, so we're essentially giving out $100 every time a state is called. So you got to stay here because there's 50 states. I'm not sure how many we'll go through before we get closer to the results, as the polls in certain states are just now closing. So 3 of these every time to one person. So it's not 3 different ones. Someone's going to win 3 silver ounce coins. And then at the end, hopefully we'll hear tonight, if Trump is named the president, we're going to give away gold. We're going to give away $1,000 to someone at that point, and we're going to have it shipped to your house, and you're going to win gold, and then we're going to give away hoodies as well. So as of right now, let me go ahead and push this back over so you can, oops, I put the wrong thing. Let me do this. I put the wrong thing. All right, this one. All right, so we're waiting to see more and more states come in. Some of them are gimmies, we know. We're waiting to see what the big ones are. So in the interim, what I figured, like Indiana Senate, they called that one for the Senate. I don't think that was much of a barn burner in terms of waiting for that. The good stuff's not going to come for some time right now. What's this, Kentucky? All right, there we go. Kentucky has been called. Kentucky, he's up 70% to 27, so they've called Kentucky. So somebody's about to win $100. That was quick. Let's go ahead and let's do this. Let me pull it together. And if you've entered, you don't have to re-enter. So let me do this first. So those of you who have not entered can get back into this. Here we go. To enter for the hoodie, the gold, and the silver, go to fanfareshop.org. Fanfareshop.org. You're going to see Robin's face, and there's going to be an opt-in, and you just fill out the information, and at that point, you will be entered to win this prize that we're going to be giving out. So now, I'm going to basically get it ready, and I didn't realize they were going to call somebody so fast, so let's go ahead and do it. And here we go, so you can see it as well. Let's do this. So, drum roll. I should have had a drum roll. How about this? How about this for a sound effect? We'll do this. Alright, so the first person who wins, this is for 3 silver bars, 1 ounce, 3 ounces. Bam! And that winner is Tim Walker. Tim Walker, you have just won $100 in silver. Actually, it's a little bit less today. It's like 32.76. So Tim Walker, you are the first one to win that. See how quick that was? See how easy it was? Let me write that down, double check it, so I've got it here. Tim Walker. And then while we're talking, so Tim Walker just won 3 silver bars. Just that simple. Just that simple. Why? Because I like you. You guys show up often. You do a lot of stuff. A lot of you guys give to our thing. We're getting texts. Looks like hold on. I'm getting text here from people who think this is SV. Has he said another one? Okay, hold on. It looks like they've called Indiana for Trump too. Did I just do Indiana? Oh, that was Kentucky. All right, so I did Kentucky, and we did that. Now they've called Indiana for Trump too. Okay, then let me go ahead and pick another winner. Indiana. Let's go ahead. You guys can see. Boom. Jerry Milady. Jerry Milady, you win for Indiana. Thank you, mods, for telling me when to look up, and so I can do that. Jerry Milady. Jerry Milady. All right, so we have our first 2 winners of the night. Well, they came quickly. That's pretty interesting. Awesome. I like that. So let's continue with the actual show. So we'll see when the next one happens. So that's how it's going to work. That's what we're going to do tonight. We're going to give away things. We're going to watch together. We're going to take some comments now. I do have to do a little bit of housekeeping here. I gotta move this and make sure that there's enough prizes allocated so I can continue. Okay, that's what I need to do. All right, so I've got enough prizes allocated. Wait a minute. Okay, wait a second. And I'm good to go there? Yeah. Let me just make sure. Wait 1 second. I'm trying to make sure I can up the prize amount. Okay, I got to go to something else here. All right, so we'll keep going. No border is no safety, completely. Thanks, Barry and Robin. It's going to be fun. Yep, it's going to be a ton of fun here tonight doing this stuff. Congratulations to the winners. So we got Indiana and Kentucky, which weren't basically in play. Indiana won by like 30 points. We pretty much knew that was going to happen, so we're going to be good with that. Let me do this. 1 second. Talk amongst yourself as I try to get these things edited and done with here. Okay, hold on. Working on something here. Pro, select plan, confirm payment, and we're done. See, I'm upping everything. All right, so here we go. We're all set. Let me go ahead and up the amount of prizes that we can do, and then we'll be set. Good. Boom. Everything's set to go. Waiting for the next one, and we should be ready. All right. Good. Sorry. Sorry about that. Had to wait. All right. So you guys see how it's going to work. We're going to give away hoodies. We're going to give away gold. We're going to give away silver, and we're going to watch and see what happens with this election and how it's going. So a lot of stuff happening. You guys know what's been happening. I thought to myself, let's go ahead and do a bunch of things. And I was thinking about, should we bring this person on and bring that person on? And then I just thought to myself, they don't know any more than you do. They don't know any more than I do. Everyone is conjecture. Everything is they're wondering what's going to happen. And none of us really knows. At this point, I've gone through. I've watched so many videos. I look at so many tweets. I see what's going on. The bottom line is we need to figure out how much they're going to be able to cheat. That is pretty much going to decide this election. And I don't want to say cheat because these guys up here get pissed off. But Florida, as we can see now, it's starting to open up as you just saw, it's opening up the lead is getting bigger and bigger for Trump. But we're early, and unless they call one of these states, here's one, Georgia, they only 4% in, but Trump is up by 4 points. So we're just going to have to wait a little bit. We're going to have to wait a little bit. What was that? Indiana, you just saw. So I don't like dealing with it when it shows 4%, 5%, because people get excited and do everything. So I want to talk to you guys tonight. So we'll leave it up and we'll just talk to each other. Barry, it won't let me sign up. I didn't have to give my ID today. What state do you live in? Great coverage, better than CNN. Yeah, because all they're gonna do is talk crap as well. I mean, there was something. Wait a minute, there is something I want to show you. Let me see if I can load it into the software here. I didn't have a chance to edit it yet, but this was very, very interesting. Let me see if I can find it. Was it this one? Yeah, okay. I didn't have a chance to edit this, so this is raw. This is going to be raw footage. This was earlier. It was on Fox. And the reason why I want to show it to you is because it's very interesting. It's sort of like not an exit poll, but she'll explain it to you. It's really interesting because it tells you what people were thinking. Which, when you listen to it, you have to say to yourself, there's no way this woman could win. But let me get to the point where she comes on so you can hear this. This is going to be real interesting. All right, wait a second. There she is. Okay. I want you to listen to what they're like I said, it's not an exit poll.
Batch of Fox News voter analysis. Let's find out what big issues the voters care about. Go right to Sandra Smith. Sandra, tell us what's going on.
All right, we are digging into them right now, Harold. Thank you very much. And we do believe that our Fox News voter analysis could tell the story of this night and tell the story of the election. Just a reminder, different than exit polls, we ask voters, over 120,000 of them, all over the country, all 50 states, leading up to and on Election Day, different from exit polls. And right now, I can start to begin to give you our key findings and takeaways from what we asked voters. This is
okay. So do you understand what she just said? Excuse me. This isn't an exit poll. They talked to 120,000 actual voters, and the results of what these people actually said, not a poll, what they actually said, is very interesting.
Really to give you an idea of not only how they voted, but why. Early in the evening, we can't reveal how they broke down into the candidates, but we can reveal how they're feeling. We asked about the direction of the country. This number is key. Those who feel like the country right now is moving in the wrong direction, 7 out of 10 American voters.
Now, see, that's very misleading to me, and here's the reason why. How many people did you ask in California? How many people did you ask in Georgia? How many people did you ask in New Mexico? Because if you asked 100 people in Alabama, you're going to get a skewed amount. But she goes on to basically explain that.
This is 10 points higher than it was in 2020, just 4 years ago. If you were to break this down, also new technology, our heat map, you can see some of those darker areas on the heat map, especially those Sunbelt states. This is where they don't like how the country is heading or where it.
So I'm hoping you can see this, but it's Robin called me and she goes, "You got to see this." And I'm like, "What's wrong?" She's like, "It's all red. There's no blue." I'm like, "Well, it's not a political map. It's a heat map. And what you're seeing is the dark red spots are 78 to 85%. The next shade down is 70 to 77%. And the lowest shade is still horrific. It's at 61 to 69%, which means almost everywhere in the country, it's at least 61% saying we're going in the wrong direction. At least 61%. You understand how I got that? Because every single one of those is some shade of pink or red. And the lightest is 61%. Who do you think that would bode well for if the overwhelming amount of people say, nah, direction of the country is horrible?
It's heading, and that could be very revealing as we continue to watch the election results throughout the night. Another top finding, we know the economy has been key and Americans just haven't been feeling good about their finances. We asked about their family's financial situation, and look at this. While 13% say they're getting ahead, 56% holding steady, 31% of respondents said they feel like they're falling behind.
So I don't know who these 13% are. Maybe they're actors, athletes, I don't know. But in any event, that's basically, by my math, 87% of the population feels that their finances are not improving. 87%. Who does that bode well for?
More than 3 in 10 voters. Also perspective, that's 13 points worse than it was just 4 years ago when it was at 18%. I'll finish off with this key finding. We're going to have a lot more as we move throughout the evening. We'll break it down by candidate once the polls start to close. Asylum seekers. We know immigration is up there.
All right, when I first saw this, I was like, really? And then I had to read the question. So just to let you know, in case you can't see it, it's kind of little. The question is, reducing the number of newcomers allowed to seek asylum. Are you in favor of reducing immigration? 2/3 of the country is like, yeah, reduce it. Please bring it down.
The economy is a top issue. We asked voters, do you favor or oppose reducing the number of immigrants allowed to seek asylum in this country? Those that said that they favor reducing the number of asylum seekers, nearly 7 in 10 voters. So this is just some of what we're seeing early on. We'll have a lot more, guys, as we move our way throughout the night with our Fox News voter analysis. Harold?
See, that kind of stuff really interests me. To me, that's a lot more valuable than some pollster tinkering with numbers. These are actual people giving their actual information at what they want to do. Ooh, wait a second here. We got another call. West Virginia has been called for Trump. That was an obvious one. We knew that was going to happen. I don't think anybody knew at this point, didn't think at this point that Trump wasn't going to take West Virginia. Of course he was going to take West Virginia. So, what that means is it's time to give away another silver bars. Actually, 3 silver bars. So let me get over here. We're about to do it again. Let's, hold on. Someone said Trump is talking. Where is he talking at? This is Ashley texting me and said someone is, someone said Trump is talking. I don't know where he's talking. I'm looking at television, so not really sure where it would be. So if you let me know where, but in the interim, let me go ahead and give away another 3 gold silver bars. Okay, let's see who this is going to be. Ready? Pick another winner. Peggy McKenzie. Peggy McKenzie, you won 3 silver bars. Peggy McKenzie. This is gonna be some work here. I can tell it. All right, so Peggy McKenzie. See, that's simple. So if you haven't registered yet, get in there and register. That's $100, or it could be more than $100 because it all depends upon the pricing of everything and how it goes. So make sure you jump on that. And if you haven't registered, go to fanfareshop.org and register to win a hoodie, and also register to win some gold and or silver as we go back to the election. Georgia, that's it. No, that wasn't called. So Indiana, we already called. We already gave away for that. Let's take a listen to as Bill Hemmer is going to be talking a little bit about what's going on here.
Now, you got 71% of the statewide voting, but you got 80% of the county voting here, and Trump's got a easy 10-point advantage right now over Kamala Harris. So we'll see how that holds up here. Another thing we're going to look at right now is Georgia. And, Georgia is one of these states that's gone through a bit of a realignment, kind of like North Carolina, kind of like Arizona and some others that we've looked at. And, in the blue wall a little bit right now, Trump did the trick 8 years ago. We'll see whether or not he can do it again this time. But I just want to take a glance at this because you got a lot of vote out there, guys. Now, we expect a lot of batches to come in quickly here in Georgia because they say they're going to count quickly, but right now 8% of the statewide vote. One thing we're talking about the rurals. This down here is Brantley County. Now, this was Trump's best performance.
Now watch what happens. You always know it's the inner city who always comes last. I wish one day the states would say, you know what, we're going to let the rurals hold back. Why is it always the inner city that has to come in last? They get to see what everyone's doing, and then they get to, come in and dump their vote. I hate that. I hate it.
When you look at Georgia, let's look at the vote difference for Georgia, and we can show you a little of the realignment that we're talking about here. And if you look at this, right, all this over here, this is a dominant state for the Republican Party and had been for a long time. You think about George Bush's second term, right? He won that state by 16.5 points. It wasn't even on the map in terms of consideration, but slowly Georgia changed. And a lot of it changed for the metro area, the 26 counties that make up Atlanta. Here was Trump in 2016. I give it to him, right? 5 points 8 years ago. But things seem to change in 2020 and change in a significant way when Joe Biden.
That's where I got to cut you off, Bill. We know what changed in 2020. We know specifically what changed. I wish you people would basically put notes and tell everybody, this is why things changed. We all know that it changed in 2020. How about being a real journalist and actually telling everybody, that's interesting, it changed. All the other stuff is red, and then in 2020, all of a sudden it turned blue. Well, we know that. We lived through it. Most of us have an idea why it changed, but you don't even want to tell anybody that yet? That's ridiculous. I love the text here. People are saying they don't know where to log in, where the prize is. All right. Again, here we go. Everybody, if you want to enter to win the prizes, whether it's a hoodie, whether it's gold, whether it's silver, please go to fanfareshop.org. Fanfareshop.org. And once there, you're going to see the entry form to go ahead and enter. It's really simple. It's saying it's not letting them register. Okay, so let me see myself if it's not letting people register. Well, obviously it's letting people register because we're giving away prizes, right? Right. So let me use a dummy email address and see if I can't figure out if you guys are having a problem. I'll use, let's see here. Because if I can do it, then I know it's working. It may not like your email address because there is a spam filter, and it makes sure that you actually are putting in your right information. And so I just put in an email address, and I hit submit entry. And when I hit submit, yep, it's working. All right, so mods, if people are saying that it's not letting you submit entries, it is working. I just did it myself. It goes to the second page. If I just I'll go through the entire thing so you guys, I can know for sure. And just making sure, you got to put in all this information. If you don't put in your birth date and all that stuff, it's not going to take it. Let me just make sure. I'll pick a fake birthday, and then I'll put in my number, my phone number, and now I hit submit. It did. It's working. All right. So I just replicated myself. It is working. So if you're saying it's not working, then I don't know what. I just literally just did it, and everything is working. So it's got to be your email address isn't right or something, but it is working, everybody. It is working. I've just confirmed it. I'm looking at somebody else here. The link works best on their phone. Barry, please tell them to disable any pop-up blockers. All right, so if some people are saying if you have pop-up blockers, it's not working. Ashley says she just signed up. So it's working. Mods, it's working. It's working on computer. It's working on phone. If it's not taking your email address, then you're not filling it out correctly. Make sure you put the @ symbol, and then make sure you put your name, and then make sure you put your birth date. You got to put all the information in. You can't say, I'll skip this part. Nope, got to put all the information in. All right, let's get back to our program. So with 11% in, we were talking about Trump maybe taking Virginia. It showed her up by about 18 points, but it's still early, so it's hard to tell. 13,000 pop-up blocker. It works on Internet Explorer. Yeah, so some people it's just not. Barry, we can't get to the fan. I don't know what to. I can't replicate the problem you're having. I'm sorry, it's working everywhere. I try. I got other people try. Ashley tried. It is working. Write it down one more time. Let's see if people can write it down. Fanfare Shop, no spaces. Fanfareshop.org. It is working. Let me go ahead and I'll put it in my browser so you can see. But I've made all the tests to make sure that it's working, and it is working. Yep, there it is. Hold on, let me just let you see it. So I checked it on my phone and on my browser, and it's working on both. And here's the actual page right there. I don't know what you'd like me to do at this point. I apologize if it doesn't like your email address. Maybe your email address, here's a good thing, maybe your email address has been reported to a spam house. I mean, that happens as well. Sometimes your email, you don't know it has been reported by somebody. If you're out there just signing up for stuff and somebody puts the button and clicks and says spam, you're done. So there's nothing I can do at this point if it's not working. If it says this registration page is solid white, scroll up. West Virginia is called by Newsmax. I think we just did West Virginia, didn't we? We just did West Virginia. So we're going. People are saying it's working. So if it's not working for you, trust me, I wouldn't give you something that didn't work. It's working. There's not. Look, can we get back to the show? I feel for you. But obviously people are entering and people are winning. So they've called Trump for Florida. Oh, they better have called Florida for Trump. All right, so I guess it's just going to be giving away prizes. We're just going to wait till they call. They've called Florida for Trump, which I don't think is any surprise. Ooh, look at this. Look at Ohio's numbers. Ohio, I mean, wasn't really in doubt, but he's still up by 18 points. So it's early, still early in the evening, and we can get through all this stuff. West Virginia is done. It's working. Yeah, people are getting in, people. I'm sorry if it's not working for your specific email, but it's there. I'm sorry. So we're going to do two here, okay? We're going to do South Carolina, and we're going to do Florida. South Carolina and Florida. Of course, Fox hasn't called it yet. They called Vermont for Kamala. I mean, it's a bunch of commies living up there. So where are we? We're looking at this point. Who we got? It's weird that the Republican is winning the governor of Virginia, Bernie Sanders. They just keep bringing Bernie Sanders out there. I don't get these people. Why would you continually put Bernie Sanders into the Senate? How does it happen? How does it just over and over and over, they just keep putting Bernie Sanders in there? Doesn't make any sense. In any event, let's go ahead and give away some more some more silver this time. It's silver. I don't get it. I just don't get it. It makes no sense to me. That whole thing with Bernie Sanders is just very weird. Very weird why they would want to just keep that old man in there. All right, so this is going to be for Florida. And Sandra Zawalik. This is for Florida. Sandra Zawalik. Actually, this is pretty good. We get a lot of this out of the way before the big states come in and we can discuss what's going to be happening. Sandra Zawalik. And now that was for Florida. And now we're going to do West Virginia. Pick another winner. Paula Perillis. All right, so if you just tuned in, you're like, what in the hell are they giving away? What are all these people psyched up about? What's going on? So if you just tuned in, we're waiting for the main results to show up and everything. But in the interim, every time a state is called for Trump, we're giving away silver. You get 3 of these silver. Each one of them is 1 ounce. And each one of these things I purchased from Lear Capital as an investment. And I'm basically, this feels real strong too. 3 of these is the equivalent of about $100. So, wow, North Carolina. It's so deceiving. You look at this thing and it says North Carolina president and it's so upside down because it's so early. And these guys are just talking and chirping and they don't even have any clue at this point what is going on. So they're making, basically making conversation like we're making conversation. Let me go ahead and put this back up and put that back up. All right. Congratulations, Paul and Sandra. Thank Barry. Could you keep a list of state call that you could that we could see? Actually, yes. To answer your question, there's one I can pull up right here that I can begin showing, and here's what we have thus far, and I can pull this up on a map and show you. This is from the AP, so it's current. So Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia have already been called according to the AP. They have not called Florida, but it looks like it's going to be Florida, depending on who you are. Would love to see Georgia and South Carolina come off the board, but we want to see Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina all come off as well. So as soon as we get to that point, but interesting, and this is interesting, if you look at the very top here, I don't know if you can see it from where you are, Trump is winning the popular vote. At this point, Trump's ahead 55-44 in the popular vote. I bring that up because that's very interesting. If Trump's up that far in the popular vote, obviously things are going to change as we move forward. It kind of mirrors what we've been hearing about on Polymarket. Like the latest Polymarket, which is probably not going to change anything anymore. Polymarket has Trump at 68.3. It shot up to 31.7. So you're sitting here and you're watching this and you're seeing stuff happen. And it's apparent that all the indicators at this point are pointing to Trump winning. The fact that he's up in the electoral vote is very interesting. Now, I understand the states that have been not even called, but the states where the data is coming in from, as I can show you here, the states where the data is coming in from, it's not that many. All those other states out there, they haven't brought the data in yet. But the state we're looking for is Pennsylvania. We're looking for Pennsylvania, we're looking for Michigan, and then I'd love to see what happens in New Hampshire. Let's see if he ends up taking New Hampshire. That would be something. That would be a lot. That would be huge. That would be absolutely huge. All right, so let me take a couple of your comments. While North Carolina was screwed. What happened? What happened in North Carolina? God is in control. Yes, absolutely. We have to remember that God is in control. All right, so let you just see that. At this point, Trump is up 62-37 in Georgia. Indiana, they've already called. Oh, they're going to do a focus group. Let's listen in on this. This might be interesting.
See you. Welcome. They fall all along the full political spectrum, and over the next several hours, we will hear their take on the race for president and what the issues were that swayed them one way or the other. And the other person who's with us tonight is a friend I've invited, polling expert Lee Carter, president of Maslansky and Partners. Warm welcome to you, Lee. You got a big night.
Thank you. Big night. Yeah, so excited to be here.
Yeah, we've been talking to voters and so on and so forth. And let's just start off with a show of hands real quickly. Because the numbers for early vote, 84 million just now. And still counting all those mail-in ballots. So it's huge, incredibly large, setting records this year. How many of you voted early?
Wow.
It's a lot, right?
It's a lot.
Yeah, and how many of you voted today? Yeah, well, we would expect not as many, right? So how does that compare with what you find in your analysis?
Well, what we're looking at right now, they're saying that about half people have early voted. And I think that's and so we could be looking at record turnout. Now, there's some people who say it's going to be more than half have already voted early, but I think we're going to be looking at, the numbers are showing that we're looking for a big night.
Yeah, that would be huge if that were the case, because 2020 really was the burst on that. Okay. A quick rundown of what we'll be showing you tonight before we hear from the audience. Our team compiled key moments from the Trump and Harris campaigns, and Lee is showing some of those comments to American voters along the way, and they used their computers to respond to those in real time. The lines on the screen that will show you their reaction: red representing Republicans, blue for Democrats, and gray for independents. And our first topic, we heard a lot of this, fiery rhetoric. This from Vice President Harris.
So listen, so much is on the line in this election, and this is not 2016 or 2020. We can all see that Donald Trump is even more unstable and more unhinged, and now he wants unchecked power. And this time, there will be no one there to stop him. Not even the Supreme Court, which months ago told the former president that he is essentially immune no matter what he would do in the White House.
I'm mostly watching the gray line because we've been told so much about independents and how important they are. What did you learn with this?
So you could really see Democrats responded favorably, but independents gave this a D while Republicans gave it an F. And one of the things that we heard from independent voters is that Kamala was supposed to be this joyful candidate. She positioned herself right off the bat as somebody who was going to be different, bring us together. She said we have more in common than divides us. And the more negative she got, the more negative independent voters got towards her. And I think we saw that happen in the polls. She had a surge in the beginning and things sort of flatlined once she sort of turned very negative.
All right, here's one from former President Trump.
She's running on a campaign of demoralization. It's a campaign of hate. Her lies and her slanders are very shameful and really inexcusable. Today we're going to talk about the real character of Kamala, and a person who has no remorse for the anguish she's inflicted upon families all across America. Kamala intends to conflict and keep this misery going, and she's going to keep it going as long as she can, because that's the only way she can get elected.
Now, you can see very different reaction here than we had with the other voters. Democrats, not surprisingly, gave this an F. Independents kind of flatlined it, gave it a C. Republicans gave it an A. I think this kind of rhetoric is priced into Donald Trump. They want to see him be tough. They want to see him be a fighter. And a lot of the things that he talked about were things that people agreed with. So I think people give him more of a pass on the tough rhetoric than they do on Kamala.
All right, let's talk to some voters. I can't wait for this part. Okay, so Steve, you are a Democrat, and I understand you voted for Trump, and you live...
I don't know if you noticed, but they didn't call Florida yet, but he's so far up with 78% registered. And he's big up in Georgia, but only 20% of the vote is in.
On our greatest ally, Israel, economic strength, fighting the border, and peace through strength. And Donald Trump, we have a 4-year history of Donald Trump as president, and he demonstrated all of that. And it was a no-brainer. It was been a very interesting reaction for people to see me demonstrably promote my rapport for Donald Trump, but I also have supported Dave McCormick. So that was sort of a double-edged whammy for me, but it was a no-brainer. And supporting Donald Trump is an easy decision.
Yeah, as a Democrat, you said, you know, people were reacting to that. I appreciate your answer. I appreciate everybody's time. We will hear more from our voters' voices throughout the night. Let's go to back to Brett and Martha.
All right, Harris.
Thank you, Harris. Thanks, Lee. So the clock is ticking down to one of the biggest poll closings of the night. Pennsylvania is about to finish the voting process. Our special coverage continues with Jesse Waters and Sean Hannity coming up.
I've seen a lot of people in the chat worrying about North Carolina. I don't know if you saw the bottom of that, but only 3% of the vote in North Carolina has been taken yet. And since you're not sure what areas of the state that those votes have came in, don't freak out yet. It's only 3%. So maybe it was Charlotte. Maybe it was, you know, some of the areas like that in North Carolina. Only 3% in. With 12% in New Hampshire, she's leading in New Hampshire. So this is still very, very early, very early. And if you've noticed, none of the big states are they really. I mean, Ohio, he's up by 12 points, but it's only 7% of the vote has been recorded at this point. Let's see what else here. So there's not a whole lot to sink your teeth in. So there's still that. Everybody's waiting to see what's happening and how it's going to put out there. put Mark Robinson back up there. I can't. It's live, so I can't really go back. But it is what it is at this point. We don't see it. Let me check in on Twitter. So somebody texted me and said, "Is Tucker Carlson going down to Mar-a-Lago?" Yes, Tucker Carlson went to Mar-a-Lago, and in addition to that, Elon Musk flew down to Mar-a-Lago. So he's assembling his people as if he knows something is going to happen, which is very, very encouraging at this point. I don't know if you guys saw this, but what did you? If you haven't seen it, let me show it to you. This is Jill Biden today. She went to go vote, and Jill Biden is wearing a very different color than from the party her husband is in. She wore a red pantsuit to go vote. And Joe has already said he's not going to Kamala's watch party. So that's going to be very interesting. That he's not going. I don't care. It ain't happening. So let's see what they end up doing there. CNN has just reported that. Let me just bring this in. That Kamala Harris is very worried about North Carolina and Georgia. Panic may be setting in. See, a lot of what we're seeing is probably early. CNN reports that Kamala Harris is very worried about North Carolina and Georgia. The panic is setting in. I don't want to put any kind of credence into this stuff. I just don't. It's too early. They don't know anything more than you do in terms of, what results are coming in. Nobody really has the results until the results are in. So I just want to temper both sides. I'd like to temper enthusiasm, and I'd like to temper despair, because there's a lot. This is going to be for a long time. I mean, a long time. 80% is in Florida. Let me show that to you. 80% is in Florida, and Trump is up by 10 points thus far, with 80% of the vote in. Why they haven't called it, I don't know. With 80% of the vote in, there's Georgia with 24%, and Trump is destroying her. You guys can see that on the screen, 61 to 24. So it's very odd. To me, it's almost like, why would you put the numbers up when you're that far out? 25% in Indiana, you called it. Interesting. Very, very interesting all the way around in terms of what people are doing and saying. Let's see here. Waiting for something else to come up. Let's see what this guy has to say.
The other would be to legalize recreational marijuana. Both of those items will need 60% to win. Martha, back to you.
All right, Steve Harrigan, thank you very much.
The delay on the TV, they just got it. They just saw it. We're back with our panel, and we add Kellyanne Conway, Jesse Waters, and Jessica Tarloff. Kellyanne, you see some other things that you're watching?
Looking at some suburban bellwethers coming in. Hamilton, Indiana, 70% of the vote is flipped back to President Trump. Loudoun County, Virginia, we know has really been trending toward the left. It's been a swing to the right by 8 points compared to 2020. So you look at something like that, you understand why Karl Rove today said it could be tight in Virginia. Fayette, Georgia, Trump +2. That's a place that I had said early on, Harris will have to do well there to compete in Georgia. Also, as Pennsylvania closes its polls, Brett, I think it's worth noting, Martha, that this is like political malpractice that she didn't pick Josh Shapiro between the fracking, the school choice, Jewish Americans. But yeah. I think that we'll be talking about that tonight.
We will look a lot at Pennsylvania. Election night in America just getting started.
We are seconds away from 17 states plus Washington, D.C., including New Hampshire.
On the bottom, it showed her ahead now in Ohio. So these results, until they get to a point where they're actually getting someplace, doesn't mean anything. So just breathe easy, breathe easy. It's only 8 o'clock. Most of the states haven't even closed yet. I'm checking different sites to see more information. Nothing as of yet. Jessica Tarloff, why does she have to be there? Ask for my birthday because, what's it say? Robin, is it supposed to ask for my birthday because it only asks my email? So what's going to happen is on that form, the first thing you do is you put your email. Then you hit submit, and then you're going to get the second page of information. All right, so now they're talking about Pennsylvania. Let's take a listen as what they're saying about Pennsylvania.
That one really until the bitter end.
So Fox News is projecting that former President Trump will win the state of Florida, putting him 30 electoral votes closer to the White House. Too early to call a winner in New Hampshire, where Vice President Harris has an edge.
In Maine, the Fox News decision desk says that it's too early to call the statewide race. Maine gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their congressional districts. Harris will win the 1st district, the rural 2nd district. Too early to call in the state of Maine.
In the Southeast, Fox News can project that Trump will win Tennessee, a longtime Republican stronghold. Not a real surprise there. Further south, the former president will again win Alabama. Big numbers there.
And the former president will win neighboring Mississippi. Trump will cruise to victory in Oklahoma as well, where Democrats haven't won a single county since 2000.
And Missouri will also deliver a win for the former president. Vice President Harris will also take some big victories this hour. The Fox News decision desk can project that the vice president will win Illinois, adding 19 electoral votes to her tally.
She will also win New Jersey, another reliably Democratic state. Some people had thought New Jersey might be a little bit tight, but we're already ready to call New Jersey in my home state. Exactly. Voters in Massachusetts will deliver a clear victory to Harris as well, so no mystery in those states.
Staying in the Northeast, Fox News can project that the vice president will win Connecticut. She will also win Maryland, that state worth 10 electoral votes. There's an interesting Senate race there.
Yeah, Harris will also take Rhode Island, another Democratic stronghold, and she has a lead in Delaware, President Biden's home state, of course, but it is too early to call in Delaware at this point.
The vice president will win the District of Columbia, which has never voted for a Republican, and it continues not. If you look at the Electoral College and the race to 270, it obviously changes with all of these numbers. It is in the corner of your screen.
All right, so I got a bunch to give away here, trying to keep track of it all. We heard him say, let me just go to an electoral map here so I can write all this stuff down, because we just heard them nominate a bunch, so we're going to have to catch up here. He mentioned Tennessee. He mentioned Alabama. And I believe he mentioned Oklahoma. And I think that's all he said. Now, interesting enough, what I've been trying to let you guys know is that with all the things that have just been called, let's go ahead and look at this this map here. This is kind of important to take a look at. All right, so we have West Virginia, we know, Kentucky, Indiana, Tennessee. AP is calling South Carolina. So we've got Tennessee, Alabama, Oklahoma, Mississippi, and South Carolina. So we got 4 prizes to give out here. Yep, so that is the current state of things. And I guess she took New Jersey. We were hoping that maybe she might be able to do something with New Jersey, but she couldn't he couldn't beat her in New Jersey. It was a pipe dream. We thought it might happen, but I'd love to see the final numbers and see how close it actually is. So let's go ahead and do this. Where's my page? Okay. Here we go. All right, so now we're going to pick a winner of the silver for Tennessee. And the winner for Tennessee is Patty Holmes. Patty Holmes wins for Tennessee. Patty Holmes. And now we're going to pick Alabama real quick. Alabama. Don Roach. Don Roach is going to win Alabama. And then we're going to pick Oklahoma. Had a bunch of wins right there in a row. William Howard Maggard. William Maggard. Congratulations. And now we're going to pick South Carolina. It'd be funny if somebody in South Carolina won it. And that would be Betsy Ferrara. Betsy Ferrara. And now that's for South Carolina. I'm going to give away a hoodie now. Let's look at a hoodie. And it's the same database. Kim Kemery wins a hoodie. Kim Kemery. All right. Now we're good for right now. And we're listening to what Fox has to say on some of these early calls. The numbers are still really pretty low. Nothing yet.
Latino vote, which could bode something else beyond Florida.
DeSantis will probably be a big part of that story. It's important to note that they also had an abortion initiative on the ballot there in Florida, and it looks like it's going to win the right to an abortion initiative, 57-43, almost like the same numbers that Trump won with, maybe a little bit better. So people split the ticket there, those that were going out, and indeed, perhaps some Republicans voted for that. But you got a strong governor like you have in Florida. You have one in North Carolina. She's going to need that governor, Kamala Harris, to help her get over the hump there. I mean, you got a Democratic governor there and a Democratic that's now been elected. I'm curious about these suburban areas. I listened to Carl and now Jessica, now Kellyanne. It may be that even in Virginia, and you were talking, Britt, you look at the issue around LGBTQ plus and how those issues have played in the Virginia school system there. And that Loudoun County number is an interesting number. Yet you see in some of the other suburban areas in Indiana, he has not performed.
I'm seeing some of you guys saying we lost Texas. I haven't seen them call Texas at this point. Pennsylvania, again, it shows him crushing her, but that's only 3% of the vote at this point. They're going to go in alphabetical order, but I didn't see Texas as having flipped at all. Again, it appears with Bob Casey that far ahead of McCormick that the deep blue parts of Pennsylvania are who they've been counting for thus far. He's going to talk about Virginia.
It's got a 3.3 jump higher than he was performing 4 years ago. Now we'll clear this off here. How it computes here on the computer with 4 years ago, that's a slip about 4.5 points for Kamala Harris in that county. And Harold, maybe it is the issues in the schools. Maybe it is the transgender issue that the Trump team pushed so much during this campaign, and maybe that's having an impact on that. But let's move away from Virginia. There are a couple of interesting stories I just want to bring our viewers up to date on. Just punching around this map here. You can find a little good news for Kamala Harris.
All right, Texas has not been called. You can see Texas is still not there. But in any event, at this point, he's still winning the popular vote.
Advantage Trump from where he was 4 years ago in Duval County. You see that? You see that swap? Flipped it by 5 points there. Now I want to go up to Georgia here. And in the rurals, east of Atlanta and to the south. Now the Fox Insight here, right? Okay? That's Baldwin County. The county seat in Baldwin County is Milledgeville. It was the Confederate capital of Georgia during the Civil War. Now, our Fox Insights tell us right now, look at this, okay? It has 2 colleges in this county. The African-American population is about 44% countywide. Trump right now, at this moment, with 84% of the vote reported in Baldwin County, he's up 7.5 points from where he was in 2020. You know, the Trump team's going to take that. Likewise, okay, the metro area of Atlanta. Let me pop out here. You got 26 counties to concentrate on. But the Harris folks are telling us in Douglas County is that she's performing better than Biden did 4 years ago. Okay, these are suburban.
What do you mean that the Harris people are telling you? So why would the candidates team be telling you so-and-so's performing better? Why are you not just looking at the data? See, this is where it gets squirrely when you start looking at how some of these people get their data. I don't want you giving me information based upon what you think. Let's get the actual numbers. I'm looking at something here with RSBN, and they're doing their own little thing here as well. Let's listen into what they're saying, because I like hearing different things that aren't so swayed by, Take a listen.
The red. Obviously, these are big Hispanic populations centered in Florida. And so it's amazing. Look at this. Kansas just shows up. We knew Kansas was going red, home of the great Mike Pompeo. And so Kansas, the sunflower state, has now just shifted to light red. Nebraska. We have a pretty solid foundation of Republican voters in Nebraska. There's one county that's questionable, the Omaha region, so that's what we're going to be watching for, but I'm pretty sure Nebraska as well is going to go red. Then, of course, big agricultural states, North Dakota, South Dakota, those are likely to go red. And so if I'm Donald J. Trump right now, I'm feeling pretty darn good about the way that the night is turning out. I mean, this is looking really good. So far, they have tallied up 11,510,859 votes for our champion, Donald Trump. And I don't want to get too excited too early, but I am somebody who watches elections very closely. In 2020, it almost blew my mind when I saw how much blue was on the map at this very hour. So when you take a look at how things have changed, we know that election integrity has a lot to do with it. We know that the worsened economy, every problem that we have because of the economy right now, the high inflation, the high energy prices, what it costs to get eggs, this was all caused by Biden and Harris. And so to see that the country is looking for change is so inspiring. You can't bamboozle us anymore, Democrat Party. So we're really excited.
Well, glad she's excited. But why do you got North Carolina and Pennsylvania in blue and they haven't been called yet? So, again, the data is coming in. I don't want people to be swayed by stuff that when there's 1 or 2% that have come in. That's not something that we should even be entertaining at this point. I understand they got to fill airtime. I understand that you've got to basically keep people watching, but sometimes these things go in way too far. Like, look at this right now. We have Trump is up 56 to 42 in Georgia, but there's only 30% of the vote in. So it's just getting really weird because too many things are being called when they shouldn't be called. Oh boy, this is a big one. This is a big one. Philadelphia just dropped almost half their mail-in votes. If this is all, then Kamala is toast. Man. I love that we're finding out so much information at the right time. Let me just see something. Looks like there's some infighting going on with the Biden campaign, and look at this. This is from Jack Poso. Michelle and Barack are getting major heat from Team Biden before tonight. Openly speaking negatively about them was a major no-go. Now everybody is doing it. So, what's going on behind the scenes isn't what Fox News, and this is why I wanted to show it. What they're showing isn't what's really going on behind the scenes. They're doing a lot of conjecture. They're not really talking about what's really happening at the moment. Instead of basically digging in and trying to craft the results the way that you want to craft the results, because there's too much information out there that's actually real information. Let me see something here. Florida's been called, as you know, we gave that away. Douglas McGregor. I like to know what Elon is doing. I'd like to know if Elon is putting out any information, and he hasn't as of yet. What's also interesting is, I don't know, somebody said earlier that Donald Trump was speaking. I don't think he'd be speaking during the count. Let me see when the last time that he's put something up. This is what Trump just put up 13 minutes ago. He posted this. Trump posted this. Wisconsin, 1 more hour. Polls are open until 8 p.m. If you're online by cutoff, they must let you vote. Go now and stay in line. Find your voting location at the link below. All he's posting is about basically getting people out there. That's what he's saying at this point. The squirrels have spoken. All right, so a lot of stuff going on. Nothing concrete as of yet. Let's take a list at Trump headquarters. Okay.
The country today, people are going to come out and vote for Trump. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Aisha.
Aisha, thanks. Let's check in with Jackie Heinrich. She's at the Harris campaign headquarters in Washington, D.C. Hi, Jackie.
Hey there, guys. It's quite a different scene out here compared to where Aisha is. I should note that at Harris
Yeah, that's because, oh, man, I'll let you see. I just won't play the music. It looks like a Cardi B show. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. They've got music playing in the back. I'm not gonna say it. Not gonna get myself in trouble. But you know what I'm saying. These people are there, and they're not there for the same reason you or I would be there. It's a big party. It's a freak off. Trump won Mississippi. Let me check real quick if that is the case. Where is it? And if that's true, yes, I thought we did Mississippi. Nope, we didn't do Mississippi. So let's go ahead and do the Mississippi giveaway. Mississippi. Come back here. Jesus Valley. You've just won silver, buddy. Silver for Mississippi. Jesus Valley, Mississippi. So I don't know if you guys know any of these people or if you're seeing them in the chat or anything, but they're winning cash. They're getting paid. It's a bunch of devils writing to freak off. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know where they're having their so-called. Maybe that's why Joe's like, I don't feel like going to deal with that. I'm not interested in getting in there. Pennsylvania, they're not calling. They're just showing some information. Looks bad. Trump down in the battlegrounds. Why would you say that, bro? Why would you say Trump down in the battlegrounds? Larry Hogan's getting spanked. He didn't like Trump anyway. Newsmax is better. No, the thing with it is, see people say Newsmax is better. It's all the same information. It's just how they're going to put it out there and what they're going to say, because it won't be until probably 9 o'clock that we start seeing some real data. And when I mean real data that we can actually see what's going on. I do see people on X basically trying to say that Texas is turning blue, but the people, it's too funny. So somebody's like, where'd that go? This is you'll get a laugh out of this tweet that somebody put out. I was just gonna tweet that Texas is blue, but the moment I checked again, it turned red, and it nukes it nukes the alligator. That's what I'm saying. People are out there pushing things and different, agendas and what they want to say, but there's no data. Breathe, people, breathe. We're going to be here for quite some time. The only thing we have is information as to what's going on, how it looks. I just see this from 5 minutes ago. I do trust Ryan Fournier. He says, we're going to win North Carolina, guys. The data coming in is great. So he's actually seeing data. Fox isn't going to tell you that stuff. Fox isn't going to basically tell you they're bringing stuff in. So we just got to chill a little bit and see, how it shakes out. They're going to lie. They're going to obfuscate. They don't want to tell the truth, and they're going to hold this stuff back as late as possible, which I think absolutely sucks. Absolutely sucks. Ted Cruz, with 26% of the vote in at this point, is up by 4 points. It just jumped up higher with 26% in. So Texas ain't turning blue if Ted Cruz is winning. That ain't gonna happen. So, Quayler's getting beat. Only 16% though. See, I can't get excited till I start seeing 85, 90%. Okay, Oklahoma. I gave away Oklahoma. Perry, I can't thank you. Pennsylvania worries me. Why? at this point, why? You know, I mean, it's we know they're going to cheat, and as I showed you, the numbers haven't come in well in Philadelphia. That's the part where they'd be beating up on Trump. They need a big dump in. That sounded funny. They need a big dump in Philadelphia, and it hasn't showed up. And so what's going on? And we see people everywhere on Twitter basically running a psyop, telling you it's over. You're not going to win. We're going to win. And they're not looking at actual data. No matter what show you're watching, and this is what's real important, nobody has data beyond what's actually been reported. They may have some information from people on the ground saying this or that, but until it's actually reported and posted, one of the guys who I trust the most is Rich Barris. And Rich Barris just posted this. Donald Trump has now exceeded our polling margin in Florida of 11 points, which I already could not believe to be possible. I published this because the numbers are the numbers, but it was a difficult one to drop because it's absolutely insane. So Trump overperformed in his poll about Florida. And then there's another thing here that says, Karl Rove said if Trump gets 25% of the black vote in Georgia, it would be the highest since the 1960s. Would prove just how hated these liberal elitist you-know-whats are. I've been one who's been telling you that that's coming. That is coming in terms of the size of the black vote. I have no doubt whatsoever about it. Let's see what they're talking about now. And then we can check in with them.
Our Fox News voter analysis, Sandra.
Hey, Martha. Hey, Brett. Yeah, just taking a look. This is the national level. Before I dive into Pennsylvania, because we want to get a look at how voters were thinking about the economy there when they decided who they were going to vote for. But this is their view on the nation's economy. And as we knew leading up to Election Day, it's pretty negative. But the thing to point out here is when you compare it to 2020, those that have a negative view of the economy, this is about 6 points higher than it was just 4 years ago. I want to look at Pennsylvania and show you what we're seeing there, okay? When it comes to those that are looking for change, we know this is a big part of the story of this Election Day. Those that are looking for total upheaval, this is Pennsylvania voters, okay? 28%. And you were to break that down by candidate, which we can now do as we work our way into closing time there in PA, 66% voted for Trump. This is a really interesting story. Those who are looking for substantial change, it is about split with the edge going to Donald Trump by 3 points. Okay, so substantial change. Those are people looking for still big change, and it is about even in PA. We've got a lot more we're going to dig into in Pennsylvania. We'll have that for you in a bit. Brett and Martha.
All right, so
Sandra, thanks. Let's bring in our Fox Business panel. Maria Bartiromo, Larry Kudlow, Charles Payne, and Kevin O'Leary.
So why were you upset? And somebody said Pennsylvania doesn't look good. That data I just saw from Pennsylvania looked pretty good to me. I mean, that data from Pennsylvania surely looked like it was tilting towards Trump. I don't know if you thought otherwise, but I want to hear what Maria Bartiromo has to say as well.
And corporations out there, is the plan of Kamala Harris to raise the corporate tax rate to 28%. We haven't seen that in a long time, and the word on that is that cuts into wages. Something's got to give. When a corporation is looking at a 28% corporate tax rate, it's likely that means less money for employees and wages. So that's one of the issues that business and investors are worried about. Her economic policy, of course, Trump has talked about a 15% corporate tax rate if you're doing business in America. Also, you want to expect issues and differences on energy policy, and probably the sleeper of them all is regulation. Kamala Harris is likely to come out with a whole host of new regulations around the climate change agenda, which has been a real issue for the Biden-Harris administration already. Things like a company has to evaluate and assess the impact from emissions from their companies and that company's customers. Very expensive, creates the need to hire lots of consultants, and that's what business is worried about when it comes to economic policy.
Mm-hmm. Maria, thank you. Larry Kudlow, join the party here. Tell us what you're watching as we start to get more of these numbers loading in here on the Electoral College map.
Well, I think right now
I didn't put my mic on. I got you. All right, so Ashley, I got it. The mic was off. All right, so what I wanted to show you was two tweets. I'm sorry, these two tweets. I had to take the dog out, so I moved that. The first tweet was this one. Wait, 70% of the votes in Fulton County are in, and Kamala is still losing. No wonder she's abandoning Georgia and North Carolina. I'm sorry I had to hit the mute button, but the dog, while she was talking, I had to do that. One-man show here. So, she's getting crushed in Fulton County. Or rather, she's not getting crushed in Fulton County. She's losing enough of Fulton County, and she's getting crushed everywhere else. And what he has here is a data set with the actual numbers. And look at these numbers. These numbers are absolutely nuts. Baldwin, +3. Stevens, +63. Butts, +45. Green, +29. The entirety of the state of Georgia is destroying Kamala Harris. And this is where it gets embarrassing for me because basically it's the hood. That stronghold in every one of these states, Philadelphia, Fulton County, Atlanta, all these pockets. You know, if you looked at it, the entirety of the election is basically going to come down to half a dozen neighborhoods in these states. The rest of the people in the state of Georgia want nothing to do with Kamala Harris. But unfortunately, the way it works is the entire state gets to vote and most of the people are in the hood. I just hope that 70% number stays as it is, because if that 70% number is what it is, she can't win Georgia. Not at all. So let's continue.
By the way, the Biden administration pounced on them. They didn't take them away. They actually added to them. So, but all that negative press to go out there and say, I'm going to do this, when everyone's saying it's going to hurt the economy, a lot of people are listening to that. But still, folks know the bottom line is that the top 20% of Americans are doing 40% of the consumption. They have made all of the money on their Biden-Harris policies, including flooding our country with cash we did not need. It was fun for regular folks when you got the stimmy check and went to the mall, but now everyone outside of the top 20% suffering big time.
May I add one thing, Martha, to the comment on jobs? Because here, too, it goes right back to policy, and that is the open border policy. The open border has not just had the effect on national security and our own personal security. The open border is an economic issue. For the last several years, what we have been seeing is an increase in jobs for non-citizens, illegal and legal, and a decrease in jobs for American citizens. That's important. People understand
Kevin
that.
O'Leary, just with the quick time we have left, she has talked a lot about being from the middle class. It was the first sentence out of her mouth a lot. President Trump has been promising a golden age in an American economic future. What do you see winning these voters over tonight?
Well, I was disciplined when I was listening to both parties, and disappointed we didn't get into policy enough because it got crazy towards the end last few weeks. Let's go back to taxation. We compete internationally. It's not like this is just isolated to the U.S. A 28% tax rate takes us into the bottom quartile of competition. That means capital goes to other places. That's not a good outcome. So I would have liked to talk more about that. The idea of taxing unrealized capital gains is beyond insane. Nobody ever discussed that in the last 2 weeks. I look at that. I have to invest tomorrow morning no matter what happens. And the idea of price controls, that's a bad idea too. We left those alone, and they are very, very dangerous ideas.
But don't you think, I mean, with all due respect, Trump hammered away on every single thing you just talked about. He completely opposes the corporate tax.
All I remember was Nazi hunters.
All right, guys,
and I remember firing squads.
Well, then you need to read the stories
you
more
guys
carefully.
continue the
you
argument.
Need to read it more carefully.
Larry, Maria, Charles, Mr. Wonderful, continue
Thank
that
you
talk.
all.
We're going to make some calls.
That's because the hour is upon us, 8:30 p.m. on the East Coast, and the Fox Decision Desk can now project that former President Trump will win Arkansas. The state hasn't voted for a Democratic presidential candidate since Bill Clinton.
And as you look at the race to 270, as it ticks up, 111 for former President Trump, 72 for Vice President Harris. That'll be on your screen all night in the ticker there on the bottom. And then we'll scroll through the races by state. We'll look at Senate races, some House races, and governor's races as well. We're back with our panel here in studio. I think Britt, they're still talking about the economy in that other studio. I think they're pretty much.
I kind of wish we missed it.
All right, so Arkansas. So we got to give away a coin here. So Trump is winning the states he's supposed to be winning, which is a good thing. I'm happy about that because he's supposed to win those states. So let's go ahead and give away Arkansas right now. Arkansas is the new winner. Is going to be Jan Hood. Jan Hood, you win the silver for Arkansas. Jan Hood. Thank you for continuing. So anyway, what I was saying earlier before I had to hit my mic and turned it off was these guys are basically, it's all conjecture. I want some meat and potatoes. I want to see what's going on out on the street. And as we look at the interactive electoral map, which is behind, I mean, these guys are behind. They're not in the same timing as Fox. We're seeing all this stuff start to fill in. Texas is really tight. That's with 48% reporting. They've got Trump up by 2 points. Georgia, a little bit better with 52% reporting. He's up by 11 points. That's very accurate at this point. Let's see North Carolina. We had North Carolina with 13%. It's basically a dead heat. Dead heat in North Carolina, but only 13% have checked in. Virginia, hope you guys can see that. Virginia has pulled into essentially a dead heat with 38% reporting. Actually, Trump's a little bit ahead with only 38% reporting. And Pennsylvania, only 8%, and she's way ahead, but that's only 8%. Ohio, we know he's basically supposed to win 40%. Michigan, at this point, it's 57% her, 40%, but only 5% reporting. So that's where we are. That's actual numbers at this point. And we need to make sure we understand what we're talking about. So I'd say within the next 60 minutes, we're going to get some really, really hard data that we can talk about. Barry, is it too early in the evening to worry about meeting potatoes? Meeting potatoes. Not sure I understand what you mean. How is Texas close? Well, a lot of people took their garbage with them. They moved out of California and they moved into Texas. And the more people that moved out of California, they moved out of California because they didn't like what was going on, and then they go to Texas and just do the same stuff. Absolutely crazy. Whoa, why is Kansas blue? Just probably same thing, precincts. It's early. It's very easy. Trump is catching up in North Carolina. I would think so. I mean, if we look at that again in North Carolina, it's early. I feel like I'm holding you guys back from like bringing you in off the ledge. In North Carolina, it's only 14% reporting, and it's a dead heat. So breathe. All this stuff you're seeing on television is specifically designed to drive you batty. Nobody really knows at this point what's going on. Here's a report from, I think this is from the Trump headquarters.
With over 50% of the vote in, Donald Trump still remains in the lead there in Georgia. Obviously, the Kamala Harris campaign really wanted to zero in on Georgia. They wanted to keep it in the Democrat side of the ledger. We also are looking at Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. You're looking at Wisconsin, Michigan. A lot of East Coast states are battleground states. There could be a story to be told here early. We're also looking at Virginia. Even if Donald Trump doesn't take Virginia, if he makes it within a 5-point race, that can tell a story about what could happen in North Carolina, what could happen in Pennsylvania. So I think
I see. I don't like that. I don't want a story. I want numbers. I want wins and losses. I don't want someone to go, hey, Virginia worked this way, so North Carolina. No, don't even buy into that. We want to see the numbers. We need to get to 271. That's what we need to get to. I don't need stories. And you know I love the guys from RSBN. I'm just talking about the overall approach to Election Day. I almost wonder why they do this instead of just saying, okay, we're going to wait till we get all the data in, and then we're going to tell you what's going on. Because when you look at stuff, I can't believe Elizabeth Warren. What is wrong with Massachusetts, man? I come from the Northeast. I was born in Connecticut. What is wrong with these people? It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. They just keep putting these dinosaurs in over and over and over. Liz Warren, Bernie Sanders. But anyway, what I was saying is, the entirety of where they're going with this and how they're, wondering what's going on, it's not conducive. It doesn't really help people. It's a lot of conjecture. It's a lot of opinions. But I don't think people really need opinions. I think people need to see facts right now. And, when I see stuff that says 60% of the vote is in, 70% of the vote is in, this one's really important down here in Florida. I'm very surprised at this. Florida voters reject the recreational marijuana ballot. Very interesting. I thought that was going to pass without issue. I think even Trump got behind that one. I think it was Amendment 3. I'm surprised. I'm very surprised. Happy, but kind of surprised. That's just kind of interesting that was something that failed down here in Florida. Oh, actually, not failed. That's what the people wanted. And that's just how it is. That's how it's going to be. It's fine with me. Looking to see if anything new has hit Twitter. Nope, everybody's saying the same thing. Okay, this is 2 minutes ago, and it says Trump is up by 331,000 votes in Georgia. This is huge. If that's true, well, actually, I believe Gunther. I believe that to be true. I just don't see it. They're not talking about it. Actually, they are talking about Georgia right now. Let's see what they got to say.
And maybe that becomes significant because of how many people live there. The problem here is that you've got DeKalb County, nothing reporting because the polls were suspended from that threat. So this is the first number I've seen from Gwinnett, all right? You're 16% in. She got about 60% of the votes, so a lot of the vote still remains out there. Let's move away from Georgia as requested. This is kind of interesting, guys. I mean, a lot of you folks live in the Washington, D.C. area. And right now, this is, with 40% of the vote in Virginia, the Commonwealth here, Donald Trump's got an edge here, okay? That's 8,000 raw votes. That's 0.4 percentage points. Here's the catch, however. A lot of this map's starting to fill in. This right here across from Washington, D.C. is Fairfax County, all right? Fairfax County is number 1 out of 133 counties in Virginia based on population. At the moment, you still have at least half of the vote still outstanding. And you see, Kamala Harris was 67%. You would expect that in Fairfax. I'm just making the argument there's a lot of votes still out there, and it may determine whether or not the margin statewide hangs where it is right now or whether or not it changes, okay? So watch that. You mentioned Texas. Let's jump on down there, and I'll tell you what's going on in Texas, all right? Too soon to call. Half of the vote is in. Half of the estimated vote is in at 51%. Trump's got a lead right now. Percentage-wise, 5 points, okay? So that's kind of what a lot of the pollsters had in Texas thus far this year. I'm going to come back to Georgia in a moment. Let me just see what's happening in Pennsylvania because this is critical, too. All right, so there's a ton of vote out there, by the way. I mean, there's no conclusions at the Keystone State. You're at 11%. I would keep an eye, on Pittsburgh. I'd keep an eye on Philadelphia. In fact, if we can, do we have a moment here? Why don't we go ahead and do the vote? Let's go ahead and do that, right? Let's do the vote margin for Pennsylvania, and let's see what's happening here.
All right, this is going to be interesting. Let's see what's going on.
We've tried to set up the state in a way where the more prominent counties are more extended than the others. So you see Philadelphia in the east and Pittsburgh and Allegheny County in the west. And the darker the blue, the more Democratic the vote is. The darker the red, the more Republican the vote is. If you see shades of blue, that means the margin in that county is 10% or less. If you see a shade of red, like a rosé, it's happy hour somewhere. If you see a shade of rosé, that's 10% or less, too. So those are counties that we want to watch. Let's look at the vote margin now for Georgia. This is interesting, right? So we just went over there on the board and we showed you the metro counties throughout Atlanta. Let's find out where the outstanding vote for Georgia is at the moment. So what we want to do here, the deeper the purple, the more outstanding votes. So you can go to the more populated counties, perhaps like DeKalb County. You can look at DeKalb on the map, 0% in the upper right-hand corner. Can't know anything from DeKalb. What about Fulton? Fulton. You see, Fulton, 70% of that vote is now in. So that's certainly one to watch. What about Gwinnett? All right, still at 16%. Kevin, go ahead and arm up and look at Cobb County, just to the northwest of Atlanta there. This is Newt Gingrich's old district, heavily Republican for decades, and around 2016 it flipped toward the Democrats, and right now a little more than 50% of the vote in. So Kevin, come on back down here a moment. One county I haven't checked in on, you know, when you look at the African-American turnout, look at Chatham. Chatham is where Savannah is, down there along the coast. You only have 5% of the vote reporting. Chatham was one of these counties in 2020 that took forever to get the vote in.
Wonder why.
I don't know if that's going to be the same way again this year, but we're waiting to see about African-American turnout, as we suggested a moment ago, about African-American men supporting Donald Trump. Let's go ahead and look at the vote margin, rather, for Georgia. The vote margin for Georgia right now, let's go statewide. So we move away from Chatham. We go statewide in Georgia. So Chatham's still at 5%, and for statewide, you're at 44%. So a lot of vote out in the Peach State. Go ahead and clear this, and we'll get back to this in a moment in Georgia and elsewhere. So, Brett, Martha,
I think that's really interesting about.
Did that mean anything to you? No, it didn't mean anything. You were showing some fancy graphics, and the graphics guy got to play around. That's all it meant to me. Didn't tell me anything. This will tell you something. This is 6 seconds ago. North Carolina. Trump is pulled ahead 52-46. I don't know why they have this information directly from the voters, voting precincts, while Fox is still playing with graphics. 52% to 46%, about a 70,000 vote lead at this point. And they wonder why mainstream media is dying. I'm getting more pertinent, timely information directly off of Twitter than anything else. They're pulling this information directly from Florida. Counted 90% of their vote within 1 hour. There's no reason why any state can't finish counting the votes on election night. No, there is absolutely no reason why any state shouldn't be able to count their votes. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Let me check this interactive map. You know, this thing is becoming useless. This makes me feel good. I want to show you this. We've been referring to this map, and look how far behind they are. They still have Trump at 101, and they have her at 71. They're lagging. They're not putting in the data. As of right now, Trump still holds almost a 9-point lead in the popular vote because they're not updating their votes. So that tells me, as I look at this, that something's up already. It's only 8:45, and we're seeing people basically palming the vote. They're not putting it out there. It's not dropping. Why would we still be seeing? I mean, when you think about it, why would we still be seeing these states with 10%? It's simple. It's math. Add up the flipping votes. But they're playing games. They're hoping to do some things. AP doesn't want to make Trump look good. No, they're all doing this stuff. I think Fox isn't being honest. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing them basically not report what they say they're going to report. Yeah, we know the reason. Yeah, we definitely know the reason. I'm looking to see if RSBN has gotten anything. Let's take them right now. I trust RSBN. She's talking numbers, so let's see if she's got numbers.
This is a state where it's going to take hours to count all the votes. When it comes to Michigan, also shaded in a color that we don't love, rest assured, only 7% of the votes have been counted. So we're still watching these swing states very closely. Interesting to see Maine, Maine right here, one of the northeasternmost state in the country, is shaded red for now. Now these votes are just coming in now, only 2 electoral votes. Nonetheless, we'll take every electoral vote that we can get for Donald J. Trump. However, we do notice the margin is closing in quite a bit between the 2 candidates. And so again, this is the time to pray. Send your prayers up for Donald J. Trump. You know what he's done for our country. You know how hard he's worked throughout the campaign season. If there's one thing that Donald J. Trump is, it's a hard worker. And right now the polls are closed, but it never closes when it comes to the time that you can send your prayers and your requests up to God. Remember, we're in this together. Our country is on the line. I do love to see this block. Florida has been known to be a swing state in the past. You'll probably never forget the hanging Chad situation. Well, you know what? Florida is straight red, and we're still watching for...
Oh, check this out. You got Trump up by 11 at this point with 55% in. Trump up 11 in Georgia with 55% in. Got to have that. Definitely got to have Georgia. I'm not sure why some of these networks are so slow. Maybe because they don't want to say the wrong thing, but they're quite slow in their coverage and what they're saying. I got this about 50 minutes ago. We're going to hear, it looks like we're going to hear Pennsylvania might be able to be declared tonight. It says Philadelphia is about to post election results for 110,000 mail-in votes, which is about half of all mail-in ballots. This means we can get the winner of Pennsylvania tonight. Okay, all right. So much going on. So much going on. Let me go ahead while we have a little bit of time, and let's go ahead and give away another hoodie. This is for a hoodie, not the gold or the silver. We're gonna do hoodie right now. All right, so let me go here. Oh, it's funny that the last person's name was Jan Hood, so we'll give away a hoodie. And this hoodie winner, hoodie. I want to make sure everyone knows Matthew Samples just won a hoodie. So, Ashley, are you going to take care of the hoodies as well? Because Matthew Samples just won a hoodie. All right, so we're going to be waiting for the next state to drop, and then we'll go ahead and as 9 o'clock just hit, we're about to hit, we're going to see a bunch of more states basically close. Maybe they'll start dropping their results as well. And I'm looking here to see what else is going on. Nothing timely yet. Some people are posting some crazy stuff. Ashley says yes, she's doing that. All right, so that's what we're seeing thus far. A lot of crazy stuff happening, but a lot of stuff not happening. We're getting to that point where stuff is really going to begin mattering, where things are actually going to be the fact that this just dropped an hour ago. That I don't want to put up stuff that's an hour. That's too long ago. Now this is the kind of thing that happened last time, and people were wondering why do they do this? Why would you possibly do this? I would love to see this basically be something that we have to talk about. The mainstream media has called New Jersey for Kamala, even as voters are still in line waiting to cast their ballots. Why would they do that? Every time we have one of these elections, this stuff just doesn't make sense to me. Why we treat these elections the way we do. When there's so much real information, why do phony information? I got this video that I want to show you. When you start seeing CNN look worried, you know that something's really, really amiss. Something's actually wrong. So we've got this from 60 Minutes. Let me put this on here. Jake Tapper is visibly stunned after seeing a massive swing of 20 points with independents from Biden to Trump. The moment came as the hosts were reacting to an exit poll. independent voters, they make up 31% of the electorate. That's slightly larger share than what made up 4 years ago. Trump is spreading them by 11 points in these early exit poll results. We have seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in the terms of the margin. If that's the case, which of these states are they seeing it happen in? So there's obviously data out there. The data that they're being told about, they're not wanting to discuss. But I've got people who are, not people, but these guys are in there. They're on the ground. They're doing it. And I get a tweet like this. Pennsylvania just started shifting hard towards Trump. And North Carolina and Pennsylvania equals win. So I've got people who I follow who are actually talking about things, and they're putting it out. This was 45 minutes ago. That was the Georgia stuff. It's starting to shift at this point, and people aren't talking about it on television, which is what I was concerned about. Okay, here's something here. Just in, this is Florida. We don't have to look at Florida at this point because we already know. Kamala Harris wins New Hampshire 2 minutes ago, so New Hampshire did not go to Trump. Now they're calling Virginia for Kamala Harris. Trump's not going to win there. New York Times, while Harris is still favored to win in New Hampshire and Virginia, 2 Democrat-leaning states, she is not doing so with the same margins that Biden won 4 years ago. I don't care. It's a win. She won it. All right, so she took New Hampshire off the board. Let's get to the point where we start looking at wins for Trump. And we got to hear on Pennsylvania. We got to hear about Georgia. I like hearing this kind of stuff from focus groups. Let's listen to this.
Red lines represent Republicans, the blue Democrats, the gray are independents. Here it is.
While inflation is down and wages are up, prices are still too high. You know it and I know it. And unlike Donald Trump, who had $400 million served to him on a silver platter, I come from the middle class, and I will never forget where I come from, which is why my common sense plan will lower the prices you pay on everything from prescription drugs to groceries to housing. Donald Trump will raise costs on you and your families. In fact, independent economists have analyzed our plans and found that mine will cut your costs and strengthen our economy. His will increase inflation and lead to a recession by the middle of next year.
Independents, Republicans didn't find what they wanted. Again, we're watching for independents.
That's right. So you can see there, independents gave this a D, Democrats gave it an A, Republicans gave it an F. Now, I think what's so interesting about the independent voter there is they really were turned off when they heard her talk about the middle class. And I also heard from voters there they wanted more specifics on the economy, and they said that you can find experts to reinforce whatever you want to believe. I'd rather hear what you're going to do for me.
Yeah. All right. I want to go to Alexandria now, Republican registered voter. Still not sure all the way up until the time you voted. What did you do and why?
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for having me tonight, Eris. And I think that for me, both candidates really had to prove themselves. They had to win my vote. And they can talk about everything relative to the economy, but what really matters is what actually happens. And we have to ask ourselves, was it easier to buy groceries under the Biden administration or under the Trump administration? And for me, I can say personally that I am concerned with the direction that the country is headed in. And I would say for a vast population of the electorate that the same sentiment is shared. So I think that we all have to really contextualize all this information and ask ourselves the actual questions of how we feel in the circumstances.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Donald Trump.
All right. This is the second time, you're 22, that you voted in a presidential election. Was your vote different this time than it was in 2020? Did you vote for him last time?
I did not vote for him last time.
Sounds like the economy made a huge difference for you. All right.
I'm surprised they talked to a woman and baby removal wasn't the primary issue. She looks like a young professional, so that's interesting.
Throughout this evening, so glad to be here with all of you. Brett and Martha, back to you.
All right,
so we welcome Sean Hannity to the panel.
I've got some information from you from literally, looks like 10 minutes ago. This is pretty interesting. Remember, I've been talking to you about math, how math is, you can't get away from it. Numbers don't lie. And I said they didn't have the vote. So look at this. According to experts, Kamala Harris needs 700,000 votes in Philadelphia County to win Pennsylvania. Unfortunately for her, she only has 115,000 votes, with only an estimated 598,000 votes left to be counted. You see in the math here. She would need to just about get 100% of all the votes. Trump would have to get 0 for her to hit that 700,000 mark. If the experts are right, she appears she'll lose Pennsylvania. The numbers that I showed you earlier, you just can't make up those numbers if the people aren't there. So you tell me if she's going to be able to get 100% of the votes remaining in Philadelphia, 100%. If she wins by 10, she wins by 20, that ain't going to work. 80-20 ain't going to work for you. She would have to win 100% of the votes. That ain't happening. I mean, you know that's not going to happen. So that's pretty interesting information to hear about Philadelphia. Very interesting. Let's listen to what Sean's got to say.
The only problem was, if you go back to early voting in 2020, the Democrats had a 1.1 million vote lead heading into Election Day. This year it was about 400,000. So that's a 700,000 vote decline in a year. That would mean today they would have needed massive turnout. They would need massive turnout, yes, at the universities. It seems like they got it. But there's about 25,000 students that go to Temple. There's about 10,000 that go to Penn State. There's about 6,000 that go to Lehigh University. Okay, that's not making up 700,000 votes. So then we look at traditionally. Who else is voting in Philly? African Americans, a lot of union workers. Did they show up in the numbers? There are people reporting that it was a massive turnout in Philly today. I just got off the phone with the Trump War Room in Philadelphia, and they said they don't see it. Now, it's either one way or the other. The fact that they don't know the answer to that is a little surprising to me. If those numbers aren't there, that means Pennsylvania is a state that is in the state of play big time tonight. It may not show up early, but it'll show up as the night evolves, just like Wisconsin will.
I would just mention one other thing about the college students is that there's been such a focus on young men. And these podcasts are the podcasts that college boys are watching and listening to. Theo Vaughn, Joe Rogan, Jake Paul, all of these guys. So, just because they're in college doesn't mean this time around that they're necessarily voting the way that you think college students would.
We also welcome Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy. Kayleigh, the interesting thing I mentioned earlier was Florida. We've already called that state for the former president, but inside those numbers, there's a massive Puerto Rican turnout.
Yes.
In Osceola County and other places.
Yes.
In other places, the media would tell you that MSG rally really upset the Puerto Rican vote outpouring, but Trump won that overwhelmingly with a massive Puerto Rican turnout. I'm not sure it affects things one-to-one, but it is interesting to look at.
It is. So Osceola County, as you point out, a big Puerto Rican population. Listen to this. Joe Biden won Osceola County by 14%. With 95% reporting currently, Donald Trump is leading by 1. Now, what other national lessons can we take from Florida? Miami-Dade County, a huge Latino population. No presidential candidate has won that since 1988. Ron DeSantis, of course, won Miami.
I don't need her to tell me about Florida. I live down here, and it was Florida. It was Trump country. The thing with Florida was they thought that they might get close. He won thus far. There's more votes still coming in. He's won Florida by 14%. 14%. That's absolutely huge in terms of, basically, it's almost biblical in terms of how bad he beat her here in Florida. So that's a huge one. Let me take some of your comments. Haven't heard you guys in a while. There are reports of massive turnouts in Pennsylvania, but Trump War Room doesn't see it. Interesting. What else we got? No volume. That was from before. My volume is on, so it had bested place to bury. Florida is definitely Trump's. Keep our hearts and prayers open. I'm still holding out for this. Michigan, as of right now, see, why even show that? They're showing numbers in Michigan, and it's 8% have voted. Doesn't matter. Broward County is red. Palm Beach, where I live, is a little purple, but it may have went. Can you trade a hoodie for silver? You guys are out here trading stuff. Can we trade a hoodie for silver? Oh man, that's funny. Trump won Texas. I don't think they've called it, but it's looking like that's what it's going to be. Let me check the interactive map and see if they've updated that. Man, these people are slow. All right, so we do have some to call for. All right, here comes the interactive map. I don't think we've called all these yet. Let me pull the interactive map up so you guys can see this. All right. We have North Dakota, South Dakota, and Nebraska have all come in as Kansas, only 31% reporting. But Nebraska, why does it, okay, this is very weird. They're calling Nebraska even though it shows Trump behind by 16 points. In South Dakota and North Dakota. All right, so we got three. We got North Dakota, and Wyoming. So why haven't they updated the electoral count? I guess those are small. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to do Wyoming, Nebraska, South Dakota, and North Dakota. Lots of red there. Lots of red. What do they got in Iowa? Iowa, no results. Minnesota, no results. Wisconsin, nothing. Illinois, they're going to call for her. All right, so let's get to it and do... Ashley, this one is for Wyoming. Wyoming. Elena Manzanato. So if you could put her name down. That was for Wyoming. And then we'll go ahead and do North Dakota. And these are all silver, Ashley. Robert Beppel gets silver for North Dakota. Let's do South Dakota. Benjamin Murida gets South Dakota. And now we're going to do Nebraska. And we're going to click the button. Nebraska. Pete Washbish wins Nebraska. She's got it. Okay, perfect. All right, so that's who those for. I don't see anything else has come in yet. None of the controversial states have happened yet. So in Georgia, Trump's up by 5 with 65% reporting. North Carolina, he's up by 4 with 38%. Virginia, they're almost a dead heat with 48%, and that's about it. So, love to see a couple of these things come in. Love to see that. That would be awesome if we. But also, what's really interesting, as of right now, I mean, California hasn't even closed yet. All that stuff on the West Coast, but he's leading the popular vote, which at this point doesn't really matter. It looks like with 38%, North Carolina, he's up by 4 points. It's going to be a pins and needle type thing until some of these bigger states actually. Mark Robinson lost the governorship. Mark Robinson will not be the governor of North Carolina. He got absolutely crushed. So everything they did to hurt him absolutely worked. I'm looking to see if anything else is going on. Nothing as of right now. Congratulations to the silver winners. I know everybody is doing well with that. Nothing on Texas as of yet. I'm surprised they haven't called a state like, Louisiana. Oh, Ashley, we didn't do Louisiana. In case you guys haven't seen that, Louisiana has also been called. I must have missed that earlier. Let me do that after Bill talks about Georgia. Hold on here.
How the candidates performing with minority voters in urban and suburban areas.
I'm just joking with you. Bill, what do you got?
Go blue.
Okay, so a couple things here. Go blue. What are you talking about?
Michigan.
We'll be at Ohio in a moment here, Harold. Hang on one second there, Bob. Okay, just want to show you this. This is really, it's got to be your target right now. Fulton County, heavily populated, and a ton of votes there, okay? It hasn't really moved. So the estimated number of votes still out is about 30%, and Kamala Harris hanging in there with 7. She's going to win the county, okay? The question is the margin. The question is whether or not, Trump is chewing in this African-American male vote that we were talking about, because I want to come up to North Carolina. I'll show you a county. Okay, this is rural, and it's also African-American. 47% African-American. It's a small county here. It's called Anson, all right? Trump's winning, okay? What's that mean? Okay, this is Biden 4 years ago by 4 points, okay? So Trump right now flipping that county. Is there a minority vote out there that is helping to buoy his campaign? It's something we got to consider. Another thing I want to point out, just while I got you here, okay, guys? This is the part of the state that was racked by that hurricane, all right? This is Trump territory, all right? 61%, 68%, 81%. But come in here for a little bit. This is Buncombe, all right? This is Asheville. You expect this to go blue. Indeed, it has right now, about 2/3 of the vote. No, sorry, 60% of the vote in. She's got 2/3 of the vote right now. But these counties here, you just wonder if there's an effect here, all right? Because 53, this is Transylvania. I was checking this out a short time ago. This is Rutherford, 72, but a lot of that vote's still out there. Why am I showing you this? Because your comparison for percentage is that you expect Trump to do well out here. 72, Henderson, 58, Haywood, 62. So we're going to see through the night whether or not that storm damage had an effect on the vote turnout in North Carolina. Just keep that in mind as we move through the night. Also, I was just poking through here in Ohio. We saw this a moment.
All right, so Fox is behind, but it does appear, and I'm seeing it on different places, not hearing it on Fox, but I'm hearing Texas being called. I'm seeing Texas being called on a number of different places online. Let me see if I can just confirm that. If Texas indeed has been called elsewhere. Yeah, Texas, Trump wins Texas. It's everywhere. In fact, Elon and his people are putting it out there. All right, so Texas is now, with its 40 electoral votes, is going to Trump. Texas wins. Trump wins Texas. Whew. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Trump wins Texas. So we're going to give away some gold in them there hills for Texas and Louisiana, Ashley. Let's go ahead and do Texas. Texas is Don Parsons. Don Parsons wins for Texas. And now we're going to do Louisiana. And Susie Hantz. Susie Hantz wins for Louisiana. So we got those done. All right. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I can show Susie. I went too fast and didn't show the other one. Susie wins for Louisiana. Sorry, the other lady. Hope Ashley got it because I didn't do it on camera. But in any event, so that's where we are. So, but I do see Trump wins Texas. That's huge. That's absolutely huge. They thought it would be closer than it is. They thought they might be able to turn it purplish or whatever. And it looks like AP has updated some other states. We got Wyoming, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, South Carolina, Florida, Alabama, all the usuals. I don't see anything different yet. So we're waiting on basically Georgia, North Carolina, and Virginia. Virginia, 50% reporting neck and neck. North Carolina, Trump is up by 4 points, and he's still doing well there. So I'd like to see him take both those states. That would be awesome if he took them both. We'd love to see that. So we're still waiting on those. As we're getting past the 9 o'clock hour, we may actually see some different polls are closing. But I'm looking at every network, and almost every network is behind in terms of what's actually being called. So Trump with Texas is about at 177. but nobody, even
Very
these
interesting. This is part of the Harris play for that one congressional seat, the second congressional seat. Maine is very similar, also with their second congressional seat, where they allocate the Electoral College based on congressional district. In other words, you can win statewide, and that's what President Trump has done with Nebraska, calling 2 of its congressional districts, 1 and 3, that making up the statewide vote. The second congressional district independent of that, so you can have a split result in Nebraska and Maine, which could be crucial if it comes down to a 270 split, or 269, 269, and then 270 being the winning factor.
And something that hasn't happened since 1801, the 269, 269. And I don't think we'll be seeing that tonight. We are seeing the numbers come in, though, and as you see, President Trump leading 137 to 99. It would be great to see some more numbers come in here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's
like I said, Texas has been called, but the networks aren't calling it yet. It's all over X. I keep calling it Twitter, but it's still over here. Let's see what we're looking at, see if there's any more updating on Pennsylvania. Don't see anything in Pennsylvania. In fact, people are saying that there's still people in line to vote, because remember, that was the state that they had to push back the closing of the polls till 10 o'clock because of all the problems they had. This is interesting. Just popped up 3 minutes ago. They're really starting to panic about Pennsylvania. New York Times just moved it into Trump's favor. Wow. Okay, so breathe. You're not sure what's going to happen. Things are moving fluidly, faster than the network can even keep up with. But we're starting to getting down to the nitty gritty at this point with some of these states. So it looks like the Amish did turn out in unprecedented numbers. Doesn't seem to be filtering onto the scene for the national networks. Now look at this is what I was telling you about the popular vote.
Is over. I hear you.
No, we're not. I'm just playing off of Dana's point.
But I do think after the debate, she performed so well against Trump. She asked for another debate. I thought that the interview that Brett did with her was as substantive an interview as we've seen with her throughout the last several years. You would have thought, because she did well there, that she would want to go and do more of them. But
more interviews?
More interviews to sit down and talk.
After the one with Brett?
After the one with Brett.
She booted the question about when she first knew that he was not himself.
Well, I have a slightly different opinion on that. I thought she did. She gave in that interview, and I thought if I were her, I'd have gotten out and done more. But she did some, and
she was so cautious.
She gave a pre-debate answer. She said Biden's great. He's fine. I've seen him do all this wonderful
stuff. I would have done it very differently than her. However,
I'm sure you would have.
But the way she did it, she put herself in a position to be 50-50 here this evening. And if we're to believe Trey, this thing could be listening to the two smart guys in the green room. It could be 269. She must have done something right. I still look at Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Since 1980, those 3 states have not gone all together other than 1988. Dukakis got Wisconsin, and HW won the other 2. If the numbers are tracking right and continue along those lines, we could find ourselves in a position where we're having a conversation about a Congress. Then it would be curious, Sean, if the Democrats win the House. How does that play into it? Look, I hope we don't get there, because I don't want this fight. The country doesn't need this division.
But the House does the president and the Senate does the vice president. So you could end up with President Trump and Vice President Harris.
But they vote after the election.
They vote after the election, and it's only 1 vote per delegation. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Sandra Smith is digging into the voter analysis stuff and how it tracks with the raw vote and what we're seeing.
Just trying to keep feeding your conversation there. And Martha, I know you were asking about the suburban vote and what we're seeing with our Fox News voter analysis and some really interesting findings I'll put up here for you. As far as the suburban voters concerned, this is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Okay, suburban voters. Kamala Harris right now has the lead, okay? But this is about a 6-point difference. And if you were to put this in perspective with what we saw in 2020, Biden was leading with this group, suburban voters in Pennsylvania, by 10 percentage points. This is a 6-point margin by which she's leading. So she is not leading with the suburban voter in Pennsylvania by the same margin as Joe Biden in 2020. All right, if I were to break that out by gender, this is also telling another story, okay? Suburban women. Martha, you were asking about this. This is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Obviously, they have been courting those voters on the ground there. This is almost identical, the margin that she's leading by. Joe Biden led by this over Donald Trump in 2020. So not a lot of movement there. We also talked about the story that was developing with the black voters down in Georgia. I can also report to you, Brett and Martha, right now that Donald Trump, is leading by more with the black voter in Pennsylvania than he was in 2020.
Who told you that? Come on, tell me. Who told you that? That was coming. That was coming. I told you that.
Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio, 54.2% to 45%. So obviously that was what was anticipated in the early polling. He was ahead by about 8 points. This is a 9-point stretch, so a little bit higher than the most recent polling was showing in the state of Ohio, but a solid win for him in what used to be a swing state, but hasn't been for quite some time.
And obviously there's 54% of the vote in, but as you look at the Electoral College, 195 to 113. Again, Ohio used to be the swingiest of swing states, no longer, very Republican.
It looks like they called Texas too. All right, so Ohio, somebody's going to get some silver from Ohio. Let's go ahead and do that. Ashley, we're gonna give away Ohio at this point, and I'm hoping they hurry up and do North Carolina and Georgia. Why are they holding back on that? All right, here we go. This is for Ohio. Melissa Grant. Melissa Grant for Ohio. Awesome. Congratulations. All right, so we're seeing things starting to fill in. We're seeing Trump win the ones he's supposed to win. We know the entire West Coast is basically going to be for her. That's going to be her firewall at this point. So when you see that stuff, okay, they just put Ohio here. So you got 177 to 99. Looks great. Looks extremely well. Looks like he's crushing her. But out there on the West Coast, it's going to fill in. She's going to win California. She's probably going to win Oregon and Washington. We're going to take Montana, Idaho, Nevada, Utah, and then let's see what happens with Arizona. Let me go to this other map that I want to show you. Hold on, let me see if it's on here. This is the one we can actually play with. So I want to go here and show you something. All right, so filling all this in, and you can see what happens. You can see on here that Trump loses if this scenario stays in place. So he's going to have to win all those states out there: Nevada, Utah, Arizona. He's already won Wyoming. He's going to win Idaho. He's going to win Montana, and she's going to have to take those three, which she probably will. This is where we need to be focusing. We need to see what happens with Michigan. They already have North Carolina and Georgia on his side. So he has to win North Carolina. He has to win Georgia. And then he's going to have to take one of these states, Pennsylvania or Michigan. That's what's going to have to happen. That's what we're waiting to see if that stuff actually happens, because that's what we need to see happen. They got 195 to 115, but all that other stuff's going to fill in. Trump has a good shot to get California. I don't know. What the heck is that? Let's see here. Where are we going? We got to get Pennsylvania. If she wins, where can we all run? Run quick. Don't know. Love to see Virginia step up. Yeah, we're gonna need a couple of these states to turn real quick. Michigan, not sure what's going on with Michigan. They're delaying their count. Let me see where we are with Michigan in terms of like how close it is. Okay, so let's look at Michigan. Michigan, as of right now, only 11%, and she's up by 9. So still ways to go. Pennsylvania, she's up by 18 with only 21% in. So we got to wait and see what's going on. for the life of me, I mean, you guys know where we stand. We are all Trump supporters. I cannot believe this many people are voting for this woman. I cannot believe this much, how it's even possible that this is even happening. That it's coming down to such a vote at this point. Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Now let me just show you something interesting. Let me put this over here. See, they got Maine in the purplish color. There's only 1% reporting, but it's 50 to 47, as you can see on the map. 50 to 47. So if we come in here and we change Maine to red, he wins. Wouldn't it be interesting if she won all these states? Pennsylvania, Virginia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois, and lost Maine to give Trump the presidency. I guess at this point we can only hope and see what exactly is going to happen. But it's just incredible. I don't know what people are thinking, why this is even close. I mean, we're not going to see, obviously, at this point, the landslide we thought. Maybe not. But I would like to see the whole Southeast, whole South down there, just say, you know what, we're just not going to be a part of this crap. We're going to be done with it because, damn. So, it's Pennsylvania, it's Virginia, it's North Carolina, and it's Michigan. We just got to wait and see what happens with these states. What's RSBN saying?
0.6%, and that's where she relies on that key voting block in the city limits of Atlanta, Georgia. Well, it's not going to get her where she needs to be if this momentum continues for President Donald J. Trump. We're also looking at North Carolina. At this point in North Carolina, 50% of the votes have been tallied, and right now it's 50.6% for Donald J. Trump, 48.4% for Kamala Harris. You look at the state of Maine. Interestingly, that's a state that keeps showing red. It doesn't matter where you're located on the map. There's a lot of people who want change in this country. They want an improved economy. They want no more wide open borders. So that's something that we're also watching. Look at this. Wisconsin and Minnesota now also looking red. We have 5% of the votes counted so far in the Badger State of Wisconsin. But hey, 57.8%. Donald J. Trump is leading right now by a pretty significant margin. That just jumped up. Now, some things to consider to be cautiously optimistic. New Mexico has gone back and forth between red and blue, but California, the state of California, has 54 electoral votes up for grabs. This is the big prize. California, and we know Kamala's home state that she has single-handedly destroyed in many ways as the Attorney General. Well, they typically vote blue in California. Also, when you talk about Washington and Oregon, Washington has 12 electoral votes. Oregon has 8 electoral votes up for grabs. Texas gave President Trump 40, so that is a big win. We know that Kansas, it looks purple right now. That's going to go red. This is Kansas. This is agricultural territory. This is rural America. And this is a part of the country we call Trump country. You move just to the east, to Missouri. This is also Trump country. I'm not worried about these 3 states whatsoever. I just want to kind of zoom in for you, show you what's happening in the state of Iowa right now. We don't have a lot of returns, and the returns that we are getting are coming from Des Moines, and that's obviously the biggest city in Iowa. So we don't have a lot of concern about which way that state is going to shift either. Only 10% of the votes have been.
So while she's doing that, I just saw something big. And what I'm going to show you is pretty much indicative of what the hell is going on. The New York Times says that Trump has a 67% chance of victory. Our election model, and this was at 9/11, so about 14 minutes ago, the New York Times is now saying that the election is in Trump's, leaning Trump. 67% chance of victory. They have him getting 285 electorals and Harris 253. I don't know. I don't know where people are picking this information up, but it's crazy. And then somebody just posted a picture of Trump, and he's looking looking mighty confident looking at the what's going on down in Mar-a-Lago in terms of the watch party that he's doing. So, not really sure. We're still watching. We're seeing some weird data. Why the New York Times would have posted something showing that, they think that Trump could win. 67%. Let's take a look at what's going on in Texas.
Right now, we have Fox News playing on both screens right now. The crowd right now going wild because we just threw up the race and we have Cruz again with that strong lead. So everyone here is very excited, but I could tell you from talking to the Cruz campaign that they have been taking this race extremely seriously. When you think of Texas, you think of this deep red state. A Democrat has not won an election here in 30 years, so since 1994. But again, since 2018, Democrats have really seen an opportunity.
I've got information 41 seconds ago. I don't know. I haven't seen anybody else. I'm looking for this information to be confirmed, which I'm about to let you guys know. This could be monumental. Zero hedge. Whoa. Decision desk projects Trump wins North Carolina. Trump wins North Carolina. I don't see anybody else reporting that yet. I don't see any of the big stations. I don't see the AP. I don't see anybody projecting it. The only person I see projecting it is Decision Desk HQ. That came out literally 1 minute ago, 9:25. Decision Desk calls it for North Carolina. Just going to show you. Are they about to show it elsewhere? I'm starting to see it everywhere. Decision Desk says Trump just took North Carolina. This is monumental. It's amazing how fast things happen on X. I'm not trying to be an advertisement or commercial for X, but it is what it is. I mean, we're looking at television. I'm going back and forth to different people, and I'm just not seeing it on television. They're not saying it, but it's all over X right now, everywhere. Trump takes, here's another one. Leading report. Trump projected to win in North Carolina. So I'm getting this stuff to you before Fox and any of these networks even say it. It's literally everywhere, people. Trump just won North Carolina. Trump wins North Carolina. Libs of TikTok. It's everywhere over here, people. Daily Wire. Huge Trump projected to win North Carolina. Let's go. There it is. By 2 points. Where are the networks? Where are the networks in calling this information? Why are you guys so far behind everybody else? You got all the technology in the world, and we're waiting for you to confirm what everybody else on X seems to know at this point. You're still... let's just check your watch. It is 9:29 right now. About 2 minutes ago, I started telling you about North Carolina being called. Let's see how long it takes Fox to call North Carolina. This is why people don't trust the mainstream media anymore. We know it's coming. How long is it going to take? You're looking in real time. I just showed you that North Carolina has been called by everybody on X. I mean, Decision Desk, Zero Hedge. It's the #1 trend on X right now. It's everywhere. And we don't hear nothing. Decision Desk just called North Carolina. Everybody's talking about it. And you're seeing a real-time, basically a real-time explanation as to why these people are facing extinction. If you know it and I know it, why aren't they talking about it? Why are they still... Let's see how long it's going to be.
75% is still out. And you see a lot of blue in the areas where Kamala Harris needs to do well, namely Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, and namely Philadelphia and what they call the collar counties around Philadelphia. But the argument for this hour is that there's a strong Democratic vote in that batch that's now been counted, okay? There's 2 counties in Pennsylvania that you watch because they are bellwethers and they are flippers too, okay? One is Erie along the border here with New Jersey. One is Erie up there in Lake Erie. This is Northampton here in the east, okay? Northampton is one of these counties that flipped last time around, all right? Kamala Harris with a lead with 27% of the vote reporting there in Northampton. The other one is Erie that I mentioned a moment ago, okay? This is up on the lakefront here, all right? I don't know why we're getting 0% in because there is some of this vote that may lend itself to some of the confusion with the early vote being tabulated from the mail. I don't know. I can't vouch for that. I'm not sure what's going on there. We're going to watch the less than 0.5%. Yeah, that's right. So it's like
I can vouch for it. Your guy who's ever running the nice, pretty graphics you got can't keep up with what's actually happening. You spent millions on having nice, pretty buttons that you could push and tell people and everything else and make these colors and 3D. How about just giving the information to people? They still haven't called North Carolina. And if you're on X right now, you can see everybody has called it. I'm waiting to see if the AP, there must be someone upstairs someplace who tells the people down there that they must wait till they deem it necessary for them to call a state. It's right there. Everybody can see it. I don't know what you're waiting for. I'm looking. I'm seeing they're talking about everything. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. She's talking about something. No, they're still talking about Virginia. Go to North Carolina.
Years. This is 2020. This is Joe Biden at 70%. Okay, so Kamala Harris, she has time to make up for that, given the fact that that vote is still out. And I would say, just looking at Georgia a moment ago, Fulton County looks to be somewhat similar. And the reason is, I'm going to explain this to you, okay? Fulton County is the most populated county in the state of Georgia. You're going to get a lot of Democratic votes from out there, all right? She's up by 46 points, all right? Pretty good margin. 202,000 raw votes, okay? So 4 years ago with Joe Biden, he won the county with 242. His margin on a percentage basis was a bit higher, about 2 points. But 242,000 in a state 4 years ago.
I don't know if he just likes playing with his toy and clicking on buttons. But we're talking about actual things happening, and you're clicking on these buttons and doing these fancy pictures. And it's now been, 5-6 minutes, and you still haven't called North Carolina. I don't know if nobody's talking to his ear or whatever, or he just is doing what he wants to. If you guys are seeing it anywhere else, let me know. Keep the eyeballs. It's the hurricane broadcast. They're not putting it up. Yeah, Newsmax called it. Everybody at this point is calling it. Newsmax called it. And Fox is up there. Look at this guy. Here, you can look at him. He's sitting here playing with his drawings. People want information. They don't want to see you play with your great graphics and everything else. What the hell are you doing? They just seem lost at this network. Like they're told, don't say anything, keep it away from people. And I'm looking at Newsmax. Yeah, Barry, somebody said call Barry, tell him to use Newsmax. Maybe I should just Newsmax doesn't allow their stream, so I don't know what we do. Yeah, North Carolina is called. I called it about 7 minutes ago. These people just won't call it. There's something really wrong with the fact that there has to be somebody in their control booth who says, "Hey, listen, they just called North Carolina. Okay, let's wait. Let's not let everybody else know." But bam, this is crazy. Ditch Foxberry. You know what? If I could find, let me look. Yeah, I know. People are like, they called North Carolina. I called North Carolina. I showed you. And Fox is saying, look at him. He's playing with these pictures. They must have spent $1 gazillion on this board so that he could push buttons and stuff and pretend like it really matters. Somebody said Script News called it before me. Yeah, maybe. man, this is bad. Look, if I can find somebody else, I will. I'm looking for someone that I can get the stream from. If I can get the stream for Newsmax, I'll go to them. I mean, because it's absurd how fast. You know, Elon should have just done it. Elon should have just had it up there waiting to go, and it would have been up there already. I mean, here it is 5 minutes ago. North Carolina is Trump country, and we've been sitting here watching this guy play with this board all this time, and he hasn't said a word about North Carolina. We're going on about 10 minutes now. That's how far behind everything they are in terms of being able to talk about Trump winning North, or they don't want to say it. Maybe, I mean, we all could think about that as the reason, is that they don't want to let people know. I don't know. I mean, it seems like they're going to be 2 states behind. Maybe, is this it? Hold on.
In the state of New Hampshire, former President Trump came closer than many expected there, but the vice president did well in cities and suburban areas. There was a time.
This is sad. This is absolutely sad that they are so far behind. Let me see if I can find Newsmax on Roku or something, because this is really, really, really bad. Newsmax. Let me see if I can find it and switch to them. These guys, I don't know what they're doing. I mean, we're finding out stuff faster than they are. That's absolutely nuts. Let's see if it lets me show it. Yeah. All right. So we're gonna go to Newsmax. Let me go ahead and give me a second. Go ahead and listen to this guy while I configure things. I have to configure a new feed because Fox sucks. They absolutely suck. So let me put this on. Give me a second, and I'll fix it.
Been closed yet.
Okay.
Obviously, a very hopeful pickup for Republicans with Tim Sheehy.
Back with the panel, Kaylee. What are you looking at? What do you feel?
So I'm looking at the suburbs, and first I would say the map, and again it's early, but it seems to be breaking more like 2016 than 2020, but we will see. But when you look at the suburbs, the Kamala Harris team was making much of the fact that early on we saw the suburbs of Indianapolis, Donald Trump underperforming. They point to Fayette County in Georgia. But then we get our Fox News voter analysis, and you see in Pennsylvania that Kamala is not hitting the suburban marks that Joe Biden did. You look at Hillsborough County, Florida. That is Tampa. It's almost urban, if you will. And Hillary won by 7. Biden won by 7 at this hour. You have Donald Trump leading by 3
points to Hillary Clinton. And now he's winning it by 11 points, a 41-point shift. He's getting 15%, according to the exit polls, in Georgia among black voters. And if he can do that with Hispanic voters and black voters in Pennsylvania, he's going to carry, not just is Donald Trump going to win Pennsylvania, but Dave McCormick is probably going to also come across the finish line.
That would be huge. We've already seen, West Virginia went to Jim Justice, Joe Manchin, a Democrat. That's flipped. Also, Ohio has flipped in favor in that Senate race, too. So
Bernie Moreno
winning that race over Sherrod Brown. So we're seeing this whole map kind of be remade right before our very eyes. Jim, great to see you. Dick Morris, great to see you as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, so a lot of attention obviously being paid tonight, too, Bianca, to Pennsylvania, and that data is still trickling in. The polls there closing at 8 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, and it may be a while, obviously, in that state, and it may be a while in Pennsylvania. And they also mentioned Wisconsin, and there might be some longer counting in Milwaukee. But let's look at Georgia right now. Obviously, Trump is ahead there. Georgia, a state that we are looking at the black vote outside of Atlanta. Didn't seem like it turned up as much for Kamala Harris, which is an indicator of, Donald Trump really being able to connect with everyday Americans. You heard Obama.
Okay, so I switched, got rid of Fox. They've been banished. They've been tossed into the ether. They are no longer trustworthy. I will never play them ever again for any of my stuff. Maybe I'll cut some videos, but that was just atrocious. I don't know if they're ever going to call it. I'm seeing right here, this is Newsmax. Newsmax has Trump up by 6 points in Georgia with 75% of the votes in, and Fox just won't even talk about it. So let's let them talk about Georgia. right now.
We're at Dave McCormick's watch party here in downtown Pittsburgh. I'm just looking at the results as they come in right now in the presidential race. Just in the last 3 minutes, when we had 26% of the vote reporting here in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump was down by 11 points to Kamala Harris.
They're playing rock music, which people upstairs won't let you play, but we can actually see what's on their screen. All right, so they've got Maryland. Kamala took. Man, these Northeast people just completely blow me away. I can't believe that I've said it before, but I lived in Connecticut. I was born and raised in Connecticut, and I just don't know what's wrong with these people in the Northeast. They're just hooked. Attention, Pennsylvania, we are 20 minutes from the polls closing. If you are in line when the polls close at 8 p.m., stay in line. So looking also on AP to see if they've updated and show North Carolina being called, so that we can give away. Nobody's calling North Carolina except for everybody on every other site is calling North Carolina at this point. Wonder why. You have to wonder why people aren't doing it. You can't play a tribute band either. Nope, you can't, because tribute band didn't write it. Various disruptors invade polling places in Center County, Pennsylvania. It's crazy. I mean, I am so. Real America's Voice. Yeah, we could try that. I can't. As more of you, Barry, you've been wonderful. I believe Real America's Voice has been spot on so far. Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned earlier, nobody has the data until they have the data, and now they're showing Trump at 210 and Harris at 105, and the other ones won't even go past I'm looking right here. They don't have him past 178. They're not even showing him even closing in at this point. the other sites don't even have him closing in. That's how bad it is that they're suppressing the information and trying to keep it close. Boy, these people are going to rue the day when what's going on with Fox News. Well, Malia wants to know what's going on with Fox News. Can't tell you. They're playing with their funky little boards and graphics and $1 million host, and they're not actually putting out the news. We just saw it in real time. We heard specifically that Trump won North Carolina. I showed a bunch of people on X. Trump wins North Carolina. Fox probably still hasn't called it. So I saw it in real time. You guys saw it in real time. I put up the tweets. Hey, boom. Trump wins North Carolina. They don't show it. Don't show it. Yeah, Fox is done. I'm not gonna talk about that anymore. CNN. What's that say about CNN? CNN is showing Kamala's party. Are they crying yet? Yeah, it's probably Paul Ryan. Yeah, doing all that stuff. All right, so are they calling Wisconsin? Let's hear this.
Harris went into this already short of electoral college votes in several blue states, which were solidly on her side.
Yeah, Hans, I'm glad you brought that up because it also brings us to a state
that's only 19% of the votes are in so far. So where are we? We are at Fox. What sucks now? Well, Trump told us. Trump absolutely told us that, just don't do it. Money, dragging it out. They have known since 7 p.m. who won. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad when I can actually show you in real time. I mean, that's when you know it's the worst is when you can look on X, you can see what's going on, you can see the thread. What I'm looking for right now on X, I'm looking to see if people are talking about Georgia. And once they start talking about Georgia, all right. So here's probably one of the best guys I follow. You guys may follow him as well, and that's Scott Pressler. Scott Pressler, the persistence he put out at 9:32 that Trump won North Carolina. These guys can't. These people can't compete with X. They just can't. Don't know why. Don't know why. Why they're doing things the way they do. But it is what it is at this point. I'm checking to see if there's any information on Georgia. Let me see if there's anything in Georgia. Okay, so the Marjorie Taylor Greene parody site said, election breaking, everybody, CNN just told everyone to take a deep breath on Georgia. Trump's up 52 to 47, 75% reporting. This was reported 9:32, so it's 13 minutes ago that came up. So did she not get the votes in Fulton County? And this is Marco Rubio. Let me make sure it's a real account. Yep, this is the real account. This is Marco Rubio, Senator Marco Rubio. He's saying, I know the drama is good for ratings. He's probably calling Fox out right now. I know the drama is good for ratings, but Georgia has to be called. North Carolina not far behind. This was 4 minutes ago. So you got a senator out there telling you, hey man, stop playing around, call it, and they won't call it. And I'm looking, Georgia update, Trump is up roughly with 300,000 votes, with 48% voters in Georgia were pissed about the missing votes. I mean, it's happening, but it seems like we're having to find out the information second. These guys aren't doing it fast enough. Let me see what they're still talking about Wisconsin.
The American
here.
Spectator, gentlemen, great to have you with us. Let's talk about, we are in the process of watching history unfold. Donald Trump, a candidate like none other. You said earlier today to me, Craig, that you see a little bit of similarities to 1980. Talk to us about that.
Well, thank you, Bianca, is that there is a bright red line between the two opposing camps. This isn't just a contest between Republicans and liberals, or Republicans and Democrats, or liberals and conservatives, but it is a contest between us versus them. You know, many elections are either about foreign policy, like 1960 or 1968. Some are about economic policy.
While he's talking about that, CNN is reporting, this is 4 minutes ago, CNN is reporting that Kamala Harris HQ is now feeling nervous. I can feel the anxiety in the crowd. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Is it gonna, what is that? A mosquito. Get out of here. I'd love to see this happen. This would be nice. Come on. The White House, somebody's like, we're talking to people in the White House and they're already firing staffers in the Kamala campaign. Wow. Okay. The blue wall is falling in Pennsylvania. Who's this? Okay, got to show you this one. Here's another senator. And this senator is Mike Lee from Utah. I'm looking to see where it says it right here. But this tweet was very interesting. Breaking, based Mike Lee, Senator Mike Lee, just said Trump has this election in the bag. So they're seeing internal data. Obviously, Trump is seeing internal data. There's something that they're seeing that the networks aren't showing. This thing might just break loose really soon here, people. If Georgia falls behind North Carolina, it's going to look real tough for her. Real tough for her. So I'm still looking to see if I can see anybody talking about Georgia. And if that comes out, obviously I'll be the first one to show it to you. But I'm looking at RSBN. I'm looking at Newsmax. Looking at all these things, and nobody's talking about it. Interesting, isn't it? Interesting that we're finding out more information and faster information on X than we are on these networks. Here's something for you. MSNBC says, and this was 9:15, MSNBC says Latino men may be breaking for Trump by as many as 10 points. I'm convinced at this point that these other networks, they're just sitting there trying to keep people interested instead of telling people data, so they can sell their commercials or whatever, because I don't want to see this guy on Newsmax. I don't have anything against Newsmax, but
one of your books, a great speech, one of your books, Trump,
why do I need
Craig,
to hear this guy? I don't. We don't need to hear him. We just need to know what the numbers are. And why are you showing us stuff with 14%? My gosh, show us. They still haven't confirmed North Carolina. What about Georgia? Why is it everywhere everybody else is talking about Georgia? I don't. Mark Robinson, nope, he didn't. He got smoked. They're probably dragging it out to 11 p.m. when the news starts. Man, it must be nice down there if you're swatting mosquitoes. I think it was a mosquito. Might have been a gnat. Trump will win. Nick Sorter posted that Trump is leading Harris 60-38. Let's take a look at that. Yeah. It's funny that you guys are seeing in real time why X is killing these people, and they don't have any clue as to how fast it's happening to them. All right, looking. Ooh, people, look at this one. Washington Post is saying that there will be huge swings towards Trump in New York City. The rest of New York is probably already red. If he can chip off stuff in New York City, we are going to see something epic tonight. I mean, absolutely epic. If that's what's going to happen. If he's able to pick off New York, Katie bar the door. Katie bar the door if that actually happens. That'd be incredible. So I'm looking to see Georgia. So North Carolina, done. Done. We're waiting for Pennsylvania and we're waiting for Georgia. And these guys are talking on television and I'm looking for different... I'm looking at these people talking about Georgia. If Georgia votes Kamala, they must be kicked out of the SEC. They can't play football in there anymore. Oh, that's too funny. So we're waiting on Georgia at this point, it seems. It seems like Georgia might be the next one to be called, at least online. Here's another one I can show you. This is more entertaining than watching these networks. The Democrats' blue wall is crumbling before their eyes. The Democrat Party is collapsing in front of us. Let's effing go. Whew, I'm feeling good, guys. And ladies, I'm actually feeling good. Oh, so since North Carolina has been called, we now have to begin. We got to do another giveaway. We didn't do North Carolina yet, so let's do North Carolina. Yeah, can I do this? Yep, we're going to do North Carolina. All right, Ashley. Here we're going to do with North Carolina. This is for the silver. And Luis Roldan is getting the silver for North Carolina. Now we're going to give away a hoodie. Let's give away a hoodie. And this is going to go to Christian Munoz. I've got to say it correctly. Christian Munoz. So thank you for those two. And we'll continue. All right, so this is happening now. Ooh. Police are going between Christian and pro-Palestinian protesters outside the White House. Things are starting to get squirrely. And then this here, Pennsylvania, voting interrupted. Everyone evacuated over another swing state bomb threat. Something isn't adding up. All right, so now we're seeing what the Democrats do when they really get desperate. They're getting ready to go crazy in front of the White House, and they're calling in bomb threats to Pennsylvania. As I've said many a times, this isn't what winners do. They're getting really desperate. I don't get it. We knew this was going to come. And now here comes the violence. It's starting to sink in that they're losing. They're starting to really. It's becoming real. S is getting real at this point, and it's starting to sink in that this thing is slipping away with them. Let me go ahead and click this map real quick. Just show you they're not updating it at all. I don't know why, but let me see what the vote totals they have at this point. Georgia, they got Trump up by 5 points with 80% reporting. Yeah, you should go ahead and call that. Yeah. Let's see. North Carolina, they already called, but AP hasn't called it yet. And Virginia, this is getting real interesting. We got 60% reported in Virginia, and Trump's up by 2 points. So things are happening, and they don't want people to know that they're happening. NBC here in New York City said that Harris is projected winner for New York. Okay. Trump is just about caught up in Pennsylvania. Very nice. Very nice. What do we got here? Landslide is on the way. I don't know. We got a landslide. You got all this stuff on the West Coast. Yeah, they got 80% of the vote counted in Georgia, and they still won't mention what's going on. Obama's calling his army out at this point. Probably. Somebody said it's 80% on Polymarket. Are people still following Polymarket during the election? Why would they still be betting on Polymarket? How do you bet during the game? I ain't never seen or ever heard about that you can bet during a game. 81%. He's gone up 20% since this started. Oh, boy. It's coming, people. Just got to be patient. I don't know why they're doing what they're doing. Let's check in with the folks at Newsmax and see if they've got anything for us at this point. Let me turn that on.
Barack Obama out there on the campaign trail in the last days, pushing hard for Kamala Harris, pushing the very fine people hoax. He knows that's not true. He pushed it anyway, but he waited a long time before he actually got on board with Kamala Harris. He wanted to have an open primary process, and they were all stuck with her. And, the limitations of being able to mount a presidential campaign in this short amount of time with a candidate who's never proven herself, these are the results you get.
It was highly cynical. Let's face it. It was very, very cynical. A slap in the face to Americans, Democrats and Republicans alike, who believe in a fair system.
Yeah.
Yeah, protecting democracy here. Well, today Americans are at the ballot box. There are still polls that are open, and 10 p.m., 11 p.m., 12 a.m. Former Lieutenant Governor of New York, Betsy McCoy, now our morning anchor here on N2. We'll be waking up with you as well tomorrow. Betsy, thanks for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
I saw a video today. Someone took a super clip where it was all the clips of the pundits talking about, oh, they're going to destroy democracy, but they replaced the word democracy with bureaucracy. And it makes a lot more sense when you think of it in those terms. All right.
I always love those clips, and you're like, whoever made that, doing a great job. All right, folks, we are in it now, and we are so glad you are with us. We're going to take a very quick break. We're back with much more here on Election Night on N2.
More polls closing at 10 p.m.
All right, so we're getting close to that about 11 o'clock hour. We're at about 5 minutes to 10, 2 minutes to 10. It would be so nice if they would call this stuff on the other side. Let's see where we are with the interactive, if they put anything up with this. Man, they are so far behind. They are so far behind with all this. So we're waiting for, just so you guys know. Let me pull this up so you guys can see this. We're going to look at this map that we can interactively do some stuff on our own. North Carolina is already here. It's 267 and 267. We don't know about Maine. So if Georgia they already have in the reds, we're waiting. You're going to have to get Michigan. That's the thing. We're going to have to get Michigan or Pennsylvania. And right now they seem to be doing some real funky stuff in Pennsylvania. So North Carolina has been called. South Carolina has been called. We should hear Georgia relatively soon. Don't know what's going on in Virginia. In Virginia, we're seeing that Trump is still ahead. As you can see this, he's up 50 to 48 with 61% reporting. So there's a lot of stuff happening. They're holding it back. Georgia is up to some shady stuff right now. Maybe, probably. Trump took a mouse. I love seeing Arizona in red. We're doing it. We're doing it. We got to look up Pennsylvania, almost neck and neck. Let me look at Pennsylvania. Where on the Pennsylvania? Oh yeah, wow! Look at that. Let me put this over here. If this has been updated, Pennsylvania is basically tied, 49.6, 49.5, but it only shows 41% reporting. The good part about that is what part of Pennsylvania has been recorded. If it's the so-called urban areas, then that means that we're leaving a lot, there's a lot more coming in terms of the votes for Trump. So I'm looking to see if any of the guys that we speak to, or actually I interact with. All right, so we're having problems in Pennsylvania. This just happened in Pennsylvania. Breaking, the RNC just forced Center County, Pennsylvania to keep counting ballots throughout the night after they plan to stop counting. They will not be able to pull off the late night mail-in ballot dumps that they used to cheat in 2020. All right, so it seems as though people in Pennsylvania is like, yeah, it's time to go home. Yeah, we're done for the night. We'll check this stuff out. No. Trouble in Pennsylvania. They know it. They know it at this point. They want to stop counting. And now the New York Times has actually raised their information. New York Times now says it went from 66% to now Trump having a 70% chance of winning. That's the New York Times. We're getting close. We are we are getting close at this point, and people are beginning to freak the F out. It's becoming more and more apparent that something is coming, something is happening, and we're not getting information. Let's see here, Pennsylvania. I'm looking to see if I see anything else. Not yet. Nothing more about Pennsylvania. Georgia has stalled. Nobody's reporting about Georgia. Scott Pressler says, I can report that Trump has increased his share of the vote in Lackawanna County over by Scranton from 2020. Kamala is struggling to reach Biden's numbers in this Democrat county. They're getting desperate. At this point, they are getting desperate. It's slipping away, and now we're going to see every trick in the book. They want to go home. They're tired. We don't want to keep counting. Just craziness is gonna happen at this point. Let me check some of these guys I follow and see if anyone else has got any updates for you, because it seems like we're getting better updates on X. Oh yeah, this is a big one. All right, so Richard Barris, Lackawanna County at 94% reported, and it's a 4-point swing to Trump. Wow. Looks like the inner cities have already reported. This is 15 minutes ago. This 15 eyes on Oakland County, where Harris is running nearly 2 points behind Biden, and Trump running about 2 points ahead of his support in 2020. That's in Michigan. So I'm wondering what kind of funky stuff they're going to try here, because it's starting to show that she's in big trouble. People are starting to see it, and it's going to freak some people out as we move forward and see what the heck's going on. I think it's going to freak some people out. Let's check back in with Newsmax.
His senior advisors, campaign staff, Elon Musk, watching the election results come in there, and then they'll make that determination when and really at what time ultimately he would come to the convention center. But I can tell you this, the mood here, very energetic, very optimistic, very nervous. I keep hearing that a lot, John and Bianca. People say, man, I'm nervous. I think we've all been. Look, this has been an extraordinary campaign and road to get to this point, this historic evening, and that is certainly being felt here in the room right now, you guys. Back to you.
John Huddy for us live in West Palm Beach, Florida. John, thank you for that. The updates on those amendments, they do have to get 60% of the vote to pass, and they're not doing that. And the Amendment 3, the issue to legalize recreational marijuana
in Florida. Florida.
They spent a ton of money trying to get that to pass, and there was a big problem with the law. Governor DeSantis called it out for this. Even though it legalizes recreational marijuana, you were not allowed to grow it at your house. It was a gift to a lot of these big marijuana companies, according to Ron DeSantis, and his influence probably being felt there. All right, let's do an update now on the situation in Pennsylvania. We got some new data coming in, and as you can see here on the screen, it is so close. It's gone back and forth. Kamala Harris is leading by just 0.5 of a percentage point right now. So you can see how close it is in Pennsylvania. And when we had Senator Santorum on before, as I call him, Mr. Pennsylvania, he was indicating that some of these counties, with the election results coming in, we're going to go ahead and turn red. And that's what it's looking like. Just Allegheny County in the Pittsburgh area right now is trending towards Kamala Harris with 66% of the vote in. But all the surrounding counties around Pittsburgh are shaded red right now for Donald Trump. And this is not good news for the Harris campaign right now. Obviously, they're still in the lead. We got just 43% of the votes being counted. But what's happening right now is it's trending in the direction that Donald Trump wants to see. A lot of the early votes were not counted until the polls closed at 8 o'clock. Those results are coming in. But what we saw is Republicans outperform what they've done in the past with the early voting, with the mail-in voting. And traditionally, they have shown up on Election Day as well. And the question was the early voting going to cannibalize the day of voting? And we don't see any evidence of that right now.
And also in Allegheny County, and this is the suburbs of Pittsburgh, it's important to note in the past, this was Clinton plus 17, Biden plus 20. It speaks to perhaps her lack of strength as a candidate.
It is.
Out. And also the black vote. And Donald Trump was in Pittsburgh last night. Steel workers. He was at the Steelers game a few weeks ago, and you just saw sort of this wide swath of voters, even announcing he had Rogan's endorsement. He did that in Pittsburgh. He brought Megyn Kelly out. She spoke about the mothers and the trans issues. So Donald Trump has really been able to effectively articulate a message that's resonating with people from a lot of different backgrounds. And we knew that the metro areas there in Pittsburgh could be key for deciding this race. Again, Pennsylvania, you just showed it, John. Pretty exciting if you are Donald Trump this evening looking at those results.
And we heard the cheers in the background when John Huddy was reporting live from West Palm Beach. Let's check in with James Rosen, our chief White House correspondent, who's at the Harris party, to see if we've had any similar eruptions of cheers. James, what can you tell us?
And for perspective, those 857. It's been a while since we heard some cheering from the several thousand Harris supporters attending here tonight at Howard University, the vice president's alma mater, awaiting their favorite candidate, who's still going to be some time before she arrives here. The music has been put on hold from the giant sound systems, and instead there's a giant TV screen showing what we will delicately call another network. And every time that network shows results favorable to former President Trump, it is deathly quiet amongst the several thousand folks in attendance here tonight. And when that screen shows results favorable to the vice president, then we usually...
Where are the several thousand people? It looked like a bunch of empty seats and an empty stage back there to me. So Newsmax has an updated electoral count. They've got 220 to 108. I don't know what these networks are doing. It's just insane at this point. But let's continue to listen.
Michigan, it barely got a response from this crowd. So when you ask me what is the vibe here, vibes being so important to the Harris for President campaign since the beginning in July, I would say it's starting to turn a bit, what's the word I'm looking for? A bit weary, a bit apprehensive. That's really
a bit sad, a bit gloomy, a bit, oh my God. It's really happening, isn't it? Yeah.
Calls to a number of the winners tonight so far, various mayors and governors-elect. And it was interesting also to see what the vice president spent her time doing today.
Whoa. How much? 95% of the votes in, and Trump's up 56 to 43 in Wisconsin. Call it 95%. Oh. That might be, okay, all right, hold on. All right, 95% in. Let's go back to this interactive map here. Let me bring this up to you guys because I just happened to spot that. Ho-de-do, look at this. This is the one where I can play with the things. It's 267. That's, he's got to take Georgia. But if he takes Wisconsin, game over. Game over with Wisconsin. That was very interesting. I hadn't seen that before. Look at the number. Look at that number there.
White House press pool that is holding steady at the vice president's residence was that there was a lid, which is a White House lingo meaning nothing's going on, nothing to cover, no movement, no events, until 9:45 p.m. Eastern time. That's just the earliest, according to the White House, that the vice president might set out the few miles journey across Washington, D.C. from the vice president's residence here to her alma mater at Howard University. John and Bianca.
Just real quickly, James, you said there's people.
All right, so now I got to go on X and see, are people talking about Wisconsin? Oregon voted, Trump machines flipped, nobody there because the buses ain't running. Yeah, exactly. AP has Trump taking Iowa, so I may be behind on a few states to give stuff away, which we will go ahead and do. AP has Wisconsin at 41%. How'd they have 95%? So let me go to the place where the information flows freely and see if I can find some, instant information that's actually relevant that we can discuss. Wisconsin. Looking for. I don't see anything new about Wisconsin. Okay, wait a minute. I don't speak Spanish, so I can't show that to you. George is on it. He's on it. George says Kamala Harris cannot win, as we know. That's why that made me perk up when I saw that. Kamala can't win without taking Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. That's absolutely right. Let's see what happens in Wisconsin. If he's up by 6 points with 95% counted, that's big. That would be really big. So it seems like at this point the best thing for me to do, because some of these networks are so slow, is to find out some of these people who are actually on the ground and see what they're saying. I think what I'm going to have to do is open up tabs so I can just go back and forth between the tabs. CNN still has Trump at 154 electoral votes. So that tells you something. That tells you all you need to know at this point, is that they're basically afraid. They're afraid to basically come out and give out the right information. I'm swatting a mosquito. I want to get him. Where's this? Trump is 51, Harris 42 in Iowa. When he said that, what crowd? I was like, dude, turn around. There's nobody behind you. There's empty chairs and an empty stage. There's nobody there. I don't see thousands of supporters behind him. No, that looked real empty to me. Real empty. All right, so the orcs are starting to assemble. Yeah, they're about to burn Washington, D.C. and some other stuff. Are the networks doing this on purpose? You have to wonder. You have to wonder when you see those Wisconsin numbers and you see him up by 5 or 6 points. Let me put it up again. We got an update.
Politicians at all. In fact, most of them didn't vote. The last time I guess they participated was somewhere around 2018. So the fact is, those early votes did not cannibalize. It was somewhere around. Now the massive turnout operation that Trump kind of outsourced to other.
You're at 98%, and Trump's up by 13, and you're not calling it. What in the hell are you waiting for? What? How could you
increase in vote tallies in Pennsylvania, or excuse me, in Philadelphia? But it's in the areas where Trump is most popular. So we have a long way to go tonight. Who knows?
How could you not be calling that? He's up by 13 points with only 2% outstanding. Michigan is, that's got time. But why are we not calling Wisconsin? You're seeing some bad play here. You're seeing these people doing some stuff they shouldn't be doing. I mean, if she's down by 13 points and there's only 2% left of votes outstanding, the math pretty much says Wisconsin's done. Just saying. Just saying. Trump declared 47th. Trump, yep, he's ahead in the popular vote as well. Let's close this thing out. I'd love to close this out before somebody says that decision desk. Let me check decision desk. Let me see what they're saying. Somebody says that the number on Newsmax is wrong. It's only at 41%. I don't know. Now we're showing Pennsylvania at nearly 50%, and Trump is up there too. So if he takes put it this way, if he takes Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, we can all go to sleep. I mean, that's pretty much going to be it at that point. And I don't know what's taking them so long in Georgia. Georgia, there must be playing games there as well. Come on, people, let's do this. What's going on in Georgia? Let me see if I got anything new. Marco Rubio, nope, nothing yet. More in Georgia, with 80% in thus far. 80% of the vote is in Georgia, and Trump leads by 5 points, 52 to 47, and nobody's calling it. Uh-oh. 2 minutes ago, we got some incoming. Breaking, Georgia is now projected as likely Trump, according to the New York Times. Landslide. And let's go back over here to this one. There we go. We're seeing it right there. Oh, he's up 52 to 47 with 81% counted. I'm anxious. I want to start dancing. I want to start doing the dance, man. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. We're seeing it. They're delaying the inevitable. Yeah, I believe that at this point that what we're seeing is calculated. I'd like to see Trump at 270 before the West Coast even reports. That would be awesome. That's what I would say. He'll be dancing on stage. They won't get away with this, not this time. Come on, Georgia, get it done. Wisconsin Democrat Party. Wait a minute. Nope. Iowa, that's still yet to be called as well. Wisconsin Democrat Party chairman. Where'd that go? Moving too fast here. Yeah, I'm ready to dance. Gold and silver. Gold not yet. Hasn't been called for Trump yet. And silver. You know what's funny is that we're looking at this stuff and they won't call the doggone states. They're like cliffhanger. Oh, wait a second. We have a call. Iowa. I don't think we gave Iowa away, but we're going to have to give Iowa at this point. Iowa wasn't on the sheet I have. Actually, I'm not sure if you have Iowa. Let's go ahead and give one away, because now Iowa has to get moved into that column. It's looking good. Let's see. We're going to go ahead and do Iowa right now. And the silver goes to Stan Legault. Stan Legault gets the silver. They're not yet calling Georgia, but it's just about there, man. We're at 81%. He's up by 5. Not gonna happen. I'm getting text here. Hold on. I got all kinds of people DMing me and texting me and everything else as we go through this. Nope. What? Oh, okay. I just did Iowa. That last name was Iowa. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at Polymarket. Yep. Everything is turning up daisies at this point. Barry is twerking tonight. Oh, let me go here. She got it. Okay. So anyway, we're looking at Pennsylvania and at 50%, and they're not calling it. Here, let's listen to them a little bit. Let me do some homework while these guys are on, and you guys can listen to that while I start digging in on X and see if I can't find some goodies for you.
necessarily based on the results, but the results are probably leading people to feel this way clearly. And stuff like Rip was talking about, the needle pinned in favor of Republicans.
And Rick, I want to ask you too, because Kamala Harris has trotted out every celebrity under the sun that she could to try and get her across the finish line. You know, Oprah, you will never vote again. We heard last night in the closing.
Yeah.
You know, and you're in the West Coast and the Southern California. You know, the celebrity Holly Weird. You know, this has been sort of a crutch for her as a candidate.
Well, it could have backfired on her. Do we really care who Harrison Ford is voting for, or George Clooney says we should vote for, or who Lady Gaga is supporting? I mean, it's really no surprise that she would come out in favor of Kamala Harris. But we saw Hillary Clinton make that same mistake back in 2016. She had a big rally in Philadelphia the night before the election, and she brought out all the stars, and she lost Pennsylvania, and she lost the election. And a lot of people are making that comparison, saying that Kamala Harris spent too much time courting the celebrities and not enough time answering.
I'm sorry. That says 100%. 100% in Wisconsin. Ooh, can somebody call it?
Absolutely not. And that could be a key reason why more people are picking Donald Trump in the voting booths than they are Kamala Harris.
Yeah, and think about the celebrities, too, that were endorsing the different candidates and what they actually do. I mean, Cardi B is going to sing some nasty lyrics to you. Oprah Winfrey is going to talk down to you and tell you how great her life is. But Elon Musk is going to build rockets. He's going to provide a car that you actually need, and Starlink, and provide internet for people who don't have it otherwise.
And bought Twitter.
Right. You think about Robert Kennedy Jr. and how he wants to make America healthy again. These are tangible things that people actually want, as opposed to the celebrities on the Democratic side.
I agree.
Sometimes sing you songs. Sometimes they don't perform, but they're there nonetheless.
Can we throw De Niro
Can I take a moment here just to pat myself on the back? When Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala Harris, I went on Newsmax and said it wouldn't matter. They actually wrote it up in the New York Times.
Yes,
and
that's right.
it's on the. I'm on the record, and you know it doesn't matter. These celebrities don't do anything for the American public that have seen their.
Hello. Hello? That's weird. Not really sure what blipped off there. Oh, it's them. All right, so that wasn't me. I was like, hello, what just happened? Newsmax just went blip. All right, so we're good. I thought I had another issue with the boys upstairs, but it's not them. All right, so let's listen to RBN.
Nice to drill in Anwar, get that Keystone pipeline back to bring down our energy costs, and once regain energy independence for our great country.
Exactly. So we know that the 20 GOP platform promises, from seal the border, defend the Constitution, secure our elections, the list goes on. So many things, Christina, that President Trump is ready to do for this country. And in those speeches that we've heard, all three of us and our whole crew here at the network, he talks about we are on the verge of the 4 greatest years of our country. He talks about a golden age and common sense politics and leadership. So, we're watching here, and I know that those of you watching right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network, we want to thank you guys for tuning in, trusting us as we bring you the numbers tonight. This is not something we take lightly, as we are a conservative network here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So, all right, let's go back to you, Christina. Let's look at, let's pick a state that is one of the swing states. We know we've talked about Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. Why don't we go to, let's go to Arizona once again, and just look at Arizona's numbers as the polls.
Art, great to have you with us.
Yes, sir. We're going to get a win today, and it's not a win for Donald Trump. People need to understand it's a win for America. That's what it comes down to, because, look, the chaos that you've seen at the border, if we continue with 4 more years of this, it's just not going to be able to be withheld. It's been a mess. We've had individuals from 168 different countries come through, and the only people that have been winning is the drug cartels and the smugglers. It needs to end.
Anybody, Art, but when I've talked to Border Patrol agents over the last few years, the morale has been so low. You think about what happened, especially with the horseback Border Patrol officers, the way they were accused of whipping those Haitian migrants, never got an appropriate apology from the Biden administration or the Department of Homeland Security and Alejandro Mayorkas. But just talk to us, Art, about what it would mean for all the Border Patrol officers who've basically been forced to kind of sit on their hands for the last 4 years. What will it
crapola microphone. We need to win, and we need to rub their flipping face in it at the same time. Oh man, we are effing winning. I want the popular vote too. You know, so I know, I hit the mute button. I had to hit the mute button. All right, so I'm looking to see if there's other stuff that's coming up. Tucker is having a wine party. Oh my God, this is just awesome. He's at Mar-a-Lago having a wine party with special guests. I got to bring this in so we can listen in on this at the same time. This would be just some interesting stuff that we could just go back and forth with. I apologize with the microphone. Sometimes I got to mute it so I can find something else that's running, and then I find it, and then I go from there. So I apologize. And on top of everything else, let me just tell you this. I'm excited. I'm really excited. It's been a long time. You know, we've all been playing the rallies and doing everything, and I'm just a little bit excited. I mean, it's just how I feel. This is Tucker. I believe it's Miranda Devine. Let's listen in if it works here. Now remember, why Iowa is such a laugh. That was that poll that came out, was it Saturday night? And Sunday morning, Trump came out on stage in dark MAGA outfit and was pissed off. And people are like, what's he so pissed off about? Why is he so pissed off? Man, he doesn't seem like, and he just talked like this. And he's like, I mean, he was mad. Well, this woman who we found out, who I played the video for you the following day, she completely lied about this poll that said Kamala Harris was ahead. They were trying every suppression, everything they possibly could do to fool you to think that she was ahead, and she was never ahead. She got blown out. They emptied everything in the gun, I can't even say, because they were trying to make it so that they could fool people. And now it's all just running them back in their face. Making sure my microphone is on. It appears that they have called Georgia. Georgia is Trump country. It's the first of many flips tonight. Trump has a red carpet to the White House. It appears as though Georgia has finally been called. Yes, it has.
Resonate a lot of what you just said, though, coming back to the economy, coming back to these empty promises. But that could also be for white men as well. There's a lot of empty promises and a lot of college students who said, college, forgive me on debt. They thought they were going to get it. They didn't. So this is, watching here with this very now significant turn in events for the state of Georgia going for Donald Trump.
Yeah, and you can think, too, about that appearance that Donald Trump had at the National Association of Black Journalists. Yes. When he talked about Kamala.
We got to give away some silver, but it's getting close. Come on, Pennsylvania. I'm looking at it, what to say, 242 they've got for Trump. 242. She's getting bent over and spanked. Oh, would love. It's only 10:33. We still got Wisconsin. Wait a second. How many? Can somebody check what's Wisconsin got? Wisconsin has 10 electoral votes. That would take him to 252. So if Wisconsin and Pennsylvania fall, we don't even care what happens on the West Coast. We can all just call it an evening. Uh-oh, here comes Wisconsin. They're close. Now it says 50-something%. Georgia on my mind. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, people. Georgia. Wisconsin is close. We're working on Wisconsin. Man, this could be crazy. I am really happy. Yes, Trump is winning the popular vote at this time, but you forget the West Coast. The West Coast is going to come in late tonight, and it's gonna make her numbers look bad. All right, so we're gonna do some silver real quick. We're gonna have I got your cigar to celebrate? I forgot to pull it out. I think it's in a box over here. So let's go ahead and give out some silver for. I am so pumped. I can't even tell you. You know, it's like committing to something and saying, okay, I'm going to do what I can to help get this guy elected. I'm going to talk for hours at a time and get the equipment and learn what the hell to do. And hopefully people want to hear what the hell I have to say. And I'm going to make mistakes and not turn my microphone on. And my dog's going to bark and my wife's going to... And he's going to flip and win. I mean, I get to do what I want to do. I'm happy. I get to work with my daughter now, some fine moderators. I got a great bunch of people who watch me, and I'm just happy. I'm happy. Let's make this happen. All right, here we go. This is going to be for which state? I don't know, Ashley. Just assign a state to it. Georgia. This is for Georgia. All right, Georgia Peaches. Yes, a woman, Terry Dickerson. Terry Dickerson, you win silver bells. They got friends. I'm getting a little giddy here. Okay, feeling it. Happy. Oops, I did it without putting her name up on the screen. Yeah, see, that's me. And let me move that so you can actually see that it was indeed Terry Dickerson, and I didn't just make it up. You guys still can't see. I got to pull it up higher. There it is. Terry Dickerson. That's who won. Terry Dickerson. If I seem a little delirious, it's because I am. It's been a long time coming. Pushing through, having people give you a hard time, people bitching at you, people like, why are you doing this? You know, he's a racist, he's a Nazi, you're selling out your own people, blah, blah. I've heard it all. And you know what I'm going to do tomorrow? I'm probably going to go get, down here they have this thing called the stretch zone where they bend you like Gumby and they stretch everything out and it feels so good. And then after he bends me around and treats me like Gumby, then I'm going to go get a massage and I'm just going to lay there like protoplasm on the table and just rub me. I did 10 rallies in two or 3 days. Just go ahead and rub me. Then after I do that, Robin has talked me into, now I'm a man, but she talked me into starting getting facials and like, oh my God, that feels so good. I was like, hey, I'm not going to turn you know what, right? I'm like, no, you can be all right. Just enjoy it. And I'm like, oh, it feels so good. And then I'm probably going to go home and plant my face in bed. And then I'm going to wake up tomorrow and realize you can't do any of that. You know why I won't be able to do any of that? Because Trump's going to go right back to work. You watch. This man is not taking days off. He's like, Barry, you thought you were going to take some days off and go get a massage or something? Oh, no, we got to go to work, Bo. Mr. Trump, can I take the day off, please? No, you can't.
44%. So you see Donald Trump, this is one of the specific places where he has made inroads. In the next county over, in Greene County, Wisconsin, Donald Trump is winning there too. It's razor thin, but what he's been able to do is basically reverse the margin of victory that we saw Joe Biden win this county in 2020. Joe Biden won with 50.7%. Trump is winning now with 50.8%. So you see that is the razor thin margin to which all this is going to come down. Of course, these results are not final. In Greene County, just 74% of the vote total is in. For the state of Wisconsin, 53% of the vote tally is in right now. And as we mentioned, Kamala Harris there with just the slimmest of leads. Actually, Donald Trump, it looks like, has just retaken the lead in Wisconsin now. And this has been going back and forth, this kind of seesaw back and forth for the last 30 minutes or so.
Yeah.
So we're watching Wisconsin very closely, but it looks very, very positive for Donald Trump in the granular data.
And it feels like a roller coaster, folks. It certainly is, because Wisconsin actually has been decided by less than a point in 4 of the last 6 election cycles. So here we are, 10 electoral votes for Wisconsin. We're watching it closely. And again, Georgia and North Carolina, 2 battleground states, have been called for Donald Trump. Pleased to bring in radio host, conservative commentator John Reed, and host of Saturday Agenda right here on Newsmax, Rob Astorino. Rob, we'll start with you. Obviously, you're watching results just like we are. We've called some big races here. Georgia, obviously.
Been let you guys listening on this conversation between Eric Trump and Tucker. And what I find interesting with this conversation is it's right down here at Mar-a-Lago. And just so you know, Elon Musk is there. I understand RFK Jr. is en route if he's not already there. As I tweeted earlier, the Avengers are assembling. And then I just saw them, they were showing video of the party in West Palm Beach. And what's so interesting about this interview with Tucker and Eric, which is being broadcast live on X, which I pulled in, is how calm they both look. Tucker's sitting there in this fancy wood area, sipping on probably cognac, and there's not a care in the world. These people know they've got it. And so I'm telling you, tomorrow this man, he's going to come out, he's probably going to dance. I'm looking to see what the number is. Last time we went to sleep and he was ahead, and then we woke up and he was end up being beat. I don't think Laura Trump is going to have that anymore. That's probably why Eric Trump is talking to Tucker, because his wife's probably working. She's probably working really hard right now. But did we do Georgia, Ashley? I'm not even sure at this point. Waiting for Wisconsin to call. Wisconsin has not been called yet. Okay, RFK is there. So everyone's down here. They're all here. Fox News died in 2020. Time to move on. Yeah, not. I won't even turn them on anymore. Oh, man. So far, Illinois has 62,000 idiots. Eric is so right. We'll always take an insult at our parents super strong. So now what happens next? We're waiting for a couple more states to fall, to make this thing official. What are they going to do at this point when things go crazy? Because we know they're not going to stop, just like Tucker said. They are going to keep going. They pushed too far into the center. They need to whip up the crazies. I'm not sure what they're going to do. Trump take Pennsylvania. You'll be like Obama. You has 56 states. Pennsylvania 61% in. Here, I can show that to you. 61% in, no call yet. 61%, he's up by 3. He's about to take Pennsylvania. So if he takes Pennsylvania, and don't know if she's got the legs to come back, yeah, we're almost approaching landslide at this point. We are getting close to landslide. And everybody that I'm following here, different stations have Trump in different amounts, but it's absolutely pandemonium going on. Even the New York Times at this point is predicting that Trump will win the popular vote. So it's all over but the crying at this point, and there's certain to be a lot of crying very soon. Man. What a night. What a night this is going to be. So while I'm waiting for some states to fall, I'm looking to see if they're making any call. That's North Carolina. They haven't made any calls. Let's continue to listen to Eric talk about his dad.
I mean,
I got a tweet that I got to show you guys, and I firmly believe this. I talked about it last week. We are only a few projections away from no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, and no more income taxes at all. I'm looking at pictures right now of Elon Musk partying like it's 1999 down at Mar. I can't believe I'm watching an interview with Tucker, so subdued and chill, and I'm watching Elon Musk look like a grade schooler with his son on his shoulders. Oh man, it's about to break loose. These people are holding back, announcing things for some reason. Look at this one. This is the popular vote. The popular vote right now. Trump is very, he's very close to winning the popular vote. He's going to win it all. Everything. Unbelievable where we are at this point. I'm not going to sleep. Does this mean Merrick Garland is fired? Oh, you know what's funny about that? Are they also going to try and still sentence him in 2 weeks? Are they now going to try and put this guy in jail at the end of November? Good flippin' luck. Good luck with that. What do you think Biden is doing now? He's sleeping. Joe's in bed. Joe's definitely in bed. He's done. Now we're just, at this point, they're just dragging it out. I mean, it's right there, people. If she was any kind of a real person, she'd call up and concede. You're about to get spanked. Let us all go to bed early. Oh, who am I kidding? I ain't going to bed. Thanks again. You're amazing. This is so much fun for me. I can't even tell you. And that the fact that I get to hang out with you guys and do it makes it all the better. At this point, Trump is ahead by 2.5 million in the popular vote. The man knew it. The man knew he was going to take her because she's an airhead. She had nothing to put up, and she was just there. Now we're starting to get the good part. We start ready to get gloaty. It says Kamala HQ hasn't posted in 3 hours. Yeah, this is the fun part. I might have to turn on MSNBC. They called the Senate race where Bernie Moreno in Ohio just beat Sherrod Brown. Look, guys, Bernie Moreno smoked Sherrod Brown. So we're picking up a Senate seat on top of everything else. Oh, this is bad. Look at that, 49-37. He's going in with a mandate, people. A mandate. Can you believe that? This is better than anything else. Minnesota 60-36. Oh, no way. Is that what you're seeing? Minnesota 60 to no. Is that real? Let me see if I can't hover over that. Ooh, that's early. Only 9% at this point. Only 9%. Let me show it to you. Let me get that so he can see it. This is Minnesota, and Minnesota is 61-36 with 9% reporting. It's all falling apart. Wisconsin, Trump's up by 2 at 57. Michigan, Trump is up by 3 with 26. Pennsylvania, he's up by 2 with 60. Oh, they're taking it out. Virginia, Kamala, it's still close, 2%. North Carolina, they called already. This is getting to be the fun part of everything. The absolute fun part. What are these ladies talking about down here? Let's hear and find out what they're saying.
So you're seeing this trend with President Trump that he is outperforming than what he did back in 2020. And we know that the margin of error, it's right there. It's razor thin, the polls. But with Trump consistently doing just a little bit better each and every time in each and every county.
We can't even picture her in that position.
No.
We need real leadership like with Donald Trump. And people in Democrat-run states, Democrat-run cities, they're realizing that...
I'm going to have to record that and put it back on because I can listen to that man talk all night. They're talking about some extra data here. Possibly, is this New Jersey being recalled?
Point there, again, with 64% of the precincts reporting their votes so far. And again, remember, Bob Casey was favored by several points in most of the polls coming into this race. So this shows you how Dave McCormick and Donald Trump are both outperforming. I'm sorry, what's that, Brittany? Can you repeat that? Okay, so we're going to call California for Kamala Harris. A lot of electoral college votes, but no surprise there. Let's go take a look at our national Senate map and head into Wisconsin, because Eric Hovde has just jumped into the lead by 1/10 of 1 percentage point right now. Again, this is a razor-thin margin, but a lot of the polls had Democrat incumbent Tammy Baldwin up by several points coming into the race. So it appears at this point that Eric Hovde, the Republican challenger in this race, is outperforming what the pollsters said. 58% of the votes have come in. Some of these southern counties in Wisconsin that went for Joe Biden in 2020 are going for Tammy Baldwin. But again, Eric Hovde is picking up some ground there in Wisconsin. So there's a look at the presidential races in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, and those key Senate races as well. Bianca, back to you.
All right, John, thank you. And again, California, no surprise that it went to Kamala Harris, but clearly we are going to be calling races as they come in, and we are very glad to be calling right now. Idaho, we are calling Idaho for Donald Trump. The polls have just closed there, 11 o'clock on the East Coast, also closing Oregon and Washington and California. Idaho going to Donald Trump. Also is the state of Georgia, and we also called North Carolina earlier for Donald Trump. Let's get out to where some of the festivities are. Our John Huddy at West Palm Beach, where the Trump campaign has a watch party. John, you're having a lot of fun mingling with some of the people there in the room. So tell us, what are they saying about all the races being called for Donald Trump?
All right, so while they do that, we'll go ahead and give away some silver for Idaho. Idaho has now been called, so let's go ahead and do the next one. Hopefully we can get this stuff in before everybody turns in and goes to bed. All right, so here's the next one for Idaho. This is for Idaho. This is silver. This is silver for Idaho, and it's going to Stephen Holmgren. Stephen Holmgren, you are the winner of the Idaho silver. And now we're going to give away a hoodie. And the hoodie is going to Annie Potts. Annie Potts used to be an actress. I think she was in the Ghostbusters. Annie Potts. Annie Potts wins. Yeah, I'm just having too much fun here tonight watching. Too much stuff to happen. All right, so let's go look at some comments from you guys. Joe regrets not going to bed here. No, I'm not going to go to bed. Last time I went to bed, I woke up in the morning and they said the man lost. So, Fox is useless. Never going to turn them on again. They're not. Okay, so we're looking for actual calls for Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. They're not doing it yet. They're not saying anything for Pennsylvania. Have they called Kansas? Somebody said they've called. Yeah, they called Kansas, and I didn't see it. So let's go ahead and give away a silver bar or two for somebody in Kansas. Let's go ahead and do that. And let me cut that over here. This is for Kansas, Ashley. And Kansas, Tammy Flowers. Tammy Flowers wins for Kansas. Not really sure why they're not calling some of these other states. They're just not doing it, man. I'm waiting. I wonder if all the celebrities are going to be flying out of the United States this morning. I might have to buy tickets to The View just so I can sit and watch Whoopi and Joey Bear. Let me give you a little bit of inside info. All that crap they were talking, it's all an act. It's all a facade. Here's why. Because they know that the crazies out there will gravitate to them to basically get some solace. We got to help us make comfortable. Our Fifi's hurt. And now they've got 4 years of more. They'll get their contracts renewed. The show will continue to go on because now it's going to go away from promoting Kamala Harris into 24/7, every single episode, trashing Trump. That's just how the entertainment business works. That's how these, secretly, some of these people were actually hoping for at MSNBC. You know, Joy Reid was like, I hope Kamala doesn't win. Oh my gosh, I hope Kamala doesn't win because she's so boring. But now she gets 4 more years of trashing Trump and giving those people who watch her, frothing. Young Sheldon in design. Let's not celebrate yet, brothers and sisters. These people on the other side are sick. Yeah. Oh, Annie Potts was also on Designing Women. Well, she just won a hoodie, so hopefully. Let's see. I just finished working lecture. I'm exhausted, nervous, but hopeful. Fox is saying Wisconsin may not be called until the morning. F Fox. You know what? Come on, Fox. You are absolutely the worst. Let's see here. We got some people. Oh, he's at Kamala's event. Ha!
The yard in Howard University flashed that the vice president had won her home state of California. They cheered when that network went to a live feed of the senator-elect from Maryland, Angela Also Brooks, a Democrat, was giving her remarks. But there is a certain sense of apprehension here, as they have seen on the network that's broadcast here, former President Trump maintaining slim leads in so many of these battleground states. Throughout this night, in fact, in the days leading up to Election Day, we heard so many times people saying, here's what to watch for. And indeed, there are so many things to watch for on a night like this. Here's something that no one else is telling you to watch for, but being that I cover the White House for Newsmax, I'm going to tell you should be watching this. It gives us a clue to how Vice President Harris and her team are viewing the returns tonight. Earlier in the day, the White House press pool, which is the group of reporters and photographers that are attached to the vice president who go where she goes, they've been hanging out at the vice president's residence pretty much all day, except for the brief period when the vice president went over to DNC headquarters and worked the phone banks and thanked volunteers a little bit. We received notice earlier this afternoon that there was a lid. That's White House lingo for nothing's going to happen, no movement, no events until 9:45 p.m. Eastern Time. What that meant was the earliest that the vice president might venture out from her residence at the U.S. Naval Observatory in Northwest Washington, just a few miles across town, and come over here to Howard University would be 9:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Well, that time came and went. And the latest we've heard from the press pool, and this is something to watch out for, is what's being reported by the pool attached to the vice president, was at 10:18 p.m., almost an hour ago, Eastern Time. We were told by the pool that they have been gathered for potential travel, but they have no information, and they're just holding at the vice president's residence. So in other words, the vice president could have made her way over here if she thought things were going swimmingly well to give a victory speech anytime after 9:45 p.m. It's now well after 11 p.m., and there's no sign of movement from the vice president's residence. Bianca.
Wow. Wouldn't you like to be a...
She's gonna pull a Hillary. She's gonna pull a Hillary and have a temper tantrum and not show up. Whew, that's gonna be too funny. That's gonna be too funny if she doesn't show up. So we're waiting on Pennsylvania, we're waiting on Wisconsin, and we're waiting on Michigan. And they're probably dragging it so that they don't have to announce it. That is probably what's going on at this point. They don't want to see us. They don't want to see us gloat and have a good time with this. There's news that's being posted that says that Trump has declined speaking to Fox. He's not making any comments to Fox. Wow. All right, so we're just waiting. Let me see who Tucker is. Is Tucker still talking to anybody? Who's he talking to now? Let me see. Nope, he's done. Okay, so his last interview was with Elon, so he's not talking to anybody else anymore. All right, so he's done. So let's dig in here. We got 70% in.
Coast, but what is a surprise is that it's very likely that Trump could win potentially all of the swing states. And I've been watching the New York Times graph. A 67 to 95% chance in every one of the swing states to win. They're predicting he'll get 301 electoral votes, and that he has an 89% chance of victory right now. It's a remarkable performance on election night by Donald Trump. people turned out in droves, people who never voted before. And in Pennsylvania, for example, they signed up a record number of Amish voters. The Amish were upset with the Democratic-led government for a raid that took place on an Amish farm. And all these Amish voters signed up and they voted for Donald Trump. And things like that can make a difference in some states. It's still too close to call, but the odds favor former President Trump becoming future President Trump.
Things like that, the garbage truck in Wisconsin, the McDonald's trip in Bucks County, these are things that you just seared into your memory.
Yes, and I want to have an Amish fantasy camp. Go to Amish country and live there for like 2 weeks, eat clean, churn butter, build a couple of barns. I think it'd be good
Get off the grid.
Yeah, get off the grid. Put the cell phone down. I think it'd be good.
After the election.
I think it'd be good for everybody. No, David, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm just fantasizing about my Amish fantasy camp. But anyway,
I think they would welcome you with open arms. They're like, oh, you've been covering the Trump campaign. Come on in.
Yes, I'd be. I got a strong back. I'd put in my hard work, and anyway.
I think they'd put you to work.
They would, and I'm here for that. All right, David, give us your assessment.
Yeah.
You know what we're talking about here, if these numbers hold up, is a real mandate for Donald Trump. You know, a mandate to do this mass deportation plan, a mandate to make America healthy again, a mandate to rebuild the military. Talk to us about what you think Donald Trump is going to focus on first.
I'm not sure what is taking so long at this point. It's kind of crazy. It's extremely crazy at this point that what is Magno News? Somebody said Trump is speaking on Magno News. Well, I don't even know what Magno News is. Magno News. Never heard it before. Is that a Magno News? I don't see any website called Magno News. But I can pretty much tell you that I doubt Trump is speaking yet. He's probably, I don't even know what Magno News is. I can't find anything. So I doubt he's doing it. They're stalling. I believe they're stalling at this point as well. Why? I don't know. Why they're not giving out the information. Looking at Pennsylvania, they're at 72%, and he's up by 3 points. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for to call Pennsylvania? Everybody that I'm clicking on is like, your Magno News. I just looked up Magno News. There was no Magno News on X. Magno News, MGO News on YouTube channel. Let me see if I can find that. But I'm not sure if he would be talking yet because he doesn't want to jinx himself or say anything at this point. Let me check something here. No, I don't know who that is. All right, so we're going to keep on keeping on and hoping we get some news here and we can figure out what's going on. But they're not calling Pennsylvania yet. Kamala Harris. Look at this tweet here. It says here, the panic is starting to set in at the Harris quarters, left-wing outlets. The markets are with Trump. The shifts and bellwethers are with Trump consistently across the board. Trump is outperforming 2020 and Kamala is underperforming. We are close. Yeah, we're close. We've been close for quite some time now, and they're not letting us get to anywhere. This is Bernie Moreno, who just flipped the seat in Ohio. He flipped that Senate seat.
I'm gonna say one last thing. You know, my mom and dad left the safety and security of knowing what they had when they left Colombia, South America. They didn't know what America would mean to them. They didn't know what it would mean to the 7 of us, but they did it anyway because they knew that in America, whatever dream you have, whatever ideas you have, you can make come true if you're willing to work hard enough and persevere. And my mom and dad are not alive to watch this moment, but I know they're up in heaven watching down upon us and thinking, this is a great country. And they made the right decision. And I know for one person that my mom and dad would be looking down and saying, this is an amazing thing, is my sister, Vicky. Would be so proud of you, Vicky, for everything that you've done. You've been kind of our substitute mom along the way. Look, Vicky, you were almost like my mom growing up, because both my parents worked really, really hard. So Vicky was the one who would make sure that I always stayed true to myself. My brother Luis, thank you for your leadership and guidance. I think Sherrod Brown and Chuck Schumer owe you a little bit of an apology, by the way. I don't think it will come. And to Jose and Alex and Richie, thank you so much for kicking the crap out of me when I was younger. I appreciate it. You made me tough. You made me tough. Hey, look, to all of you, we celebrate tonight not as Republicans. We celebrate tonight as Americans. And to the people out there in Ohio who didn't vote for me, just know that I will always advocate for you. I will always have your back, and I will work for the next 6 years to win you over. Because my responsibility is to the entirety of Ohio, and I will always work tirelessly to make certain that we do everything possible, that I work my tail off to make your life better. So to Ohio, to all the people I've met on the campaign trail, to the thousands and thousands upon people who prayed for me, prayed for Bridget, and kept us in your prayers, I can't tell you what this means. This is the greatest honor of my life to represent you in Washington, D.C., and I will not let you down. Thank you so much.
All right, so the reason why that was important, at least I felt important, is that is a Senate seat that has been Democrat for quite some time. Sherrod Brown was a senator from Ohio. Bernie Moreno was a Trump supporter, someone that Trump got behind. He got this guy over the finish line, got him elected, and now that's an additional seat in the Senate. So now, moving forward, if Trump can, if the House stays well, and he gets the Senate and he wins, these people are done. Y'all up there who always want to censor people, that's going to be done. It's going to be over. We're not going to deal with that anymore. I love this post here. I want to read this to you. This is pretty interesting. It says, Dear Democrats, here's what you screwed up. You haven't thought about the information environment enough. You assumed your ads and policy positions would filter to voters. You continually pulled punches, assuming that voters would automatically react to things, like you've allowed the other side to dominate the internet, which is where most people learn about politics. You haven't acted like a party. What, my microphone is on. What's going on? You haven't acted like a party facing an authoritarian threat and treated the idea vaguely embarrassing. You put too much faith in field and no info on environment. You can go on for the post-mortem on all of this is going to be huge. And when I say post-mortem, when they start pointing fingers, it was her fault, his fault, that person's fault. It was the entirety of what you did. Your first mistake was picking her. That was your first mistake. Trying to reinvent something that we all could see what it was. That's your first mistake. Your second mistake that you did is to insult people. You held her and said she didn't need to talk and she didn't need to do interviews and nobody needed to find out what she even meant. Your fourth mistake is you took the media and you used the media as your own personal crap station. That's what I would call it, because you just let them spew anything they want. And probably the biggest thing that you did wrong is you showed Americans your utter disdain for who we really are. How did you expect to win calling half the population Nazis, fascist, racist, homophobe, xenophobe, something phobe? How did you think that was going to work? You never told us anything, and then you're saying, hey, listen, I'll fix this pricing when I get into office instead of fixing it right now. So now I have a big question. I have a big question. If it wasn't to use the newcomers to vote, because obviously it doesn't look like that was the plan. If you didn't use the newcomers to vote, what are they here for? That's something that people have now got to begin asking themselves. Is like, we all thought you were trying to basically steal things and give them the idea that they can vote. If that's not the case, if that's not what you, obviously you didn't do, why are they here? Is anyone thinking about that right now? Why did you open up the border and bring in 10, 15, 20 million people that everybody assumed was because you were courting them as, new voters? When in essence we see you didn't use them as new voters. You may have wanted to, but now what are you going to do with all these people? Somebody needs to answer for that, don't you think? Don't you think someone needs to find out what was the purpose of you doing all this? Why did you completely disrupt so many cities, cause people so much pain, cause people to lose family members? For what? I don't know. I'm wondering, for what? And now you've got the media sitting on some results. We're all trying to figure out, it's getting close to midnight, 11:25. You're way behind. We're seeing these two states, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, that are both right on the edge, and you're not calling them. Nobody's calling them. I'm looking at Newsmax right now. Nobody's calling it. We're so close. Even looking at this interactive map. Let me see if I can pull it up. Looking at this interactive map, we're looking at Pennsylvania, 76%. 76%, and you're 4 points down. What are you waiting for? Wisconsin, 66%, and you're 3 points down. How's Michigan look? Michigan, wow. 32%, you're 7 points down. How's Virginia look? Virginia, it's kind of close. She might get that. How's New Mexico? New Mexico, she's going to win. Arizona is tied. But, they even have it at 230. The other ones have, it's embarrassing. I mean, it's completely embarrassing at this point what this Democrat Party is actually doing to Americans. They're going to drag this out as long and as late as they possibly can because they just don't want people to see it. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. It's inevitable that Trump's going to take the popular vote. He's going to win. And then why is it taking all this much time? Pennsylvania can't. Let me see what this says. Pennsylvania can't count early votes until tomorrow. Just got notified. What's it say? Just got notified that Fox News is doing what? Let me see what it says here. I don't see that. Fox. It takes a while to do the math on how many votes they need to cheat. I'm sure everyone's back there and they're guarding the entire area, making sure no trucks show up. So look.
This was an issue that he ran on successfully in 2016. The Democrats didn't learn, and so now he's running on it again. And this is an issue that.
I mean, look at that. You're up 3 points with 75% of the votes in. You already know what area it is. Which graph is this? This is Newsmax showing you where things were. It's imminent. Once that one goes, that's 19. The Dems are stalling. They're up to something no good. Yeah, I'm waiting to see. What are you guys waiting for? I'm sure they got every back door. They're not going anywhere. They're not going. Somebody says there's 30,000 ballots. Fox is live with Trump. Why do you guys keep saying that? I don't think Fox is live with Trump. I don't think this man is going to go on the air right now. I could be wrong. Let me go ahead and check. Looking at Newsmax. Here's RSBN. Let's see what they got going on. All right, so they're playing the opening music on RSBN. So he must be getting ready to come out. That's his opening music. So no, Fox couldn't have him live right now. Trump wins North Carolina. We knew that. Maybe he's getting ready to come out. I'm not sure. Can't play the music. Perhaps the Democrats are trying to cheat again. Here's Wisconsin. Wisconsin's at 69% with 3 points. What are y'all waiting for? What exactly are y'all waiting for? Doesn't make any sense to me. All right, so I thought they were bringing Trump out, but he's not. So not really sure what's going on. Waiting to see what's happening. Let's see what news RSBN is saying.
And this man who's engaged the culture. I actually sat in a meeting during my tenure at Turning Point USA with the Duffys, and wonderful people, and Sean Duffy, a former congressman. They spoke on the difference between the Mitt Romney Republican Party and the Donald Trump Republican Party. You know the difference? Donald Trump was unafraid to engage the culture. Romney thought he was above it. He thought he was, it's all about the country club meetings. It's all about civil society in his view. No, it's about the American people. It's about these great people who have attended these rallies, regardless of their backgrounds, who care about the future of this country. And President Trump is the leader of really a populist movement that this country needed. Dwight Eisenhower warned us of this. The military-industrial complex, JFK, I believe, lost his life for going up against a deep state. And we've seen this in the modern presidency. We've seen the ones who go along to get along, and we've seen the ones who buck the system to make a difference for everyday Americans.
That's why we love an outsider president, an outsider candidate, and that's who Donald Trump is. And that's who Ronald Reagan was.
Absolutely.
We've got, it's always good to see people that aren't career politicians. If there are any out there that have done good, then great, but not many have done great things, especially in Washington.
And it's a society where you scratch each other's backs. It doesn't matter R versus D, and I think people have realized that. And one of the most glaring examples of that is James Comey and what he did at the FBI and how scandalous that was. You don't need people like that, dishonest individuals who are watching out for themselves and for specific institutions rather than protecting the American people.
Exactly. So we know that this election isn't right versus left, it's right versus wrong, and we see that right now right is winning. And winning by quite a number. So 230 for President Trump, 187 for Harris, 40 electoral votes to go for President Trump to be the projected winner of the White House, of the presidency, when he will become the president-elect Donald J. Trump.
So that's RSBN, and they're only saying 230. So people aren't updating. They're waiting on the big cheat. I don't know what they're waiting for. It doesn't take that long. You figure everything he's been saying about, we need to get in there and have paper ballots, and why you guys... Florida is, what, the third biggest state in the country? And we're done? Tell me how that works. Tell me how Florida can go through and count all the things they need to count to and name it and be done, zip it up, let's go home. And these other states are, I forgot, where am I at? 1, 2. Come on, man. It's incredible. I'm waiting for the shoe to drop and give us some more information. Okay, we got some talk going on here.
Last hour and a half. Also wanted to note Michigan just a moment ago. Donald Trump took the lead in Michigan. He's now up 49% to 48%. Again, less than a percentage point separates the two candidates. So these things are so tight. Also, if we look at Arizona here, Donald Trump is out to the tiniest of lead with 55% of the vote in, 49.7% to 49.5%. Very close margins in Arizona. 55% of the vote counted so far. But remember, Maricopa County, the most populous county in Arizona, we were told it's going to take a little while for them to finally count all the votes. So while we see Donald Trump winning Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, we do caution everyone that we've been warned that it could take a long time before the final results are in. But right now, Bianca, things are looking very good for Donald Trump.
Especially that blue wall, Wisconsin, Michigan. Let's bring in our panel now. We have the editor-in-chief at the Post Millennial, Libby Emmons, and also former Trump campaign aide and author of Wicked Game, Rick Gates. Welcome in. Great to have you with us. You know, you said it's election day, it's election night. Soon it's going to be election morning, and we are watching this. Rick, get into the head of Kamala Harris right now in the campaign, because all they can do is do what we're doing, is watch and wait.
Well, I think right now they're not making any more comments, and I think that they are watching the votes slowly sift away in a lot of the key states. And look, I think, you know, over the course of the next 24, 48 hours, when they start analyzing things, they're going to realize that a lot of the things that have been discussed, what's going to happen with independents, where are they going to go, what about Latinos, what about black males, all of those now seem to be, you know, trending true, not just across one state, so they're not one-offs, but they are, you know, across multiple states. And so when you look at Georgia and North Carolina, I mean, we're going to be able to analyze this over the next, you know, couple of days. This is all great news for Donald Trump. It means that his vision, his idea for where he wanted to take America resonated much more soundly than Kamala Harris's. So she's obviously not having a good night. It's going to be hard to explain a lot of the rationale for why Donald Trump was able to pull off what he did, given the adversity that he's been up against. So it's going to be fun watching the Harris team, and more importantly, let's see what Joe Biden's going to do. I heard it looked like he was binging on Netflix tonight, among other things. So, you know, we'll see what he has to say tomorrow as well.
There was a picture on X showing Joe Biden in a red suit going to vote, which people were like, oh, you know, it's just interesting kind of fodder. But there you have it. Libby, I mean, women, female voters, Kamala Harris probably thought this abortion issue, she could get maybe the younger, the white, rich.
I got a video I just picked up that was on MSNBC that I want to show you guys.
Counties in northeast Pennsylvania. Take a look down here at Cumberland County. We talked about this one a little while ago. This was a big hope for Democrats in Pennsylvania coming into tonight. Again, 95% means basically it's all in Cumberland County. Again, 2020 looked like this. It's basically the same. It's a fraction of a point different. But that's a win for the Trump campaign because in the context, look at this. It was an 18-point race. Trump won here by 18 points in 2016. Democrats made a huge jump. This was one of their biggest in the state in 2020, bringing it down to 10. They wanted to keep this going tonight. They didn't. Trump was able to stop the losses in Cumberland County. So again, that's something that encourages that his campaign
Nobody wants to talk about why the numbers were able to be stopped. No, I told you earlier, and then it was yesterday, earlier today, that they're expecting all these votes, and they're comparing it to 2020 when those voters don't exist.
Wanted to see right there. We're starting to get Erie County. Again, this would be the vote by mail in Erie County. The story we've been talking about elsewhere now is going to play out in Erie. This is the bellwether. It's one of the two that switched sides to Biden in 2020. The name of the game in the final 2/3 of the vote is, can Trump catch Harris with the election day vote? Just checking in on Philadelphia. We're up to 2/3 of the vote now in Philadelphia. And again, this is just Philadelphia, the city. And again, I think this is becoming a bit of a theme we're seeing in multiple states now, the Hispanic vote. Why did Trump make some progress? It was small, but it was there in Philadelphia in 2020. It was because he improved with Hispanic voters in Hispanic areas of the city. With 2/3 of the vote in Philadelphia now, it's 77-21. Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020, and look at that. Trump is running 3.5 points better in Philadelphia than he did in 2020. Harris now 4 points off the Biden number. There is more mail to come, more vote by mail to come in Philadelphia. That will be a boost to Harris, but there's also more same-day vote to come, and you can see Trump is running above his 2020 levels there. So where this lands, the Trump campaign's goal in Philadelphia, is basically get that Biden number under 80%. So far, they're on course to do that. There's the wild card of the mail there that adds a lot of volatility to this. But again, you're starting to, as these counties fill in, you're starting to see some patterns, and patterns you're not just seeing in one state, you're seeing them in multiple states right now.
Okay. So they're going to hang on. They're going to keep us all hanging for the mail-ins. So you're telling me it's 11. What time is it? 11:38, and you have yet to count the mail-in vote. Is that what you're really saying? Look at this. This is Pennsylvania right now.
I think Kamala, kind of, obviously she'll serve out as vice president, but, will kind of disappear from the national stage after that. And you'll see a new crop of Democrats, maybe Josh Shapiro, Pritzker, Murphy, others that will try to claim the mantle. But it's going to be a difficult time for Democrats to kind of explain among each other, what happened in all this, because, we still got the Senate and the House to watch too. We haven't talked a lot about down ballot races. So those will be important. But I think all in all, the Democrats are going to do a lot of soul searching on their strategy and whether or not they were focusing on the right issues.
Sure. That makes a lot of sense. And, again, we are maybe a long way away from this thing actually being called. But again, Donald Trump now has a lead. He's above 50% in Wisconsin with 72% of the votes in Pennsylvania. He's above 50% at 51% now with 78% of the votes being in. Also showing a lead in Michigan now, a tiny little lead in Michigan with 40% of the votes coming in, leading in Arizona as well.
And not a surprise, California, we're calling the race for Adam Schiff.
Something's wrong with the people in California. I'm telling you that right now. Something wrong with y'all. You keep voting Adam Schiff in? Seriously? That's who you want in office? What is wrong with you people? Are you all members of that Diddy Club? Hold on, we got pictures from West Palm Beach.
Yeah, can they censure Adam Schiff for lying about Ukraine once he gets to the Senate? I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, maybe they should get on that. I think it's a shame, we're going to have to deal with Adam Schiff ever again. But, congrats to Mr. Schiff. May he continue to destroy things and lie from the Senate this time instead of just from the House.
Libby Emmons, Rick Gates, really appreciate your comments tonight. Thanks so much for being with us for our extended coverage. Still nighttime here, not 12 a.m. yet. State of the race. Thank you both.
Fun tonight.
Yeah, we will.
Good to see you.
And we are. They're having fun at the watch party right there. That is West Palm Beach. Right now, we're
still a lot of pensive faces out there. Again, we're waiting for these final results. We're kind of in this holding pattern right now because we know Pennsylvania and Arizona and some of these states take a very long time to count these votes. So this is the hard part.
It's the fun part too.
It's fun.
So if you're having to burn time because these people aren't counting votes, I mean, when I check on this interactive map, and I think to myself, how is it that when you look at these interactive maps with where it's counting the different things on here, why is it that we hover on this stuff? Let me hit refresh. Why is it that we hover over this stuff and it hardly even moves? You're telling me in the last half hour, Pennsylvania has only gone up like 2 or 3% in how much they've counted. Trump is up by 4% with 80% counted in Pennsylvania. Trump is up 3% in Wisconsin with 70% reported. Michigan, they mentioned, Trump is up 5% in Michigan with 40% reporting. What in the hell are you waiting for? Doesn't make any sense. Arizona, they're basically tied at 50%. Georgia, they already called. It just doesn't make any sense. They're just playing games at this point, just completely playing games and not deciding to call these races when they should be calling these races. The mathematics just isn't right. Let's see what they're talking about Arizona.
Way to go, but things are hopeful for Republicans.
Well, hope is good. And, Sam Brown's an inspirational character. He's obviously, suffered the wounds of war and wears those publicly and has just run a really inspiring race in Nevada. Jason, great to see you. Thanks for being with us. We'll check back in with you when we get some more news.
Thanks, Jason.
All right, let's welcome in our next guest, Newsmax contributor Christy Clark. Okay. Do we have Jessie Jane Duff? Okay.
So when you talk about Nevada and you look at Clark County.
Nah, not interested. The cheating begins. I wish I could tell you otherwise. Some people say the cheating begins. Is this what they're going to do now? Are they going to? No, that's a good point. Miss V, who exactly is the person that calls it? There's someone that does call it, and then everybody else jumps on board. So I don't know who that person is, that group of people who decide, okay, now we can call it. I don't know. That's a great question. I didn't give away a hoodie for Georgia. I'm pretty sure we did. We'll if not, we'll go ahead and do one, next time around. Barry, this is how they cheat, and they just have everybody just sitting around waiting. Absolutely waiting. Did they call Missouri? I haven't heard Missouri yet. How long does it take to effing count a vote? Good point. And we're at 73. At some point, you look at these numbers and go, we're at 73%. He's up by 3. What are you waiting for? It's very simple. And you can tell they don't know. They don't know. They're sitting there wondering, okay, what do we need to do at this point? Trump has basically swept the South. Not sure what they're waiting for. Not sure why they would do this to people, except if you were indeed looking to cheat. That'd be the only reason. People are waiting for Wisconsin. They're waiting for Pennsylvania. CNN just 2 minutes ago, CNN decided to call North Carolina for Trump. They're starting to melt down. Michigan's Secretary of State, who originally said it was going to take 4 or 5 days, has now said that she will have the results tonight. Just not doing it yet. Let's see here, what else we got? They're only, somebody goes, we're a few projections away from freeing all the January 6th political prisoners who were caught in the largest criminal entrapment scene. We got a news report from West Palm Beach.
People saying too there in West Palm Beach.
Well, yeah, we're starting to see some of the folks who are at the Mar-a-Lago party coming into the Palm Beach Convention Center here. I talked to one of the senior staffers on the ground here, trying to get a feel, trying to get a read on when potentially Trump is going to be coming here. Really, we don't know at this point. It's not looking like that's going to happen. At least before midnight, as we're coming up to midnight here. So it's probably going to be in the overnight hours. But the feeling at Mar-a-Lago, from what we're hearing, from what I've been told, very good, very optimistic. And also here at the Palm Beach Convention Center, his supporters are optimistic. They feel that this is going in the right direction. Every time a state is called for Trump, a big cheer, big roar goes up here in the crowd. It's getting a lot more busy. So there's definitely an increase in the energy and the excitement. However, people are still being optimistic. They understand there's still a ways to go. So they are cognizant of that. But some of the things we're looking at, and we've talked about this in some of the earlier hits, looking at the numbers, here in Florida, Miami-Dade County, the Hispanic vote, getting that Hispanic vote, winning Miami-Dade County by more than 10 points back in 2020. Trump lost by nearly 10 points. So that's a huge shift, and we're seeing that not only here in Florida, but we're seeing that in some of the battleground states, notably the blue wall states, the so-called blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, where exit polling showed a lot of strong amount of support among the Hispanic, among Latino voters. So really, I think Trump's message, and we're seeing this nationally as well, about immigration, about the economy is resonating with voters, but also about international issues, about the wars in Ukraine, in the Middle East. Keep in mind that Israeli intelligence show that Iran possibly is gearing up to launch another attack on Israel, and there have been some reports in the Israeli media that possibly that was going to happen today to coincide with the election. So people here in the room, people that I've talked to over the last few weeks, feel that not only are there so many things at stake domestically, but also internationally as well. Back to you.
John Huddy live for us at Trump campaign headquarters tonight in West Palm Beach. Thank you, John.
Let's bring in our panel now. Newsmax contributor Chrissy Clark and also Executive Director of Veterans for Trump, Newsmax contributor Jessie Jane Duff, former gunnery sergeant. Let's talk about that, the national security concerns that we have in our country due to wide open borders, but also just the brewing conflict, the chance for a wider escalation because of Iran. Jessie Jane, I'll start with you. You know, it could be just bluster, but there.
You know it's bad, and you know it's complete fodder and time wasting when you're talking about the biggest election arguably in the United States history, and they start talking about Israel. They've got nothing to talk about. They're bringing people on these shows. We don't want to hear that. But I got something for you that you might want to hear, because this is some good stuff. Let me just tee this up for you so you guys can see it, because it's delicious. Let's listen into this. Okay, let me move that comment so you guys can see it. Don't go to sleep on me. If I gotta stay awake, y'all need to stay awake. Listen to this.
Just to both of you, what do you think of this, the number of voters? Are you seeing the numbers larger than in 2020? And
Oops, sorry. Did I do that? Yeah, I did that. My bad. Hold on.
What are you seeing now?
I'm not seeing as large as I thought before, but
it's like going to a funeral. I told you earlier in the day, these people relied on numbers that were made up of ghosts, and now they're on television giving these funeral interviews, acting surprised that the numbers that they relied on that weren't real. Meaning the people who there were no people behind those votes in 2020, and they're acting surprised like, well, we're the people. We didn't get the turnout. I told you, they weren't real people, and now you're finding out.
Most of us were going out to the polls earlier too. The polls were a steady, nice flow. What I did see is a high volume of same-day registrations. That seemed to be a much more increase at all the polling sites, and not just one geographical area, whether it be whatever demographics, but it was all over that was encompassed. And I talked to each chief inspector, and that is the area that I saw a much increase in the participation of same-day registration.
CNN has begun their funeral pyre. They understand the end is near. And all we're waiting for is just 2 states to basically confirm what we're already seeing. 2 states. That's it. Those 2 states would put him over the top. Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. And they're moving so flipping slow. I'm looking at the numbers here, and it's 76% counted so far in Wisconsin. It's moving at a snail's pace. That's how fast they're moving. And it's at some point you have to say to yourself, she can't catch up. Just add up how far it's behind. So in Wisconsin, she's down by little over 100,000 votes. So then you would just look, how many we got left to count? 50. Oh, it's over. If you need 100,000 to catch up and you don't have 100,000 ballots sitting there, it's easy math. Call it. Same thing, Arizona. It says that they've counted 55 and Trump is up. And Pennsylvania, they are absolutely dragging their feet. Just dragging their feet. There's no reason why. They should know how many you got back there on the table. That number ain't going to change. Not letting you bring anything off the truck. So if you got that many on the table, how many you got left? Okay, so she's behind by X number, and if you don't have at least that number plus the ratio in terms of how many have gone to Trump anyway, if you don't have that number, then what are we waiting on? Call it. You need to call this, and you need to call it quickly. You're just dragging it out at this point. People are waiting around, and you're cheating people at this point. Cheating people of their time, if nothing else. All right, so you guys, do we have the House so far? All 3. I'm so sick of this crap. Do we have the House? Where's that? Okay. You got to stay up there. There's still 25,000. I ain't going nowhere. I'm not going nowhere. Might have to run to the bathroom or something, but I'm not going to sleep. I did that in 2020 and woke up and I was like, what? What do you mean he didn't win? Oh, a bunch of stuff came in at 3 o'clock in the morning. Crazy. We are coming up on critical hours when it happened in 2020. Yep. Michigan, Trump is up by 2 with 46% of the vote in. Boy, are they going to drag their feet. You guys have to explain to me how Polymarket, how you can still vote when the game is basically in play. So how could you be up 92-5 if, are people still able to put bets at this late moment? When do they stop taking bets? I didn't know that. Yeah, what's the map looking like? We up all night. We may be up all night. Let me check on the dog. He's chilling. He's good. Wife gave me the kiss and she's like, I'm gone. Okay. I did the same in Barrie. Yeah, went to bed and woke up and went, this is crazy. Check the California numbers. They're not even showing them. They're not even. It's just a given at this point. So they just gave her California, but no movement as of yet on Pennsylvania. Nothing being shown. They're just sitting on it, and we're trying to figure it out. Here's Pennsylvania. Look at this insanity. 81%. There's hardly anything left. 81%.
Energetic rallies, and he proved to people who were maybe doubting his age that he can handle it. He's got amazing energy, and he knows how to work a crowd. He, I think, won a lot of people over by continuing to perform, to show up and fill arenas and talk to people and entertain them, but also share his vision for the future. And that vision resonated with a lot of Americans. If Donald Trump actually wins the popular vote against all odds and against all projections, wouldn't that be a remarkable thing?
Yes, it would. And I love that, he has so much energy. He landed at 5:35 this morning after doing 4 rallies in 3 battleground states. He landed in West Palm Beach. It was funny because during the campaign at one point when Kamala was getting really desperate, she started to say how tired he was. And this was before they went back hardcore on January 6th and abortion. But remember, there was that window where she's just like, he's exhausted. And she was doing no campaign events and he was doing so many.
Yeah.
And it's like, don't believe your lying eyes, just like the cheap fakes. Everything they say is it's just gaslighting American people. And that was really, really something to see when she was trying to say how tired Donald Trump was. At one point she said he canceled. He's like, I didn't cancel any interviews. She was the one who was ducking the media. And ducking the media she did. Not one news conference. One news conference. And she would be the first candidate if she was able to pull something like this off with ever doing that.
Yeah, I think that was a huge miscalculation and a huge mistake. Well, obviously now it looks like it was. But the fact is, I don't think she could have handled a real press conference.
I'm looking at some tweets. Oh, it's too funny. Cardi B. And, of course, wimpy boy David Hogg. Look at this. Oh, we need a Hail Mary. Oh, this is the bad place. Get in your jets, do what you need to do, and go. Just step. Just go away, and you won't even have to worry about it. We don't really care. You've exposed yourself as being complete hacks, and it's time to go. It's just go away. Mark Cuban, he's probably got room on his jet for you. You're only prolonging the agony at this point. Why? I don't know. Why you wouldn't just go ahead and I'm looking at something that Scott Pressler just put up here a little while ago, and he said, let me show it to you. He says, I'm shaking. I don't know what to say. How about you did a great job, bro. You did a fantastic job in Pennsylvania, and everybody owes you for that. So they keep showing what's going on at Mar-a-Lago. No, this is the West Palm Beach Convention Center. Everybody's waiting on Trump. We're waiting on Trump. Maybe she'll do the right thing and decide to I don't know, concede maybe?
World, the richest man in the world. He does build rockets. He did revolutionize the car industry with his Tesla. And maybe we shouldn't all drive electric vehicles, but it's good to have some of them. And it's good to have a guy who's that smart with you to help you make smart decisions for the future of this country.
I think I've watched the clip of the rocket coming back from space and being caught in the little landing thing. It's like I think I've watched it maybe 100 times. I just can't get over it.
You know, and giving away $1 million to voters too, and they tried to shut that down.
I thought that rocket video was being played in reverse. At first I didn't believe it.
Me too. I still watch it. I was like, is this real? Yeah. I got to go see it in person. That's on my.
I was like, is it really doing that? Like, did he really do that? It's remarkable. And you know, I don't want to repeat myself, but the guy is obviously brilliant.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump's brilliant. People. And he ran a great campaign, and he put himself out there.
Rick, I'm getting a hard rap here from you. We're going to have you back, though. We got Rick with us throughout the evening. We got to get to a commercial break here. You know how it works.
Pulling an all-nighter, Rick. We're going to take a break.
We got to pay the bills here.
I don't want to pull an all-nighter. I want this thing to be over. And y'all not ending it. You're not calling it. What do y'all got to say about this? Let me see what you're doing. Posters on X saying it's no longer mathematically possible for blue to win Pennsylvania. It's not. I told you that about 35, 40 minutes ago. I just outlined the math. They're torturing people for a reason. They don't want people to go to bed knowing he won or something. Therese says they're going to cheat. They will. Something is going on. Can't wait to hear her Kamala's concession speech. Yeah, I'd love to hear that. Let's see here. Big Mike is getting reassignment surgery. That's funny. Let's hear what we're doing here. We're all waiting. Who calls the winner? Good point. MSNBC stated that what? Where'd that go? Where'd that go? Oh, Dems have to bring in 400,000 absentee ballots in Pennsylvania. Can't do it. It's simple math at this point. That's what I was trying to tell you. If you're down by this much and you only have this much left to count, what are you waiting on? Everybody knows at this point how many boxes of ballots there are right there. It would be easy for whoever's in charge of election accountability to walk back there and say, "Hey, how many more of these things that you have?" But no, they're not doing it. Big cheat getting ready to drop. Now they probably got guards. It ain't gonna happen. They just, I don't know. I don't know. They're trying to stall and cheat at this point. I don't know. We'll figure out what they're doing here. We've talked so much that my earpiece just went kaputski. It said, "No, you can't talk anymore. You've out-talked the battery power of my headset." So I got to go to the manual one so I can actually hear things before they get posted, the videos. So let me go ahead and plug this one in because I out-talked my usefulness, and got to go to the handheld. We did this yesterday when we went through 4 rallies. All right, so there we go. Here we go. All right. Let me make sure I can hear. Check 1, check 2.
On the Senate races across the country and the projection, Republicans were expected to take back control of the Senate. It looks like we're getting very close to that type of situation. Let's go ahead and take a look at the map here of these Senate races. And we're going to start in Pennsylvania, where Dave McCormick has opened up a 2-point lead on Bob Casey right now, with 79% of the vote counted so far in Pennsylvania. But again, we are expecting significant delays for the final call in Pennsylvania. And Mike Rogers now has opened up the tiniest of leads in Michigan in that Senate race against Alyssa Slotkin. He has a 0.3 of a percentage point lead there in Michigan. As we move to Wisconsin now, Eric Hovde is very close to getting 50% there. He has almost a 2-point lead on Tammy Baldwin, the incumbent Democrat in that state. And again, we're starting to see maybe some effects of the Donald Trump coattails in a state like
Wisconsin, and Michigan as well. As we move further west to Montana, another key pickup for Republicans. If they can keep this lead, it looks like they're going to be able to do that. Tim Sheehy is out to a commanding lead from John Tester. Only 15% of the vote is in Montana, but Tim Sheehy, as expected, has opened up a bit of a lead there. Now, as we move down to Arizona, a different story there. We see Ruben Gallego, the Democratic congressman. He has a lead above Kari Lake, 52 to 45%, and there's 54% of the vote in. So there's an overlook of where things stand in these U.S. Senate races. And the balance of power, Republicans do need 51 seats in the United States Senate to gain control. We're also going to see a difference in the leadership in the Senate. There's that hotly contested race to see who's going to replace Mitch McConnell as a GOP Senate leader. So we'll see how that all shakes out if Republicans can maintain these leads.
And I think you also may not have mentioned, too, Bernie Moreno winning.
Yes, in
Ohio. We watched some of his
and Deb Fischer, too, also was just declared the winner in Nebraska, too. So those two pickups. We were talking about the state still open, but Deb Fischer has secured a victory in Nebraska, and Bernie Moreno, as we reported earlier, has secured victory in Ohio. Rick Scott also winning in Florida, too, in a race, and then Ted Cruz in Texas as well. All right, so there's some other victories. You see the red on the map there. Those are the Senate races. Republicans, as expected, picking up some seats tonight.
We want to now go out to our chief White House correspondent, James Rosen, who is at the Kamala watch party at her alma mater, Howard University. We hear the crowds. We don't see them, but they're starting to filter in behind you because they're off to the side there. James, you were saying that there wasn't really there was some anxious, feelings there. Tell us what the sentiment is right now. I know you said after 9:45 she could have come to where this location is.
Right. We've received no additional word from the White House press pool, the group of reporters and photographers who are attached to the vice president. They have been holding since around 4 p.m. at the vice president's residence, the U.S. Naval Observatory grounds in Northwest Washington, ever since the vice president returned from her unannounced visit over to DNC headquarters. And we have not received another update from the White House press pool since 10:18. And that was only to say that they were holding and they had no further information. It seems very clear that if Vice President Harris wanted or saw that there was an opportunity to declare victory tonight, she would already have been over here at Howard University. The crowd here has seen how former President Trump has maintained a lead in the Electoral College vote count the entire evening. They have seen on the giant jumbotron that has been broadcasting CNN here that he has maintained these leads in almost all of the battleground states, and that is wearing on this crowd. They've also been standing, I should point out, since around 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Some of these folks have been standing for 7 to 8 hours. Just looking out at the crowd right now, I can tell you it has not thinned out at all. They are assembled in front of Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall here on Howard University, waiting for their candidate. And there's no indication that they're going to be...
That's pretty bad that she's not showing up and at least show your people some attention. Let your people know that you care about them. She's going to pull a Hillary. She's definitely going to pull a Hillary and not show up. All right, so we're all waiting for the same thing. Somebody said RSBN's just gone on a loop here. Don't know what they're doing. Something is going on. We can't trust the media. Mike Johnson, Secretary of State, is now flying down to Mar-a-Lago. That's good. That's a good sign. So everyone's getting ready. They're stalling out because they need time to ensure. Oh, that's a good point. To ensure the National Guard is in place. But isn't it too late for people to riot? I mean, it's getting to that point now. But one thing that they keep saying on Newsmax here, it's going to be quite a while before we hear anything in Pennsylvania. Why? Why do you make that statement without explaining to people what the hell's going on? Oh, it's going to be quite a while. Because why? No answer. Nothing. Man, I have to go to the annoying black boxes anyway. What black box? Oh, well, there's no news on the screen. I mean, all you're seeing is the same stuff. Look, there's nothing there. Nothing is changing. It can't be that annoying. And numbers, we've been sitting here for literally an hour and 15 minutes looking at the same stuff. They're not advancing any of the numbers. I don't know why, but do I see what's happening in Detroit? Yes, I did see that. I did see where they're saying that they're bringing in boxes. Let's see if this is any new news.
Hi, good evening, John and Bianca. And so, thankfully, according to numerous national security officials, they are saying there is no evidence of tampering with the votes, any type of foreign election interference with the actual vote process, counting those ballots. However, we know there were a number of hoax bomb threats that came in to various polling locations, causing disruptions temporarily. And
yeah, okay, whatever. Did they clear the bomb threats? Yeah. Pennsylvania needed, this was something that they put, Pennsylvania needed 300,000 votes about an hour ago. Now they need 145,000, and it's still only at 83%. How did it only move 3% in the last hour? I can't tell you. So, I'm going to go grab something to drink. Let me put this on so you guys aren't hearing dead air. I'll be right back.
Come to Washington, D.C. now. We're also tracking that Montana Senate race with Tim Sheehy, as the Republicans had long been hoping to unseat Senator John Tester as well. Now, we also know, looking at the House, there's some interesting developments there. Republicans have had that razor-thin majority that had been in jeopardy for some time. And really, in the final days and weeks of the campaign season, we had been hearing that there were concerns about New York Republicans. It looks as though Congressman Brandon Williams, according to numerous projections, has been unseated by the Democrat candidate in that. There was also Democrat Shamari Figures winning in Alabama's newly drawn second congressional district in the Mobile area. And then, interestingly, looking at Guam, those were some of the first results that were coming in because of the time difference there. And the Republicans actually flipped a non-voting delegate from the Northern Mariana Islands. So that representation, the makeup anyway, would be changing there. But there are still dozens of House races at this point that are going to be quite close. And so even though projections from decision desks say it could potentially be looking as though the Democrats have a chance at taking control of the House, that still remains to be seen. John and Bianca, good to be with you tonight.
Great to be with you as well, Alana, doing a great job for us. Make sure nothing falls through the cracks tonight.
No,
we got it all covered.
We do.
And I also have an update from my sources at Mar-a-Lago. Apparently,
please.
Donald Trump is on the move, headed towards the convention center. So we might hear from Donald Trump.
With his entourage of Elon and Dana White.
Yes, Elon, Dana White, everyone.
Sounds like a bunch of winners, doesn't it?
It does. And so we might hear from Donald Trump pretty soon. And he obviously feels more confident about where he stands at this point than Kamala Harris, who James Rosen has reported is not going anywhere.
John's always got the good intel there with his Mar-a-Lago crew. And you know where they'd be going is to where our next guest is, former Speaker of the House in Oklahoma and Newsmax contributor T.W. Shannon joining us now from West Palm Beach. How's it going, T.W.?
Bianca, it's great. We're here in the convention center. I tell you what, the enthusiasm is still great as the numbers come in. People realize that people are saying no to Kamala Harris' open border. They're saying no to inflation, and they're saying no to endless wars. I just think this is going to be a good night for Donald Trump. I think there's a lot of concern, though, about the House. I don't think we're going to know for 2 weeks. I was looking at a map. We're probably not going to know the outcome of the House of Representatives because the seats that matter, I think it could be 2 weeks before we know about the House. But the Senate's looking good for Republicans. I think it's still going to be a good night for the Republicans.
Panning out that way, and we're just waiting to see if these leads hold. As you indicated, TW, it's going to be a while before we know definitively on these places, but again.
So now we're at to 80% in Wisconsin. He's up by 4. He's up by 4 points. 80% have been counted, and they're not going to call it. This is just really weird. Pennsylvania, 85%. He's up by 3. And they're not going to call it. I can't answer the question what the hell they're waiting for. You know, Trump must know something. He wouldn't be coming over to the convention center if he didn't feel really confident that he was giving what amounts to a winning speech. And he's also going to force her hand, because one of the things I'm pretty sure she didn't want to come out until he came out. And so if he comes out and says, we're going to win, she's going to have to come out and answer that. She can't stay hidden. So not really sure what their plans are at this point. If they're looking for what's it say? RSPN just called what? Where'd that go? Let me find that. Somebody said RSPN just called something. I don't see anything about RSPN. Do your hours behind. If RSPN just called Georgia, we called that hours ago. What's he said? Okay, RSPN just said reports that they want to keep everyone there for at least another half hour, as they will have a major announcement. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Need to go to RSPN. They said the Republican Party said to stick around for the next half hour, and they're going to have a major announcement. What kind of... All right, so let me see if I can't see what they're doing over there. RSPN just now called Georgia. Just called Georgia. So unless, bottom line here is, all the other networks, doesn't really matter where they are. We already know what's in the books. We know which races are won. We need to hear about Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. So I'm monitoring 4 different networks to see what news comes out. But he's 4 points up on her in Wisconsin with 80% of the vote in. 80% of the vote is in Wisconsin, and he's up by 4 points. What in the hell are you waiting for? He's going to win Pennsylvania. He's going to win Wisconsin. That's it. That's all you need. Let's see here. Wisconsin is 10, and Pennsylvania is 19. That's 29. That 29 would put him over 270. That's all you need. And they're not giving it to him. This has got to be a ploy at this point. They're just saying, let's just hold off and not give it to him. Keep all his supporters just hanging, make them hang around, to make them figure out what's going on, and they're just doing it now just to drag stuff out. We knew these people were evil, but I didn't know they would be like this callous, this petty. It's unreal. Let's listen to Ed here.
I'm seeing, as I'm sure you are, Matt Schlapp said to us on Newsmax a couple moments ago, look, Republicans have not had a disappointment yet. And I think that sums it up. You look at these Senate races, Ted Cruz is reelected after all of the tens and tens of millions of dollars Chuck Schumer and the Democrats spent. And then one Democrat incumbent senator after another seems to be going down. Ohio, for example. We'll see about that open seat in Michigan. We'll see about the Democrat incumbents in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. But I got to tell you, as I'm looking at this, if Donald Trump is now trending, as you see, as a potential victor, and there's a lot more votes to be counted in Michigan, I think Mike Rogers, the Republican, obviously has a pretty darn good shot at winning the open Senate seat. Wisconsin, Donald Trump now taking somewhat comfortable lead, actually, given that these are like 50-50 states with 80% in. A 4-point lead is a lot more than people expected in what the media called a 50-50 race. So it is not there yet, but it feels like Donald Trump is breaking ahead. We see the electoral vote count. Again, a lot more to be counted. We don't want to get ahead of it, but there hasn't been a dramatic loss for the Republicans yet in any of the states like Georgia or North Carolina on the presidential level, or in any of the Senate battles like Ted Cruz. The Republicans so far are on a roll.
All right, Ed, they're telling me I got to thank you. I didn't get to ask you a question, unfortunately, but I'll call you the next commercial break. We'll hash.
Okay, so I've got some stuff off of X I can tell you. This is crazy. Says that election alert, Trump leads Harris by 70,000 votes in Michigan with 51% reporting. That's Michigan. But let me show you Pennsylvania. President Donald Trump leads Vice President Harris in Pennsylvania by 218,000 votes with 84% reporting. All right, so if Trump leads by 218,000 votes, you can get out your pencil and math and realize, okay, you got 16% that hasn't been accounted for, but you're going to have to make up 218,000. So first thing I would just ask the people in the ballot area, do you have 218,000 left to count? If you don't have 219,000 left to count, call it. You do not have enough ballots to win. That should be simple. You should be able to walk out there and just go, you know what? We don't have that much left. And like some of the people are getting mad here saying, yeah, it's been stuck at 84 for a while. This is getting really old. Remember they printed 600 ballots at 3 a.m. They don't know what they're doing at this point, but it's obvious at this point that it makes no sense. Makes no sense to anybody. It's simple math. Are there 218,000 remaining? No. All right, well then call it. You can keep counting. I'm not saying at all to stop counting, but at that point, why are we not calling it and giving him those 19 ballots? If he were to win those 19 ballots, that would put him at 266, so we'd still need Wisconsin. So both these states, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, would do it. And they're both sitting on a precipice. They're both just right there. And that's all that's all we need. That's it. Just call them as you see them. It says this is a video from from CNN. Let me see if I can download this and give you guys an update what's going on in Michigan. It's so bad at this point. All these places look like funeral parlors. There's just nothing going on. All right, hold on. Let me pull this in so you guys can see this video. This is a report that just aired on CNN. And let me play this real quick. Let me go to this button. Where's the button? Okay, here we go.
And I just spoke with the Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, and we believe we have the answer here. I asked her quite specifically, and she said the reason is that Wayne County, in part, given all the scrutiny on this county as it impacts the outcome of the election in this state, is not reporting partial results. It's waiting until it has either all or the vast majority of those results in before it, in effect, gives that batch and makes it public. And I just want to highlight one point that's going to happen in the next hour, perhaps even the next few minutes. A nondescript U-Haul van is going to drive in one of these doors behind me here with the last remaining outstanding absentee ballots in Detroit, part of Wayne County, about 4,000 we expect. That's the final batch, not just, we are told, of absentee ballots outstanding, but the final outstanding votes in Detroit, big part of Wayne County. So when that truck comes through the door, they begin to tabulate those. That gets us to the point where they're going to have, in effect, all the votes they need to count and get to that point where they're going to be ready to report those final figures. We were told it could be in the next few minutes. We'll be watching. We'll report back when it happens. But that could be the point when you get that big batch reported publicly.
All right, you hear it. They're doing their funny stuff. Oh, the truck's going to pull up with a bunch of ballots. Okay. The truck is going to pull up with a bunch of ballots. Thank you for that. An extra 4,000. At some point, it doesn't matter. They're playing games. That's probably why Trump's getting ready to speak. I can see on RSBN that they're holding court here, waiting for Trump to show up. Here, let me show you guys this.
Michigan, he's leading
by 194,000 votes, with 47% of the vote is in. Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes. Trump is leading with 84% of the vote in, and that's 170,000 votes in the lead for President Trump. Huge. Georgia, 16 electoral votes. Trump leading with 93% reporting in, 120,000 lead. Georgia's huge.
Yeah.
Basically, RSBN's calling it already.
Yeah, I mean, RSBN is
it.
basically here, and they're basically called it, projecting that Donald Trump has been reelected. You look at Georgia, you look at North Carolina, you look at Pennsylvania, you look at Wisconsin. The numbers aren't there for her. There's no real path for her to win, and we haven't even talked about Nevada or Arizona, where Donald Trump is in the lead as well. And you talk about the early vote totals and the voter registration totals in those states before Election Day. It's very hard to imagine a path for Kamala Harris. Again, we have another situation where the Democratic cities of Milwaukee, they don't know how to run elections. Here we are, another election. Milwaukee County has completely butchered this election again. Meanwhile, in the state we're standing in right now, the third largest state, we got a full-on projection. Over 10 million votes were reported out less than 2 hours after the polls closed. And here in Milwaukee, they can't even get the polls in a city. It's absolutely incredible to see how Democrats do not know how to run elections. It's pathetic. Every state needs to look at Florida, take the statutes, take the laws, take the model, and implement it in every single.
Yeah, pretty much Ron DeSantis could walk into any governor's office in the country and go, "You want me to show you how to get this shit done?" Because obviously you don't know. So how do you know it's just about over? Well, I think I can show you something that can prove to you that it's just about over. Yeah, it's this will tell you.
About this on this set numerous times, is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks.
Yep.
But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get women to focus on not putting in place, re-electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote.
How can this woman be on television? How can she actually have a television show? How can you put somebody on who's so disgustingly offensive? This woman just said, you white women who voted just didn't do what you're supposed to do.
For Vice President Harris, a fellow woman. This will be the second opportunity that white women in this country have to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy. And, God bless Shannon Watts, who has tried to have that conversation. But if people aren't receptive to it, and if people vote more, party line or more on race than on gender and on protecting their gender, there's really not much more that you can do but tell people what the risks are and leave it to them to do the right thing.
All right, so it's over. When you're seeing the eulogy being spoken here, you know it's over. We just need whoever it is who is the grand poobah that gets to determine when things are actually over, because somebody somewhere has that power to say, yes, we now deem it called, whatever that means. Whoever it is that just goes, yes, it's called. She lost Pennsylvania. She lost Wisconsin. Who is it? Who has the power to do that? Because everybody seems to know. MSNBC knows. We know. We're probably going to see Trump know here relatively soon. All the other stations are basically, we're watching the numbers back and forth just over and over that they keep showing us. We all see it. There's 83% in Wisconsin. And she's behind by 4 points. We all see it. We all can see clearly that this thing is over. But they're not allowing us to. North Carolina, they already called. I'm losing my voice. But yeah, and thank you guys for staying here. And I know you're staying because just like I've got RSBN. RSBN, you guys keep saying turn on RSBN. There ain't nothing happening on RSBN. Here's RSBN for you.
Get rid of the filibuster and start passing all their radical bills without needing the 60-vote threshold. That's the opposite.
So understand, you're not missing anything because nothing's happening. The entirety of our election process just ground to a halt about an hour ago. You're not missing anything. I just click on RSBN. There's nothing happening. I don't know what you want to see. You just want to see people standing. They're just standing.
Percent reporting for Eric
Nothing.
Hovde in Wisconsin. Dave McCormick, 49.3%.
I mean, this is RSBN, and what you're seeing is a bunch of people doing nothing. They're standing around. They're trying to figure out what the hell to do. There's no news. Nobody's doing anything. And that's what I've been trying to tell you guys.
They
Is
voted
that
for
people
Donald.
like, turn on RSBN. There's nothing to look at. There is no... I'm going to have to breathe deep now. Because somewhere, somebody, somehow has said, stop everything. Okay, so everything is stopped. What do we do? Not sure. Let's just keep thinking about it. We can't bring any ballots through the back door. No, that's not going to work. Can we tinker with the machines? No, that's not going to work. So what do? Just hold everybody hostage and not do anything? Because that's pretty much what they're doing at this point. They're just not doing anything. And how do I know that? Is because you can look at the amount of votes that have been reported, and it's not moving. Here, look. It's 51-48 in Pennsylvania with 86% of they're moving it like this much at a time. Just enough to say they're working. And here's Wisconsin. It was 83 a half an hour ago. They're doing nothing. So if you want me to put RSBN on and this is all you're seeing. You're seeing your two hosts are trying to burn time.
You see what happened, an historic level of support from the black community and from the Hispanic community for Donald Trump.
Right.
They didn't listen to CNN. They didn't listen to MSNBC. They didn't listen to ABC, who told them that Donald Trump is basically Hitler, who's going to put you back in chains. He's going to be a disaster for your family. They said, no, we lived Donald Trump for 4 years. And you're telling me that somehow he's going to be this horrible tyrant? He's going to be a threat to democracy when democracy was still intact for 4 years when he was president? No one believed the narratives.
Right.
They went in, they cast their ballot, they didn't talk to pollsters, they handled their business because Kamala Harris failed them. 3.5, almost 4 years, she has failed them as vice president. She didn't deserve 4 more years, and the entire American people said, you're not getting a promotion if we have something to say about it.
So true. And if you pay attention to T-shirts, yard signs, social media enthusiasm.
I can't. I can't sit there and just burn time and watch people who really have nothing to say trying to say as much as they can, because everybody at this point has literally shut down. I've got different monitors showing different things, and there's nothing going on. Everybody's waiting at this point. Whoever's in charge of these counting in these 2 states are holding the entire nation / the world hostage. They're not doing anything. I can go to the interactive calendar at this point and pull that up, and you can just see there's nothing happening. We're being held hostage. Virginia hasn't even moved. They're not doing anything in Virginia. Still only 89. Pennsylvania, still only 86. Wisconsin, still only 81. It's just not moving. So at this point, you have to believe, or you don't have to. You don't have to do anything. But I can see. I'm not blind. I can tell what's going on, and everything. This is 2020 without the second part of it. They've obviously stopped. And it's almost like they're trying to figure out what can we do. And the stuff that you did before isn't working. You can't kick the people out. Nobody's going home. You guys are all waiting. Everybody's sitting there looking. And it's going up. Well, let's count 100 votes. Oh, we count 100. Nothing's happening. For the last hour, America has been held hostage. I'm almost thinking if Trump comes out, he's probably going to say something. He's probably going to lambast these people. He's probably going to say, what in the hell is going on right now? Why is it since 11 o'clock at night, nothing has happened? Once he got to the precipice of winning, everybody got alligator arms. And none of the networks are saying why. See, that's the other part of it. Put it on Newsmax. Oh, it's going to be a while before we get to, well, why? Why? We got this. Why is that RSBN? Why? Why is this happening? Nobody has any information. Doesn't matter. MSNBC, CNN, nobody's got information. Everybody at this point is in burn time mode. Just keep talking, just keep talking. It's like Finding Nemo. Nothing's going on. That's when people start having to look around and go, okay, the fact that everybody has shut up at this point, they started talking about Iran on Newsmax. And here, let me show you this. This is when you know people have nothing to talk about.
Bianca De La Garza, to my side here, John Bachman. More special coverage of Election Night 2024 as a crowd gathers. Donald Trump is on his way to the convention center, and we do expect him to speak sometime in the near future. Stay with us for that.
Let me ask you a question. What the hell did he just say? I listen to people's words too much. What the hell did he say? Donald Trump is supposed to speak in the near future. Define that, please. Next 10 minutes, next hour, next 2 hours, 3 a.m. When is Donald Trump speaking? I'm not getting antsy. I'm just trying to cool people down who are like, try this channel, try that channel. None of them are doing anything. So that is what it is. The only thing that seems like anything is happening is on X. Let me see if there's any news, actual news going on that we need to check in on. Yeah, I got some news for you, and it makes it even worse. Trump flips Erie County, Pennsylvania. It's over. It's absolutely over. What are you waiting for? Call it. Somebody call it. This one here a minute ago, not seeing a realistic path for Harris in Wisconsin either, given what is estimated to be outstanding. It's technically possible she could make up her current 108,000 deficit, but not likely. Like I said, it's simple math at this point. How much are you losing by? How much we got left in the boxes? It's simple. I can see that. Hopefully you can see that. We're not talking brain surgery here. She's got this much. I mean, Trump is ahead by this much. Okay. How much do you have to fill into the box here? I only got that much. Well, then it's over. Go out there and say, hey, we'd like to call Michigan. We'd like to call Pennsylvania. What are you doing? Besides making people sit here. So there's people on X who are actually calling this stuff out. And it's simple to see that all of this is now, we've entered into the Twilight Zone era. We've entered into the time where they're trying to do something without doing it. Someone says, and we're hearing Kamala is hitting the wine bottle. I don't care about her and what she's doing with the wine bottle. The thing that we need to be talking about is, why aren't any of these secretaries of state? Let's see, there's a new chart here from Newsmax. Let's see what they have to say real quick.
Kin is a current member of the U.S. House, both duking it out for that crucial Senate seat in Michigan. Mike Rogers has a lead there now with 62% of the vote in. We move a little bit west to Wisconsin, and Eric Hovde challenging Tammy Baldwin, the Democrat incumbent there. Hovde has about a 2-point lead there over Tammy Baldwin, so that would be another Republican pickup. And you look at Montana, another key state for control of the Senate. Tim Sheehy, the challenger there, is beating John Tester by almost 20 points. So a significant lead there for John Tester, or for Tim Sheehy over John Tester. And then some of the other races that have already been called: Nebraska, Missouri, Tennessee, Marsha Black.
They're just rehashing the same old stuff. Here's one on X. Trump is about to get to Mar-a-Lago. Leave Mar-a-Lago, goes to Victory headquarters in West Palm Beach, where he's likely to declare a victory. So he's going to get up on stage and basically declare victory in this. And you can see the people's faces on CNN. They're so defeated. But he's going to declare it without it actually happening, meaning he won't have the information as to whether or not anybody has called these states. Maybe what he's going to come out doing is kick some butt. Like, this is ridiculous. This is why you need me as president. CNN, 27 seconds ago, CNN called Georgia for Trump. It's 12:38. We've known that for 2 hours. Let's see what's going on here.
They just hyped it up for Georgia. The man, he doesn't need a you know him by his voice. I saw you drinking hot tea, it looked like.
Georgia.
Georgia's on his mind. It's called, how do you feel?
I'm feeling fantastic.
Fantastic.
Absolutely.
This is the energy we need. So you're obviously going to be on the stage in a matter of, who knows?
Right after this, I'm going backstage and getting ready to perform for President Trump and for the entire country.
What's on the playlist? What's being sung
I'm not
tonight?
at liberty to say.
Okay.
And what that really means in Trump world is that whatever inspires the president in the moment and he wants to share with the whole country and the whole world, then that's what I'll be prepared to sing, whatever that is.
You know what I love is that the Democrats rolled out the red carpet for Lady Gaga, Lizzo, and then they find someone like you, true talent, that doesn't have to do all the extra. You come in here with a tuxedo, and you use your voice as the instrument.
Yes.
And you touch on religious songs, Ave Maria, Hallelujah, and just the majesty of your talent.
All right, so they got nothing. I got an interesting tweet I can show you. This is from Elon Musk. The future is gonna be so lit, and it's a picture at Mar-a-Lago with Trump, Dana White, and Elon sitting there. This was at 12:01, so right about midnight. He posted that picture. So we're waiting, and we're just waiting, and we're waiting. It's getting pretty crazy at this point. Trump is even now leading.
I know the Christian community very well. I'm part of it. And we're concerned about so many things that Democrats pose a major threat. We're concerned about putting men in our daughters' sports, men in our daughters' private spaces. And we're concerned about what they're teaching our kids in.
Okay, so now he leads in Michigan, too. So we got Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And nobody's saying anything. Okay, waiting to see what's going on here. Nothing much. I see the guy this guy is the guy who usually makes his microphones work.
Speak tonight. Are we going to see Tulsi Gabbard or Robert Kennedy? Are we? What is this scene going to look like? And is Donald Trump going to declare victory? Because it's a little too early to do that right now. But the Trump campaign has to be very confident about where they.
Interesting. Is he going to declare victory? Well, he's probably going to declare victory. Why wouldn't he? Something tells me he's going to be pissed off. So we're about to hear from Donald Trump and the crew real soon. They know, as we all do, that now they're just sitting on the votes and not declaring it. They don't want to give it to him at this point. These people are real pieces of crap. You know that. Real pieces of crap for not wanting to get out there and basically do what you're supposed to do and call this. And I'm just seeing MSNBC melting down, all kinds of stuff happening. MSNBC says another 50,000 ballots are about to drop in Pennsylvania. You got to see this. This is Pennsylvania, where the 50,000 ballots. Here comes the cheating. Wait a minute, let me get this to you. In Pennsylvania, MSNBC guy is on the air. So I want you to see this. While he's on the air, check this out. He's going to turn to his right, and you're going to see these trucks just showing up at midnight. Look at those trucks. What in the hell do those trucks have in them? Are we going to see a repeat of 2020? It possibly could be. They're bringing in more ballots. Our country is so screwed. Our country is just so screwed at this point. Makes me sick and ill to see what these people are doing right now. Sick and ill. You guys probably feel the same way. Why are you guys all sitting here hitting me up with RSBN? Oh gosh, this is too funny. I'm getting trolled here, obviously. Definitely being trolled. This is crazy. Did my mods go to sleep or something? Because, oh my goodness, what the hell is going on? Trump will be speaking within the hour, per Steve Bannon. Okay, we have a Kamala speaker. Let's take this in. Let's listen to this.
Of the Harris campaign, the campaign family, thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
Wow.
So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Well, you hear some cheers there, but those are not the cheers that they were expecting maybe to hear tonight. You know,
What's happening? Oh my goodness, what is happening? She just did a repeat of Hillary. She could not come out and face these people, and sent him out and said she's not coming out tonight, she'll come tomorrow. What? What? This is bad. This is really bad. Wow. Look at people filing out.
Pennsylvania, again, too soon to call the state, of course, but when you look at Monroe County right now, a county, this is actually where my dad grew up, and I spent a lot of time there as a kid. It used to be a very rural area. It's become more of a bedroom community for New York.
Can you imagine sitting there for, 4 or 5 hours? You're at the headquarters, you're waiting, to get the news that she won. You've been sitting there for 4 or 5 hours, and this dude walks out and says, y'all go home. Ain't happening tonight. Would you be a little bit pissed off if you spent 4 or 5 hours sitting there getting ready to party with her as the new president, and she doesn't even have the stones to come out and get on stage and just says, nah, I ain't coming? Wow. You should have told me you were like that before we voted on you. You should have told me you didn't have that kind of, these nuts before we voted on you. Man, that's weak. That is some serious weak sauce. Pennsylvania's at 87%, and they still won't call it. 87. It's going to be at 99. They're like, no, not yet. Not yet. We might get some extra votes up in here. My goodness. I don't know what to say to you guys at this point. This is just crazy. Absolutely crazy. I have to wonder here. Let me just do this and refresh. Did I lose my what happened here? I'm trying. Okay, there was cheating has started. The civil war will happen. All right, this is Trump's event. People, totally different scene. Lots of people happy and partying. Cheating has started. The civil war will happen. See how nasty she's getting? Imagine these people all voted for her. They've been going to her, well, maybe they've been going to her rallies, and they've been sitting there for 5 hours, and she doesn't even have the stones to go say, you know, I'm out, okay? I'm drunk, I can't deal with it. Mods are here, okay. So, that was weak sauce, man. That was like seriously weak sauce. How do you treat the people how do you treat people who spent their time and money, because it took money, whether they Ubered or whatever, they had to eat, they had to drink, so they spent their time and money, come to celebrate you as their candidate, and like, I'm out here, okay? Military must step in and stop the cheating. Something's going on. I mean, I appreciate you guys for all hanging out and staying with us. Thank you very much. I wanted to hear Beyonce. Co-chair for Harris said that she will be there tomorrow. They were sent home. Yeah, what the hell is that? You couldn't come out and say that yourself? Trump's, who's been basically flying around the country, did 4 rallies yesterday, got done, flew home overnight, gets back at 6 o'clock in the morning, does an interview while he's voting. Now it is 1 o'clock in the morning. And he's going to show up, but you couldn't show up. You couldn't get on stage and talk. You're just going to send your people home like rats in the night. These people don't deserve to be in office. They don't deserve it at all. This is really, really wrong. So we're at, let's see, she's being cussed out about right now. Oh yeah, they're probably cussing her out. And, you know, I wouldn't even... At this point, people are like, can I get my vote back? You're telling me this woman doesn't even have the stones to come out and address us? She just pulled a Hillary. I can't talk to these people. I'm not in a mood. I'm not in a mood. Let's see if there's any information here. Okay.
Yes. And there's not much left to watch here as the crowd is now dispersing, having been informed by Cedric Richmond, the influential former congressman and former director under President Biden of the White House Office of Public Engagement, who came out and spoke briefly to this crowd, some of which had already begun dispersing, and told them in remarks that lasted only 3 to 4 minutes to go home. That they would not be hearing from Vice President Harris tonight, that they will hear from her tomorrow. It was an extraordinary moment, and you could just sense the disappointment in this extraordinary crowd that turned out here. There were several thousand people here as of, say, 4 p.m., and the crowd grew and grew. And a lot of these people were standing on their feet literally for 7 to 8 consecutive hours. And it's baffling to this reporter, having covered presidential politics for the better part of 3 decades now, why the vice president didn't come here and reward that loyalty and, frankly, that suffering from her supporters. There would have been very little to lose for the vice president simply to appear and to say briefly that the votes are still being counted, to thank these supporters for their faith and to urge them to keep the faith and stay tuned. Even if she had spoken in advance of former President Trump, as long as she didn't declare victory, she would have been on terra firma. And instead, I think it's safe to say that the vice president and her campaign have left a very bitter taste in the mouth of the supporters who showed up here tonight, who waited patiently for their candidate to appear, who stood on their feet for 7 to 8 consecutive hours, and who had to go home empty-handed, in a sense. To be sure, the actual results of the balloting were already casting a pall on the party atmosphere here, but it was extremely, I think, disappointing to these supporters that the vice president not only turned out to be a no-show, but didn't even appear via video, didn't phone into this crowd. Remember how many times we saw presidents before President Trump became the first sitting president to visit the March for Life rallies? the anti-abortion rallies in Washington, how many years we saw presidents call in to those rallies. She could have done that as well. So it's baffling to see, but nonetheless, the crowd is just about gone at this point, and life will return to normal here in the yard of Howard University outside Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall. John?
It's not even phoning it in tonight for watch party. All right, James Rosen, maybe James can get out of there. At least one of.
What kind of woman is this? How do you expect her to basically do anything that she said? How could any news person on any network stand up for this woman after what she just pulled? There is no way this woman should. How many people would be willing to go change their vote? They've been scammed. They've been completely bamboozled. She doesn't even come out and say, sorry, yeah, we're still waiting on this, trying to figure out how we can steal it. You know, we're doing a lot of things behind the scenes. We got trucks showing up, so we'll figure it out tomorrow. Nope, go send some lackey out there, which is the exact same thing that Hillary did. So I'm not sure if you remember that. You may not have been following politics back then. When the poop hit the bed for Hillary, when the poop hit the bed for Hillary, when she got spanked by Trump, she sent John Podesta out there. People had been sitting in the audience waiting for hours for her. See if these people are going to talk about it, or are they just time fillers? Because that's ridiculous.
A little bit late, but we knew it would be.
Great to be with you.
All right. Kamala Harris, James Rosen, really hammering the point that these people were on their feet. They were outside. They were waiting. She could have done something, if not physically called video. Why do you think she didn't come out to do it? Obviously, we think we know why, but Donald Trump's going to at least show some face this evening.
Yeah. Well, President Trump's had a really great night.
Congressman, Nan, can we just stop you real quick? Dave McCormick is stepping out on the stage right now, who's running for Senate in Pennsylvania. He has a lead there. Let's listen in and see if he's going to make a victory speech here.
What a great group of...
I want to see Trump. Let's go ahead and see Trump. I keep checking all the different networks and nothing's happening. Let me go back to the interactive poll or number and see if that has changed at all. Are they doing anything with the count? Let me get to that real quick. Here's the interactive map, and we can all look at this together and see, are they just going to string this out as long as they possibly can and make us just be like dummies? So Pennsylvania, now it's at 90. Michigan, 59. Wisconsin, 84. She's down by, looks like, over 100,000 in Wisconsin. She's down by 300,000 in Michigan. And she's down by 200,000 in Pennsylvania. So if you're down by 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania, and you, there's only 10% unaccounted for, except for the ones in the truck. Yeah, we're seeing something pretty bad, people. I think you have to agree. Something's not right. That's probably why Trump's getting ready to talk. Yeah, I'm feeling the deja vu as well. 90% of the votes are in, and you can't make up for the last 10%. How many people are working? You know, how many truckloads do you need? Why would their truck be showing up at 1 o'clock in the morning? I hope Laura Trump has got some people there going, no, this can't happen. Pennsylvania was going to shut down for 3 hours, but they told no, keep counting. And so now they're actually shutting down. Kamala just called it, she lost. Yeah, but she wasn't woman enough to step out there and let people know. And so Dave McCormick, who is running, he's declaring victory at this point because I guess his margin of victory is big enough. but nobody else is doing anything. Let me see if I've got any news on X. Let me check Elon and a couple other people to see if what they're saying. Elon just posted this. It's pretty funny. This is when he bought Twitter. He brought in the kitchen sink. He goes, "Let that sink in." So they're all planning it. It's just a matter at this point, what exactly is going to happen. Oh, and the number one trend on X, the number one trend is call it. So people are noticing it. They're definitely seeing it at this point. She can't win. I mean, you're seeing it. People are like, she can't win. Statistically, she can't win without cheating. Call it. There's nothing left for her to do. And you're stringing the American people along right now because I don't know why. They can't do anything. I'm just looking to see if anyone, Candace Owen, that was from 3 hours ago. People voted, they did it, and here's another one. This is the electoral map as we see right now. It says Pennsylvania's electoral map is completely covered. It's clear who the winner is. Call it. But this is the part I don't understand, where it says call it media. Why does the media get to call the presidency? Who has put the media in charge of making that call? And why do we listen to them? At this point, it should be the Secretary of State of that particular state, but, is it Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania? Who is it in Wisconsin? Why are you people not counting it? And the top two trends, number one trend is call it, number two trend is call Pennsylvania, and they're not doing it. This is in West Palm Beach. Trump, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. This is, the place is packed. Nobody's gone anywhere.
Everyday Americans confronting, I
hate when these people just talk. Ugh. They have nothing to say. Nothing at all to say. This is on, hey, this should be interesting. This is on Real America's Voice. I've got a piece I can probably download for you real quick here. This is, no, it's only 27 seconds, so it's not that long. But it's Steve Bannon basically saying at this point that they're screwing around. Here, let me see if I can put this in.
A massive announcement here. Kamala Harris will not speak at Howard University tonight.
Yep.
One campaign official has told the person, Shwana Mazel, that large crowds have already begun to leave. So the music's off. That means she's not going to concede tonight.
That's right.
Right? So
she could do this, and she could do a statement. She could just send out a statement, which would probably save us a word salad or two.
Would suffice.
Yeah.
She's running the Hillary playbook at this point. I'm sure they've been on the phone all night to people in Pennsylvania. I'm sure they've been on the phone all night to people in Wisconsin, and she can't find the votes. Remember, they wanted to impeach Trump and basically call him an insurrection because he said, find me the votes. I'm sure those phone calls have gone on tonight. Find the votes. How much am I down? You're down 200,000. And since, let's see, I'm looking at something here. It looks as though it's moved 1% in the last half hour. 1%. So people are all over it saying, call it. Here's another one here on X. So we're all in the same boat here. As soon as they call Pennsylvania, Trump will be president. Maybe Trump's waiting for that as well. But they have not as of yet called Pennsylvania. They have not called Wisconsin. So I'm looking everywhere. Nobody's got any information. So right now, everybody is in the same position. Hopefully Trump comes up on a stage here and just decides to just go full on scorched earth. Just so you know, Fox News just called Georgia. Fox News just called Georgia. There you go. That's amazing. That's amazing that 2 hours ago, Georgia got called. They just now projected it. What a shit network. What a shit. Okay, so now I've lost my other headset, so let me go ahead and go back to how I was doing it with the plug-in. But anyway, yeah, just now, literally, as I'm talking to you, Fox just called Georgia. Why any of us would ever turn into that network ever again, it's unbelievable. What a piece of crap network. I feel bad for Jesse and Gutfeld and some of these guys on there because it's just utter crap at this point. So anyway, we're waiting. We're all waiting. We're all waiting. We're trying to figure out what's going on, waiting for Trump to step up. And let's see. They've got other guys talking now. What's this guy got to say?
2008, unfortunately, John. And so it played about right. But the good news was Jen Kiggins, one of the top in Southeast Virginia by 8 points. And we have two others. In the seventh, as you pointed out, Derek Anderson came up 4 points short. Same thing up in with Mr. Clancy, Mike Clancy, up in Northern Virginia suburbs. So we ran competitively, but the House and the Senate races stay about the same.
Governor Bianca here, you're someone who has dealt with Jack Smith, a figure in this campaign who Donald Trump has said he will get rid of if he is in the White House, and who the Supreme Court and obviously Eileen Cannon says was not appointed. Talk to us about what we have seen. John Fund just talked about the comeback of 2 centuries of Donald Trump, where he was even a year ago with all these indictments to where he is tonight, potentially any minute now, walking in to that convention center filled with love and supporters and standing in really good position right now in this race.
I agree. I mean, it's extraordinary for a billionaire from New York to become the champion of the little guy in the flyover states. And tonight, with historic margins, gaining about 8 or 9% among Hispanic voters, about 8% among black males, significant new support among union voters. He's kind of reshaped the coalition on how to win. And yes, with my old friend, Mr. Smith, who is got chronically bad judgment about the rule of law and when to go after people, especially those he doesn't agree with. I'd say to have even an allegation of wrongdoing is enough to derail campaigns. But after 4 separate sets of indictments, 2 for Mr. Smith and others, I think we've lost some faith in the federal justice system to the point that Donald Trump was able to win. It looks like he's going to win, notwithstanding all these charges. So it's not. We need to restore faith in our justice system, I think, is the big takeaway. And kudos to Donald Trump for hanging in there against all odds.
Yeah, Governor, always great to see you. Thanks for staying up late, or I should say early, with us. My mom said nothing good ever happens after midnight, but this is the one exception where we have these types of interviews.
Well, you were younger then.
Yes, I was younger.
Hey, that's good. Thank you.
All right, good to see you, Governor.
Thanks, Governor.
All right, let's go back to the maps now and just give people an update on where things stand, because we are still watching the situation in Pennsylvania. You can see Donald Trump, according to our projections here, has a 3-point lead right now in that state. So let's just take a look here. This is Pennsylvania. Donald Trump up 51% to basically 48% to Kamala Harris. 91% of the vote is in now. And if you remember just a few moments ago when Dave McCormick was on stage, we were about 85%. So 6 more percentage points have come in. But again, we're still anticipating a very late night or a long couple of days for Pennsylvania. We move over to Michigan here. Donald Trump has a 2-point lead in Michigan.
Why? Why do you keep making that frickin' statement and not saying why? I'm sure it's driving you guys crazy as well. Hey, well, we're still anticipating a really long night or a couple days in Pennsylvania. Why? You're a news reporter, and you're making a statement that makes absolutely no sense right now. None. None whatsoever. Who's this? Ashley? What do we got? It's over. What's over? I don't understand. But you know what I mean? Oh, it's going to be a late night. It's already a late night. We're basically 2 hours plus past the point where you guys should have called this race, and we're all sitting around waiting for you to figure out what's going on. A couple of days, if it's at 91, 92%, how does it take a couple of days to count? Forget that. Like Tina says right here, if there's only 50,000 left and you're down 200, there's no mathematical way to catch up. What are you waiting for? Yeah, like Ashley said, it doesn't make any sense. So why would this guy who's getting paid by Newsmax come out and just say something that stupid? Now, if you've noticed, I want to show you something. Let me move this comment. If you've noticed, they've got Trump now at 251. What other states came through that we didn't hear? Have they stopped announcing states? Because I don't know what other states that they said he took. Utah. Okay, Utah. How many electors? RFK Jr. How many? Let me see how many electoral votes does Utah have? Electoral college votes? 6. Okay, so Utah. So if you're still here, we're going to give out some more silver at this point. And we're going to give out silver because Utah fell, thankfully. That's one. And then we'll go ahead and listen in as Trump is going to speak here relatively soon. So let me go ahead and we'll go ahead and pull this. I got to put it on the screen. Where is it? Okay, here we go. All right, this is for another couple silver bars. Silver, who's going to be the winner? Ha-ho, silver. Boom. Michael Nunnery. Michael Nunnery, you've won $100 worth of silver, or whatever it ends up being computed out to. We'll get it going from there. And let's see, what's RSBN is talking to... No, everyone's waiting. Everyone's waiting around. Nothing is happening as of yet. Nowhere.
Harrison W. Fields and the great Megan Kohler. Remind the people where they can follow you.
All social media platforms, you can find me at Megan V. Kohler, and V is like Victoria, my middle name.
You're giving them all the details.
Not
all
boy,
the details.
V. Like
We're gonna get in trouble if we don't toss it back. Back to Alabama.
At least they're very upbeat about it as they're talking. You know, they're trying to make light of a situation that's not funny anymore. It's actually pathetic what's happening to us. Man, I'm sorry, everybody. This isn't my, obviously, it's not my fault. But this, oh my gosh, Barry, I'll have to stop spending late nights with you. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to hear what Trump's going to say. And then I think what Trump is going to tell us to do is go home. Hopefully he's going to tell us as well that he's going to have guards at these places. And Laura has some things, to make sure these people don't do something bad. But here we are, just the same thing as 2020, where we're going to go to bed and we won't know who won.
Live look inside the watch party, and they are watching for Donald Trump potentially to walk in the doors there in West Palm Beach at the convention center. He's expected to address supporters. We can see some folks there that are streaming in. A lot of energy here because Donald Trump has been obviously
doing well.
Doing really well at Mar-a-Lago, watching returns, and decides, let me go over to where all my supporters are.
Right.
Very different than what Kamala Harris did, which is send her supporters home.
And you see
Tucker
Carlson walking in there, greeted with the hero's welcome. He's been over at Mar-a-Lago all night, and obviously speaking on behalf of Donald Trump, showing up there. We're waiting to hear Donald Trump could take to the stage any moment, so we'll be watching for that. We also had eyes on Robert Kennedy Jr., who's there too. So the whole entourage has shown up at the Palm Beach Convention Center in West Palm Beach. Let's check in now, though, with GOP Chair from California, Jessica Millan Patterson. Jessica, great to have you with us.
Hey, great to be with you guys.
All right, so we were talking with John Fund earlier about one of the key aspects of this night that we're not going to know for a long time are some of these crucial House races, and a lot of them are in the state of California. We're talking about the 41st District, the 45th District, the 47th District, and I could go on. Give us your assessment on how things are going for Republicans in California, because this could impact the balance of power in the House of Representatives.
Don't care.
It does. The road to the House majority comes right through California.
All right, so there's a video going around. I hope this is wrong. It says that 50,000 votes are showing up right now in Pennsylvania, and that another 37,000 are coming tomorrow. This isn't even funny at this point. Here, let me go ahead and see if I can't pull this video down so you guys can see this. But at some point, Trump's people are going to have to, I don't know, get the military or something. This is absolutely flipping insane. Here, let me go ahead and download this video so you can hear this yourself. Because I'm sitting here looking at it and I'm like, I can't believe it. I cannot believe what I'm actually seeing, that this could be possible in America. They think we're all completely stupid. It's okay, let's play this video so you guys can hear this. I may have to turn it up.
50,000 ballots to be released in the next 9 minutes, and then 37,000 tomorrow. I want to just quickly show you, it looks like actually maybe there's some ballots or something coming in right now. We see a police car escort with 2 different vans, but I do want to show you, Rachel, just come take a look through the window here, because this is the one angle you can see election workers here in Philadelphia that is not their camera processing the ballots, and they're all in there now going through the process. Election workers doing their great civic duty. In about 9 minutes time, we expect the information about those additional 50,000 ballots. And then again, just underscore, tomorrow morning there will be another release here in Philadelphia.
What? They're doing it again. They are absolutely doing it again. It is 1:15 in the morning. They're not even close to telling us what's going on. It's creeping in terms of the amount. And that's why they're going to say it's tomorrow. I hope they put armed guards around that building in Pennsylvania. That's probably why Kamala said, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll fix it. We'll get it done. We'll win the rest of these states we need to win. Let's listen in here.
Of the vote is tallied up, so they're moving faster in Arizona than they are in Michigan. And right now, President Trump is leading by a very slim margin, 50% to 49.2%. In Nevada, this is what's so impressive about Nevada. Finally, we started to get some data, and Nevada is already 75% of the way done. So if we get Pennsylvania and then we get Nevada, we get President Trump. If we get Pennsylvania and then we get Michigan, we're looking really good for President Trump. Same thing for Wisconsin and Arizona. We just need Pennsylvania, and then we're only going to have to wait for one more state tonight. And we are getting so close. Now, obviously, things could happen. We went to sleep thinking that President Trump was going to win. He didn't win. So we have to make sure in the last election that we don't get ahead of ourselves. And the same thing happened in 2016. The vote looked really good for Hillary Clinton, and then in the wee hours of the night, President Trump won. So anything can happen. We want to make sure that we're cautiously optimistic. But based on everything, if you're looking around on X, if you're reading the New York Times, if you're getting some of these headlines that are coming out from MSNBC, it's looking good, guys. It's looking real good. And I think some of us are probably going to cry tonight because this is a blessing and something that we prayed for.
No, I'm going to cry for a different reason. I'm going to cry the fact that we can't count votes like the state of Florida, that we can't get this done in time. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Everybody's probably pissed off at this point. Let's see what this guy says. Hold on.
Elon Musk, these third-party Republican groups that Donald Trump has enlisted. Also, Scott Pressler has been huge. He's a conservative social media influencer. A lot of people had a lot of concerns about what would that get out the vote effort be in states like Pennsylvania, where Republicans really needed to cut into Democrats who had a much more bigger advantage with registered voters. Well, it seems like that has worked. And so far tonight, we still have a little ways to go. It's looking good for both Donald Trump and for Dave McCormick. And wow, wouldn't that be something? Donald Trump and McCormick out of Pennsylvania, shattering that blue wall that Democrats thought they had. I mean, you just go back to earlier this summer.
It's nobody's explaining anything. It's almost like someone has told these news people, don't say anything. Trump's ahead right now. Let me just tell you, Trump's ahead by almost 100 and something thousand in Pennsylvania. The math isn't there. There's something going on, people. There's something going on. Man, oh man, they're trying to cheat. I'm concerned. I'm not upset. I'm concerned that right in front of our eyes, they're trying something. And it doesn't seem to me like anyone in the media is actually calling this stuff out. No one in the media is basically getting out there and saying, this is ridiculous. The needle's not even moving. It's not going from 91 to 96. It just sits there. So they're probably, let me see if there's new news here. They got one of the reporters on. What the heck is going on?
We don't know the results of anything yet, but he is going to come out to speak. I'm excited to hear sort of the mood. I know he feeds off the crowd. We're showing live pictures of the crowd. We've got a lot of notable names in there, a lot of folks that we'll recognize. And then he comes on most likely with Elon Musk and Dana White. And what will you be looking for in the night? I mean, it's worth staying up late. I mean, why would you go to bed when we're about to see the show here?
Yeah, and I think and I hope that he's going to speak to all Americans because all Americans matter, and Trump knows that. It's not over yet, of course, and I'm sure he'll speak to that as well. They do have to count every single vote, but right now it is looking very, very likely that Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States. Harris has to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, and it looks like Trump is going to win all three of those states, which would make this one of the most remarkable political comebacks in U.S. history. He is just the second president to win non-consecutive terms. I'm sure you know who the first was, Grover Cleveland, the 22nd and 24th president. And here's Donald Trump, repeating history like 100 years later. So congrats to him, and congrats to the Republican Party. Not over yet, but it looks very, very good for Donald Trump. And I, too, am very interested to hear what he has to say. And the guy never sleeps. We know that now. He never sleeps. So,
No,
all right,
doesn't.
Rick, not surprised
Thanks, Rick.
he's showing up at 2 o'clock in the morning to talk.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Rick. Appreciate it. So we are waiting and watching, and we knew it would be a late night. I mean, we're kind of in it to sort of, ride this one out. We're here. I think that a lot of the folks who have gathered there are also waiting, and no one's going home there. Unlike Howard University and our James Rosen doing excellent reporting there, it was kind of a shock that people would stand outside for 8 hours and then they...
So we got a new tweet from, well, actually Charlie Kirk tweeted it, but it's from the New York Times. It says the New York Times dial has maxed out for President Trump with a higher than 95% likelihood that he will win the presidency. It also predicts Donald Trump will win 306 electoral votes and the popular vote by 1.2%. So it looks like he's about to come out, or one of his speakers is coming out. Let's tune in.
And you hear the same songs, Gloria. I don't even know who sings that one, but it's one of my favorite songs from the 80s.
Laura Branigan?
Oh, thank you, Bianca. With the knowledge there. You hear Phantom of the Opera. You hear Village People.
Jesse's Girl.
Jesse's Girl.
And then some
we can
opera.
hear. Let's listen in real quick and see.
That puts him at 267, now officially over the 270, but the path that it takes to get to 270.
Results coming in from Nevada. Arizona is still an open question, although Trump has a lead there. If you take those two states off the board and you give Donald Trump Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin,
where he has the lead right now, he still has 295 electoral college votes, and that's without Nevada and Arizona, and if these leads hold up. So it just shows you how narrow the path to victory is for Kamala Harris, if there even is one still left. Let's talk about Arizona a little bit more. It's one of those states where we expect to see quite a significant delay before all the ballots are counted. Our correspondent John Glasgow joins us now from Scottsdale with the latest on the situation out there in Arizona. Hey, John.
All right, so while they're doing that, let me just go back to what the New York Times has come out. The New York Times has said that Trump will win with a greater than 95% likelihood, and also he will win 306 electoral votes and the popular vote as well by 1.2%. So they're predicting at this point a Trump win. So everybody is predicting Trump wins. I'm waiting for them to call. I know Ashley just said they called Pennsylvania. I haven't seen it yet. Hopefully, Pennsylvania would do it. At 251, that would take Trump to 270. Okay, listen, is it happening?
In this, we are now calling Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. So we can put that in the win column, and it's going to be huge. We'll see Donald Trump probably address that when he comes to the stage. That may have been what everybody was cheering about. We saw just a moment ago. John, sorry to cut you off there, but we had to get that in.
But this is, 19 electoral votes. So out of all the battleground states, the most electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Biden had won this by 1.2%. Donald Trump flipped the state of Pennsylvania by 0.7 in 2016. That was the first time a Republican had done that since 1988.
That should be 270, right? It was at 251 when we looked at it. 19 would equal 270. Put it up on the screen, 270. Put Trump projected as the winner of the 2024 election. Put it on the screen.
So very exciting momentum right there.
We'll be watching to see if it is, in fact, a victory speech from Donald Trump tonight. This might change the tenor and the tone of that speech, but we do have other states to watch out for as well, including the one where John is. So let's get back there. John, I always hate to cut you off, but we got to get that one in there. Tell us, pick back up where you left off.
Yeah, no, that's big news. And, of course, it's crucial.
270. 270. We're going to go back, obviously, we hear him speak. But it's over. 270. I don't know who called it, who got the word to say it. I'm looking around to see if anyone else has got information on it. How did it get called? Because at this point, let me see if I can start looking around and see if anyone else is putting it out there. Boom. Yeah, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. Boom. Boom. Shaka-laka-laka. Boom. It's over. Oh, yes. Yes. Let's go. Oh, my goodness.
Pennsylvania. We have a new president-elect, potentially. We have to, of course, wait for all this to be official. But we are projecting Donald Trump as the victor of the 2024 presidential race.
We're glad you're staying with us right here on N2. I'm Bianca Della Garza alongside John Bachman. We've had a team of reporters all over the nation doing great work. Again, we just called the state of Pennsylvania, and this is why we're now able to call Donald Trump right now the presumptive winner of this election, a historic election. Indeed, John Glasgow, thank you. We know you're watching Arizona. We'll be getting back to you. And look at the crowds here. This is West Palm Beach. Yes. Massive turnout. They have been waiting for Donald Trump to come over from Mar-a-Lago. It may be a victory speech. As we were saying earlier, John, when Donald Trump came out today to vote with Melania, he said, I haven't really planned or scripted it. I don't have to. I'm just going to speak from my heart. But today and tonight, as we are watching, this is a comeback, many say, one for the history books, and one that our nation really has not seen the likes of in a long, long time. A candidate, complete outsider, won in 2016, threatening now everything that this Democratic Party had sort of put into play with Kamala Harris being replaced out of Joe Biden. You can see how jubilant they are.
And I think back to August, the Trump campaign called a few of us to Mar.
This is freaking amazing. Absolutely amazing. They tried to take this man out every possible way they could. They tried to destroy this man, tried to kill him. They tried to take his assets. They tried to hurt his family. They tried to hurt his friends. They put people in jail. And he's back He is back. Oh my goodness. Y'all better do something here because we're over this censorship stuff. Let's go, man. Let's go. I'm so happy for you guys as well. This is incredible. It's absolutely incredible. I'm getting texts from everybody. Oh man, it's over. What a night. Yes, yes, yes. I'm so stoked. We did it. Yes, we did. Wow, the world is going to erupt. Oh my goodness, the world is going to erupt. Now, you know what's funny? Now I can't go to sleep. Now I can't do it. Now I gotta stay awake because I'm too pumped. Poor dog. Tor's like, can we go to bed, man? Can we go to bed? No, you ain't ever going to bed right now. We got Donald Trump elected. Well, before he gets on stage, so I don't interrupt anything, somebody's getting the $1,000 package. The $1,000 package. Let's see here before he gets on stage if we can get it done here and say who's going to win gold and silver. A 1 ounce. How big is it? Yeah, 1 ounce, 1/4 ounce gold coin, and some other silver along with it to come out to about $1,000. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. All right, I don't got a drum roll, but I got one of those. Let's go ahead and select. Oh, this is going to be so cool. Somebody's going to win $1,000 right now. Y'all ready? Here come $1,000 winner. Boom, shakalaka, boom. Charles E. Fox. Charles E. Fox, you just won a $1,000 precious metals package. That I purchased it from Lear Capital. They've been so good to me. You guys have been here. You know, I couldn't even imagine at this point how big this is, because the fact of the matter is we won it on the night he won. You people have stayed around till 1:30 in the morning. We're about to see his speech. He did it. You did it. We did it. We all, oh man, congratulations to Charles E. Fox. Congratulations to the mods. MSNBC still saying the battleground states are too close to call. No way. It's everywhere. So they can say whatever they want. Look at that ballroom is packed. Absolutely. That's the Palm Beach Convention Center. Been there many a times. When you open up all the space, it's a huge space. Oh man, there's probably people out there just going nuts. God is great. Yes, He is. Whew. What a night, people. We did our prayer meeting, and now we get this on top of everything else. Oh, this is awesome. Absolutely awesome. USA is back. And I hope at this point, I understood he did take the Senate. I'm not sure about the House, but he did take the Senate. So at this point, be safe. Watch out for the nuts wherever you may live, because they're going to go crazy. They're going to go nuts. Mix. I don't know why maybe because I got too many comments. It's been going slow tonight, trying to get these things to populate. Let's go. Oh my goodness. Hey, let me play it. Somebody's asking me to play it real quick while we're waiting. I got it here. Hold on. This was what y'all didn't think I had it. This was back when I did it for the 300,000 subscribers. Let's do this. I did the dance. Now I'm gonna have to do another one tomorrow. I gotta do the the winning dance. As we turn the page on, Yeah, where is what's his name? Pipe Cat. Where is Tim Walz? They haven't even mentioned his name. She didn't want to show up. She pulled the Hillary. You wuss. You absolute wuss of a candidate. You wuss of a woman. No wonder you don't. Man. They're showing pictures of people in New York. New York's exploding. But, man, there's people going nuts everywhere. I bet you if they could take video and show from people around the world what's going on. Oh, love it. New York is pumped. Absolutely pumped at this point. Very, very cool. Who's this? This is Iris B. They're calling
the
it.
Podium there. And my, oh my, this is so great because, again, this is not a rally. This is not a campaign stop. This is a speech to the American people. God has protected him. God has been with him and is with this nation. And I believe in great things for the world coming up. All right. Okay, so we are awaiting word on if President Trump will indeed take the stage there, but we do see that podium there right now. So we'll see what happens. Obviously, we're covering it here live, 1:33 a.m. Eastern Time. What a night, guys. We started at 6 p.m. Eastern. We were calling state after state. And then to see that all of these swing states, you know, is it every swing state, right, guys? Went
So
to President
far,
Trump,
yeah.
right? I think every swing state went to President Trump. All
So far.
that 93 electoral votes that were needed went to Donald Trump. Christina, your thoughts tonight? You know, you're tracking everything when it comes to the.
Yeah, so far he's taken all the swing states.
Change as well. And Ashley, this question is for you. We saw so much money. Kamala Harris raised billions.
So the comment on the screen, but does this mean that those votes in those two vans won't be counted? No, they finally did what we were saying for hours. The math. How many votes you got in the truck? We got 56. She's down by 200. Okay, it's over. We'll count them all and we'll put them on the tally, but it's over. She can't catch up. It's simple math. We all said it for some time ago. It's over. It's absolutely over. Oh, man. I Fox News even called it. Okay, yeah. Finally. Loser Network. Finally. They called it. All right, so let's see what she's saying. I don't even know who she is. Who you are?
Absolutely incredible. This is the greatest coalition this country has ever seen. We have a president who cares about the American people more than anyone. I'm actually overwhelmed. We had Muslim Americans, Jewish Americans, women, Black Americans. We had so many people who came forth who said, we want to be a part of the team. And that's what we built. And it's proven tonight to be successful. I'm super excited. This is all because of the vision of Brooke Rollins, Linda McMahon, Donald Trump Jr. It's pretty incredible what we're able to accomplish when you actually connect with the American people and you put aside your selfish wants like you've seen with the bureaucratic establishment.
Yeah, and I think, Ashley, too, for America First works and for this whole idea of America First, this is a vindication for those folks who had the audacity to say, let's put us first. Let's put American citizens first. Let's make sure we have housing for our wounded veterans and homeless veterans before we start putting illegal immigrants in hotels. That, I think, has got to be a vindicating feeling for you.
Oh, 1,000,000%. But it's across the board. It's, they're spending billions of dollars overseas while it's causing skyrocketing prices in America, and moms are paying $8 for orange juice as opposed to $4. I've talked about this now with y'all for like months. You look at what's happening with our borders. You look at what's happening just with their own pocketbooks. And so this is just such an incredible moment because honestly, I'm overwhelmed because I feel like we're once again giving power back to we the people, and it's giving power back to to everyday Americans, not the bureaucrats, not the establishment, not the political elite. That's what this is really all about. That's what America First is, and I'm so excited.
It's a decision.
Truly, and every message that Kamala Harris was sending, even in her closing argument, was disconnected. It was Oprah, Lady Gaga. It was.
I had so many of you were asking me, what are you going to do? I said this last night. What are you going to do now that the rallies are over? I'm like, now we got the good stuff. You know, we had those rallies. They were fantastic. Now we move into real news. I told you guys this yesterday. Here's what's going to happen. This man is not going to take any days off. He ain't going on vacation. He's going to tell Melania, you have to chill, because he's going to get. There's a reason why Tucker and Elon and Bobby Kennedy Jr. Why they're all there is he's like, yo, come on down to Mar-a-Lago. I'm gonna set you up with suites, and we're going to work tomorrow. I bet you that's in his speech. We're going to work tomorrow. We're going to set up a podium. We're going to start doing press conferences. So I already know what my schedule is going to be. My schedule is going to be check his schedule every day, make sure we're covering everything. Let's go and basically start reporting the news as to what he's going to do. So tomorrow I've got to create a whole new intro and this is going to be so much effing fun. Let's go, man. This is it. This is incredible. I am so pumped. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, and that's almost 2 o'clock. I ain't going to be able to sleep. I'm already thinking, okay, what do I got to do? Let's create a new intro. Let's go ahead and get this new stuff set up. Boy, we're ready to rock, because I ain't ever looking at Fox anymore. Hopefully you ain't looking at Fox anymore. Come on over. Let's go ahead and figure out what we're going to be talking about, and it's all going to be predicated upon what this man says, and I would put $1 to a donut right now. This man, within the next 3 months, says no income tax. Oh, these people are going to poop their pants left and right. And he got the Senate. I haven't seen the House yet, but he's got the Senate. He's got the presidency. Oh, man. And I'm looking at so many people. It's trending everywhere. I'm happy to, it's just, people are ecstatic. Absolutely. Thank you, Elon. Thank you to Elon Musk. Let me say that publicly. Without Elon Musk, this doesn't happen. Without Elon Musk, this man would not be back as president. Wow. Wow. This is crazy. Some guy just said, to celebrate, I'm setting $1,000 to the first 10 people who follow me. Oh, what did he do? He won $100,000 on Poly Market. 100 grand. I'm looking at the sad faces. I'm looking at all the sad faces. I gotta. Oh yeah, this is just incredible. Incredible, man. This is what we wanted. This is what we fought for. This is it. Okay, this is Trump. And is he coming out yet? Come on out. Wow. This is fantastic. I have to make like my first post. My first post since he's been announced as president. What am I going to make as my first post? Probably something to go after the media. Probably just to give them just hell. I know what I'll use as my first post. I'll show it to you guys too, because this is probably the best post ever. Oh, I've been waiting a long time to use this. You guys are going to see this. You're probably going to say, Barry, send me a copy of that. Okay, so hold on. Let me show you the best post ever for today, tomorrow. You guys will all, if you want to, I'll send you a copy of it. You'll probably want to post it on all your social media. You'll probably want to send it to some of your friends. But this is what we need to post everywhere, because it's so indicative of this big win. So indicative. So let me go ahead and show this to you. Let me clear this while we're waiting for Trump, because I think you're going to enjoy this video. Okay? You ready? You ready? Okay. I'm sorry. Oh, I've been holding that for months. Oh, these nuts. All these. Ooh. Oh. Oh, it's gonna be awful. It's gonna be absolutely awful. These nuts are gonna be going crazy. That's what police said it to me. Just think around. How many of them are just going to be screaming in the streets, crying at grocery stores and corners, and curled up in fetal positions? It's glorious. Oh, yeah. It tastes great. Your tears. Where are the trolls at? Where are your trolls at? Where are the trolls at? Oh my goodness, where are the trolls? Oh, don't talk to me about don't gloat. No. We gonna gloat. I'm gonna have to call Pastor JJ and say, is it bad if I gloat for just a day? Can I rub it in some people's faces just for one day? Can you forgive me afterwards, Lord? Because for the next 24 hours, I gotta rub it in some people's faces. A lot of them deserve it. A whole bunch of them deserve it. Let's. Can we get some amnesty for one day where we can just basically go after some libs? Oh, they deserve it so much. I gotta post that. That video must go up. And it must be shown to everyone because these people deserve it. Every actress, we need to find out all the people who said they were leaving the country, and we need to hold them to it. We need to make sure we, in mass, start sending tweets to people on The View, Whoopi Goldberg, Mark Cuban. Start tweeting them all and letting them know, hey man, when you leave it. Because we'd like to know when you're getting out of here. Go. Be gone. Be gone with yourself. Oh my goodness. My gosh. I am so pumped. I can't believe you. Can't tell you how pumped I am. You know what else I'm pumped? I am so pumped for each one of you who have stood with this entire movement that he put together that allowed us to help support him. Man, you guys have been extremely strong. This arena, I know exactly where this is, off of Okeechobee Boulevard in West Palm Beach. And it's right off where the restaurants and the clubs are. And today is Tuesday, so most of the clubs and stuff aren't open, so it's empty. It's just ghost town in this area where this convention center is. And here it is, 1:45 in the morning, and nobody's going home. This place is packed, absolutely packed. So if you won a hoodie, get out there, put your hoodie on. I've got some pictures I can show tomorrow, but wear your hoodie freely. Screw these people. Oh man, I gotta send this tweet. I'm sorry, I gotta gloat. Oh man, this is just too much. I'll put it in the forum so you guys can see it as well. But whew, man, this is too good, too good. All right, so wondering what Trump is waiting for. Maybe one of the other states has also come down to him. I mean, been announced. I'm not sure if one of the other states have announced it as well. P. Diddy. A lot of stuff might be coming out. You heard Tucker. Tucker has said it. There's some stuff that's going to be coming out. You gotta wonder what that stuff is. Good. Get it all out. Expose them all. Have these CEOs get in their private jets and get out. Daddy's home, and he's pissed. You did everything to this man. You tried to bankrupt him. You tried to put him in jail. You tried to kill him. You attacked his kids. You attacked everything that he held dear. And Daddy's coming home, and he's pissed as hell. Be afraid. If you're, worried about his enemies list, yeah, be afraid. Because if they know everything, just imagine how much stuff Elon has. He bought Twitter. All of the direct messaging and all that stuff that people did, he owns it, which means Trump has it. Think about that. Just think of all the evidence and stuff that they must have. All the reports oh my goodness, these people are terrified. This is so good for our country. You screwed him over this first time. You surrounded him with nuts that, basically didn't have the country's best interest at heart. You did all that stuff, and now he's coming in with his own team of people. That's fantastic. Unbelievable. Let's listen to what some of these people are saying so I don't have to keep talking right now, because it's awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Has a mandate, like 312 electoral college votes and a 54 or 56 seat, Republican majority in the Senate.
No, I don't think they'll push impeachment. They'll go with obstruction, and you pass a lot of messaging bills to try to put their party back together. But there's going to be a civil war inside the Democrat Party after something like this. Make no mistake. But it's crucial that there be a Republican majority. Kevin McCarthy was on earlier. He thinks they're going to keep the majority, but he has some concerns about how large. Remember, a 3 or 4 seat majority really makes it very difficult to pass complex legislation like tax cuts, because everybody could be a hero, everybody could be a holdout. So that's what I'm really worried about is in terms of the enactment of the Trump agenda.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Of course, Donald Trump accomplished a lot with executive orders. Remember when Barack Obama was in a position where he was blaming Republicans for being obstructionists? He famously told us, I have a phone and I have a pen. I think Donald Trump, he has those big black Sharpies. And I think he'll be the first to point out to Barack Obama he has a bigger phone than him, if that's still a thing. Do you want a bigger phone? Maybe. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah. No, you're probably, everything's getting smaller. The coalition, we talk about sort of the new Republican Party. And it is Donald Trump who has been sort of the catalyst for this.
For those of you who don't know, they just also called Wisconsin. So now it's Wisconsin as well. Just add that to the list at this point. And what you're going to see come out tomorrow, when they do their postmortem, dig in to see what's going on, you're going to find something that I told you months and months ago that nobody wanted to talk about, probably because they were afraid of being racist. You're going to see what happened with the blacks and the Hispanics. Nobody was talking about the blacks and Hispanics. It was like, what? Don't you guys see what's going on here? Do you remember how I explained it to you? And like, hey, there's only this, and it was very simple to see, and I was wondering why people were avoiding it, why they were ignoring what was just so obvious to me. I'm like, look at this, the numbers here. There's no way she could win. And you could go back in my videos. I'm sure some of you remember, I kept saying it. There's no way she can win. If he gets this much of the black vote, it's already over. And I kept telling you, it's already over. It's not gonna, she can't win. And people are like, Barry, don't be so overconfident. Only thing I wasn't confident was tonight about the possible cheating. I never thought that he couldn't win. And it wasn't just like bravado saying, oh, he can't win. No, I'm like, nobody can explain to me. Not a single person. No one on Fox. No one on CNN, ABC, NBC, CBS News. No one could ever explain to me how she's supposed to win if you don't have that black and Hispanic vote there. Yeah, she's going to win the Hispanic vote, but what I kept saying is, if you get a big enough chunk, again, mathematically, you can't overcome it. So what are we going to find out tomorrow? We're going to find out maybe the next day or two, what was that black vote that she lost? Did he end up picking up 18, 19% of the black vote? If he picked up 18 to 19% of the black vote, that would go a long way in explaining what happened tonight. I also think they're going to find out that not a lot of women, or rather, not a completely overwhelming number of women, were all about baby removal. She pushed all in. The entirety of her campaign was about baby removal. It was the grand sacrament. Never mind, women were like, well, how do I buy a house? How do I get a car? How do I eat? Just baby removal, huh? Yeah. And you brought all these celebrities out. These celebrities, many of them were washed up, scummy. Think right now how many people destroyed their careers. You can start just 2 days ago to that woman who made that fake poll about Iowa. Destroyed her career just to protect the Democrats. Complete. There's no credibility. Oh, there's no credibility right now in the polling industry. Done. You're all done. Just don't ever look at a poll ever again, which is what I said to you. I said to you, if things happen the way I think they're going to happen, the polling industry can never come back from it. It's useless. It was a tool for the media. They're done. So all the polling done. Certain entertainers. Right now, if I'm J.D. Vance or I'm anybody who's planning a run in 2028, you want to know, first thing I would tell you, celebrity endorsements don't mean doo-doo. Don't bother trying to get a celebrity endorsement. It doesn't matter. Nobody cares what LeBron James had to say. Nobody cared what Oprah had to say. Complete waste of time and money. We don't care. We don't hold celebrities up here anymore. We know what they do. It makes no sense. Here's another thing. You no longer have to run $1 billion of commercials on television because nobody's watching television. Everybody has this, or they have a Roku TV or a DVR. I've had, over the last week, we had 10 rallies over 3 days, and plus tonight and today was all day thing, another 16 hours. All the stuff that I want to see is sitting on my television or my Roku where I can just get to it. I ain't watching no ads. So much of how politics has been run has been destroyed. She spent all this money. Trump went on Rogan. He went on X. He went on this podcast, that podcast, talked to just the people. My podcast, I was able to reach. Now, I'm not Dan Bongino. I'm not Benny Johnson. My corner of the world, my subscriber base is 1/3 or 1/4 what some of these guys have, but they all count when you add them together. And we're not the media that they think. But now people are going to realize, hey, you telling me these people in their little corner of the world have more impact than Joy Reid? Yeah. Because nobody's watching her shit. We make fun of her. So much has changed. And so now there's got to be some smart, intelligent people on both sides, on the Democrat and on the Republican side, who are taking notes of what they just saw. There are business leaders who can take notes on what they just saw. And what you have to understand from a marketing standpoint is you saw the power of social media. You saw the power of X. You watch what happens now. You think Elon Musk is the richest man in the world now? You don't think every advertiser is looking at this and going, oh, damn, this is what we could produce? Uh-huh. You mean you can produce this guy who is 34 felony counts, who did this with a woman and did that with a woman and said these words and everything, and you can get him to be president? Yep. Because I can talk to you. You know, I can post Marilena Santora's comment. I can address her. Which, by the way, that's a great comment. Big Mike, now you're in trouble because you pissed off Daddy. Daddy's coming home. Oh, as somebody said, Barry, you told everyone. Yeah, I told him. Yeah, it's coming. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. They tried to make the polls scientific. They were trash. They were trash completely. CNN is still at 246 for Trump. They'll sit there because their audience needs to sit there. It's crazy. This country is gone, dude. This is no longer trust no one. CNN's still not calling it. We can all relax now for the next week. No. Where'd that comment go? There was a comment, it went by too fast, and it said that we can all relax now. No, we can't. We cannot relax. You know why we can't relax is because they're not going to relax. They're not done. They can't be done. Their Marxist ideology is their religion. They're just going to repackage it and bring somebody else out. I don't know who it will be. Won't be Gavin Newsom. His star is tainted. Won't be Pete Buttigieg. It'll be somebody. They'll make somebody better than Kamala, better than Joe Biden, and they'll create somebody. You watch. We just have to be ready for it. Or, even better, destroy their party. Absolutely destroy their party. If he has SCOTUS and the House and the Senate, and we're talking good Senate and good House people, destroy the Democrat Party. Go scorched earth on them. Leave nothing standing. That's how we win. That's how we turn the country around, because in 4 years, he's going to have a tough time doing a whole lot, but you got to set it up so you can do it. Elon was a financial genius. Yeah, you know what the other thing too is they made so many unforced errors along the way. I mean, the hurricane and what you did to those people. You know who's really pooping their pants right now? Let me tell you who's really pooping his pants right now. There's this little guy over in the Ukraine who's like, oh my God, what do I do? If I were Zelensky, I'd show up at Mar-a-Lago as fast as I possibly could. Trump may not even see him, but he'll tell him, you'll whatever Joe and Kamala want to dish out between the next couple of months, but get what you can. Just go. You go ahead and grab everything you can, and let you know if you don't pay me back. I'd love to have this conversation. If I was Trump and I would talk to Zelensky, if you don't pay us back billions by January 21st, if I don't see a check, wire transfer, something in our account by January 30th, 4 or 5 days after I take office, I don't see a check, I'm going to tell Vlad, do what you need to do. I want my money back. And I want to know, if you didn't get it all, who got that money? Oh yeah, Daddy's pissed. He's coming home and he's pissed as hell. Don't play with these people. Don't give them an ounce of quarter. I wouldn't, man. Yeah, exactly. Zelensky. Zelensky. There's a few people around here right now who are probably thinking, oh man, what do we do? What do we do? Somebody's asking what times he speak. Your guess is as good as mine. Looking at the stage, let me show you so you guys can see I'm not like, it's not me holding anything back. He hasn't showed up yet. Everybody, I'll tell you what, he won't be leaving. He ain't going to be like Kamala and take off. Yeah, we need to make a shirt about that, just like what Elon said to some of the advertisers. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait to see what he does with the advertising on X as well. This man dropped $44 billion, and he's about to make so much money on X. Oh my goodness. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, I would, that would be like one of my first calls. I would say, hey, Zelensky boy, yeah, pay up. Don't. I don't even want a meeting. I don't even want to sit down with a meeting with you. I want you to go around to all your buddies who are driving Bentleys and everything else, sell all that shit. Sell your big luxury condos, do whatever you need to do, sell it all, and make sure by January 30th, February 1st, you send us a check. And then make sure it clears. Okay? That's what I'm just telling you. Then maybe I'll take a meeting with you. You're not even getting a meeting until we get the money back. That's what I would tell them. You ain't getting. Oh, yes, Merry Christmas to all. We can say Merry Christmas. Yeah, Elon is a big winner. Bet Little Rocket Man is sweating. I don't think Little Rocket Man's sweating. I think that he's always gotten along with Trump, and he'll be able to basically play in his sandbox and not worry. The tariffs now. This is where now. Let's see what the guy from China does. Also, do we open the border the other way and say, y'all want to leave before we round you up? Yeah, I mean, yeah, you have the option of self-deporting. All these guys who came in have done all this bad stuff. You talk about some sphincter tightening? They're like, wait a minute. So there's no bail? No. In fact, I'm looking at doing the death penalty. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go out in the middle of some field in Kentucky and put 20-foot barbed wire fence around, and we're going to build huts and tents and everything else, and we're going to send you all there. And then we'll process you a little bit at a time, because it's going to be hard. So many things. Now we're unburdened of the past and have dreams. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we're waiting on Trump to come out here. Better yet, Happy New Year. A lot of people were sweating this. Oh, somebody better call Jamie Raskin. So that's one of the things I was telling you guys about Jamie Raskin. And people are like, he says that, we're going to make sure he never takes the oath. I'm like, okay. You don't have the Senate. I don't know what the House numbers are yet, but you don't have the Senate, so you can go ahead and shut up about that. And do you, little man, want to take on somebody who has this much political capital? He's going to squash him like a bug. I would not want to be Jamie Raskin trying to play Jamie Raskin or Adam Schiff. Don't bring that crap you've been saying before. I'm going to squash you like a bug. Waiting for him to show up. Wow, I can't believe it's 2 o'clock in the morning. My poor little dog's tired. I'm exhausted, but I'm feeling good. Democrats can take a slow buck. You know what? We're going to find out how many of these people are women and men of their word. People who said they're going to leave the country if this happened. All right. Start booking. Start booking your flights. See ya. Wow. Look at that place. I bet you it's gotten more packed since everything happened, because people probably just went over there. Yeah, I'm sure he's been doing his Barry, what about the end of November charges against Trump? Put it this way, and I'm just going to say this, and I do mean this sincerely. Would you want to be somebody who's going to step in front of this political train? Jamie Raskin, Eric Swalwell, Schiff, Maxine Waters, some stupid judge up in New York. Do you really want to step in front of this train? You've seen what kind of power this man has. The kind of power that puts you guys in fear. You think you want to call him a fascist and Hitler and all this other stuff. And you couldn't take him down. And now you want to stand up and talk crap? Drop the charges, get on his good side. He's not taking any prisoners. I'm just thinking people in Washington are going to be freaking. You watch tomorrow. The wailing and gnashing of teeth is probably already beginning. Is everyone in the media against the people. Yeah, it seems that way. The spirit of America is back. I mean, there's just so many parts of this. NFL. I don't want to see you guys putting end racism and all this crap on the field. Play football and shut up. All y'all that, want to swim against girls and do it. It was nice while it lasted. It's not going to happen. So many changes. They were trying to force down our throat. And I'm just trying to just recap all of them and think to myself, what are they going to do about this? What are they going to do about that? You see Wisconsin was called on the screen there. What are you going to do about this thing and that thing? I'm waiting to see. Okay, let me go to this page here. All right, so we got Wisconsin. We got Pennsylvania. I'm adding up right now, so see what the score is. I haven't heard any of the other states out there, but if Michigan falls, but yeah, she got absolutely crushed. I don't know about Virginia. Nobody has mentioned Virginia. Let me look at Virginia real quick here. I need to refresh. She's up by 5 in Virginia. What about Michigan? Michigan, he's up. Wisconsin, they called. Minnesota is close. She's up in New Mexico. She's up in Colorado by a lot. Let me see. State of Washington. State of Washington, she owns it. Oregon, yeah. So, Nevada. Yeah, he's up in Nevada by 5 points. Arizona, he's up by 1 point. So he could end up getting even more electoral votes. Let's see if I count 296 right now. That's the number I'm at 296. Let's see if he took Arizona. He's still at 285. She got smacked. Come on, man. You got to talk. Let me put these guys on so I can take a drink here, because oh my God, we've been streaming for 7 hours. Good gosh. Okay, here.
Path forward.
And that's maybe something that people thought about. We know certainly with October the 7th, and that, Kamala Harris on a world stage face to face with our adversaries was not something that people thought would be advantageous to us in light of the billions of dollars that Iran has been enriched with.
Yeah, I don't know his name yet. I kind of made a vow not to learn their names until they're in place for 90 days. But we have a new Hezbollah leader who's probably feeling a little nervous right now. You got to imagine the Ayatollah in Iran is up right now, very concerned, because you think about what this is going to mean for geopolitics. And we've seen Iran enrich themselves over the last 4 years. So many strange things. You wonder just why would the Biden administration do this? It's a new day when it comes to foreign policy and our national security.
John,
go ahead, Jeffrey.
I'll make this quick. When Reagan got into a tussle with the air traffic controllers and they said you can't fire them, he fired them anyway, 11,000 people. Yeah. What we didn't know at the time was that it was the Russians who paid attention and realized, oh my goodness, he means business. Mm-hmm. He is a man of his word, and if he says he's going to do something, he will do it, no matter the criticism. I think Donald Trump is very much of that sort of mindset here.
Yeah, again, it's really exciting to think about what Donald Trump accomplished with so many people working against him in his first term. You think about the Abraham Accords. You think about his ability to keep Vladimir Putin out of Ukraine. You think about the story he likes to tell when President Xi was at Mar-a-Lago.
Chocolate cake.
And he dropped the Moab or killed Qasem Soleimani, I can't remember which one, over the chocolate cake. And people who know this story, President Xi speaks fluent English but doesn't like to speak English. He thinks it's kind of a sign of weakness. But when Donald Trump was telling this story, President Xi couldn't help himself and spoke English. What happened? It's a fascinating story to hear from Donald Trump. And again, you think about, too, some of the moments we saw during the Trump presidency, the struggle session with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer in the Oval Office when they were trying to work on an immigration deal. We were talking about the resistance Donald Trump is going to get. But I do think, we go back to this immigration deal and everything that was wrong with it. If you take out
that immigration bill, if you strip out the things that were wrong with it, the legalization of so many of these TPP people who came here to this country, maybe there is something that can get done. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being optimistic at 2 in the morning.
No, deportation is wrong. But everything they criticized Trump for doing when it comes to his, dealing with adversaries was everything he should be doing. I mean, yeah, to see him walking in the demilitarized zone, with Kim Jong-un, these are things that, to have dialogue is better than not having dialogue.
Right. We have North Korean soldiers on the Russian-Ukraine border right now. That's something, John, I think you'd have to agree wouldn't happen if Donald Trump were commander-in-chief right now.
No, none of it would. People forget that the Obama-Biden administration refused to send lethal aid to Ukraine. They refused to do that. It was Trump was the first president to actually send the Ukrainians lethal aid, breaking with the Obama-Biden administration. Right. And also the annexation of Crimea happened in 2014 under Barack Obama and Joe Biden. None of this stuff happened when President Trump was president. And so I was going to argue with some friends last weekend and kind of pointed this out. You point out the chronology of this, and it stumps people. But that is the reality. Talk nice, but be tough.
And it was laughable last week to hear Democrats try to paint Elon Musk as some sort of Russian asset. And he's just like, by the way, I'm providing internet service for the entire Ukrainian military. So check yourself on that.
Yeah, they want to cancel his government contracts. Rachel Maddow is all in a tizzy. And I'm sure they are tonight. And I'm sure they are as they look at the crowds here gathered, awaiting Donald Trump any moment at 2:13 in the morning, West Palm Beach, Florida. This is the room to be in because Donald Trump is going to come out and address the nation and the world now as the president-elect here of the United States.
There's the podium. And we just switched cameras, but you think about our friend Bricksuit, who's there in the front row. He was there in the front row in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
He's been there in the front row of so many of these rallies. There's Doug Burgum there, who's been a loyal Trump supporter. And one of these guys who you wouldn't think would get along with Donald Trump. He's the governor of North Dakota. But he was a very effective surrogate as well. Vivek Ramaswamy is there with them as well. And again, you see this coalition that Donald Trump has been able to build. Business people,
energy, they
private sector,
that. Yeah.
public sector. And this is what a leader does. Builds these coalitions of disparate attitudes. You hear Donald Trump talk about how much he disagrees with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on energy policy, but he's going to put him in charge of health for America. So it is very exciting, I think, for a lot of us to see what happens next. Jeffrey?
He's very smart and very creative. That's something that I think a lot of people seem not to get. He's not your standard politician. To just forget his political situation, just his business career alone involves a vast amount of creativity and thinking outside the box. And as he has said, as I've heard him say, people would tell him, no, you can't do that, and then he'd go do it anyway. So I think that's the mentality that approaches this. They're going to tell him he can't replace people in the Justice Department. They're going to tell him he can't do this, he can't do that. He's going to do it anyway.
Well, and also, too, John, as an attorney, when we talk about lawfare and weaponization, and it was really incredible to see one after another, indictment after indictment, and him to kind of be where he is today. Fani Willis wins her re-election in Fulton. That's a whole other story. But Donald Trump going up against Jack Smith. We had Governor Bob McDonnell, the former governor of Virginia, who went up against him, too. These are incredible sort of things to overcome that anyone, when the federal government comes after you, it would be difficult. He had 4 indictments, FBI raids at Mar-a-Lago, classified documents. It's pretty stunning, and I'm sure as an attorney you have some thoughts on this.
Yeah, absolutely. Jack Smith was overturned in the Bob McDonnell case 8-0 by the Supreme Court with regard to a bribery case that was thrown out after breaking poor Bob McDonnell. Interestingly enough, I do a lot of foreign TV too, as you know, Bianca. And one of the things I hear over and over in the English-speaking world outside of the U.S. is this belief that this bureaucracy, the Justice Department, needs to be independent somehow, or that they are outside of the executive branch. And I keep having to remind our European and English friends that no, the Justice Department is part of the executive branch. To have some sort of independent bureaucracy is to have some unelected, unaccountable level of government, which is doesn't exist. And so that's a real risk. And so this has to be taken over, reined in, and made subordinate to the President of the United States, the chief of the executive branch.
Oh, I'm sure there's a lot of whistleblowers that are just excited to see this as well when it comes to either the IRS whistleblowers, the FBI whistleblowers. They look like they were doing a microphone check, gentlemen, so we do want to just be clear that Donald Trump could be coming out. It looks like it may be imminent there. The stage clearly set with some beautiful backdrops there, the American flags. What a proud night. What a patriotic night here in our nation.
Yeah, and we'll stay frosty for that and be ready to pivot as soon as Donald Trump walks out to the stage. We've seen this scene play out so many times before. I was thinking about this last night watching the Ann Arbor rally, thinking this is going to be the very last ever Donald Trump presidential candidate rally. And, been to so many of the rallies going back to the 2016 campaign. And it's just, he has totally remade the idea of a presidential campaign through these rallies. It will be imitated. It will never be replicated. Donald Trump is a once in a lifetime type presidential candidate. But I will think you'll see the MAGA movement carry on. There is a deep bench of America First, pro-MAGA, self-identifying MAGA extremists that are willing to carry on this movement. So it's very exciting to see, and you see some of the folks there in the crowd who have in moments when Donald Trump needed them to pick up that megaphone and preach on behalf of what Donald Trump stands for, and it's 217. Donald Trump should be coming out to the stage any moment, and
this is pure joy. Kamala,
it's pure joy.
This is what joy looks like.
I might need another coffee, but I might have we can do that soon. But this is exciting. Very exciting.
I bet they're having some Diet Mountain Dew back there, JD.
I bet there will be a lot of people studying Grover Cleveland and how he managed his second term after he was defeated for re-election, and reliving and seeing what does the president do in that situation.
Yeah. Well, the other thing, too, is, we've seen this more humble, a kindler, gentler Donald Trump, if I could borrow a phrase, on the campaign trail. Everyone talked about the mean tweets. We still got a little bit of that. But, I'm somewhat looking forward to Jeffrey waking up at 4 a.m. To a 6-tweet rant by Donald Trump in all caps about NATO not paying their fare. We're almost back to that.
You wake up and you pick up your phone and you think, uh-oh, what's happened while I've been asleep for 5 hours, right?
Yes.
It will be very interesting to see, and almost always I bet there will be something.
Part of his appeal, though, is where he stands. He's authentic, and he says things that normal candidates do not say. Yes.
Looks like we see Wisconsin being called for Donald Trump now too. I don't think we've officially reported that yet.
No, we had not.
So there's another one of those blue wall states going for Donald Trump, and I'm gonna take Michigan off my map here real quick because I don't think we know the results.
Wisconsin's interesting because
I haven't fallen asleep. I'm here. I'm just having a protein bar and a drink. Because this has been a long 7 hours. So I went to the bathroom, got something to eat. I advise you as well. Hydrate. Get something to eat. We're going to be here for a while.
Now, Donald Trump very close to 290 or 300 electoral college votes. Again, not calling Nevada, not calling Arizona, but those are trending in the right direction. We can now call Wisconsin for Donald Trump. And of course, we've already called the presidential race for him. The only thing we need right now, Bianca, is Donald Trump to come out on that stage and tell us.
We might just be pulling an all-nighter.
Exactly. Yeah, why not? At this point, in college, I used to say at 3 o'clock, you might as well stay up and power through.
He didn't land at West Palm Beach, guys, till 5:35 this morning. 78 years old. Where do you think he gets the energy? John, tackle that, because it really is kind of awe-inspiring, and he feeds off crowds, and he's got a big one tonight.
Yeah, it's hard. He's sui generis, a thing unto himself in terms of the amount of energy he has for a 78-year-old. And he's not, Lord knows, he's not a fitness fanatic. He doesn't drink. I'm sorry to hear that because I'm in the wine business. But it's just something inside of him that it's a drive. I don't know him well enough. I know him a little bit. I don't know him well enough to try to psychoanalyze him, and I wouldn't pretend to do that to a man like that. But he is unstoppable, and I think that the assassination attempt may have changed him, as I think any near-death experience changes people and kind of gives them a sense of purpose and a sense of something bigger than themselves. Even no matter how selfless you are, I think that sort of experience changes you and makes you a little more introspective, no matter who you are. And so it wouldn't get surprised me to see if that's a big part of Trump 2.0.
Yeah, and as we look at the crowd here, we see some of the other people we can identify. That was Nigel Farage there. Looks like former Georgia Senator David Perdue there as well, a close Trump ally. So, everybody, well, I shouldn't say everybody, but a lot of people we've seen in the Trump orbit for the last 8 years are there tonight. The ones who have, of course, remain loyal to Donald Trump.
And his mending the fence with, Governor Brian Kemp in Georgia, too, is a really important point there. And you're from Georgia, John. So
well, there's been a lot of changes. I haven't lived in Georgia for about 25 years, and maybe, get to 20 years. It's been about 20 years since I lived there. Where I grew up in Cobb County, Georgia, used to be a very red place, Newt Gingrich's old district. And, as Atlanta has expanded, Cobb County has kind of been swallowed up in that expansion. It's more purple now. One of the things that I notice when I go home, a lot of multi-family housing units nearby where I grew up, which didn't used to be the case. And that, of course, changes things. But I think another thing we've learned from this is what an anomaly the 2020 election was when you have COVID, and you had just a completely bizarre scenario. And then you think about these two campaigns, 2020 with COVID, and this time around, 2 assassination attempts and everything else, the lawfare going on against Donald Trump. It is just quite a wild ride.
Certainly, but a ride that is culminating with a Donald Trump return to the White House, and that is what everyone in this crowd is so excited to hear from their candidate. A lot about loyalty, too. I forget who it was. One of the people, you talk about people in his orbit, they were like, our phone didn't ring for a while, so stop calling us now. I don't know, one of the Trump advisors, because Jeffrey, you look at folks like some of his inner cabinet who even, politically come out just, in the weeks before, whether it be Kelly to disparage and make things up. And, it's politics, it's a tough game, but there is a sense here of now Donald Trump getting the last laugh here of the people who turned on him and wanted to see his demise. He's back stronger than ever.
Yeah. Wish you had
He's learned how this works and how Washington works. It can be a pretty cruel lesson for somebody who's never spent a day there as an elected official. I think now he's learned that lesson seriously. He is going to be very, very deliberate and serious about the people he picks to fill cabinet positions and White House staff positions.
Yeah, it's, again, we'll have to see how this all plays out. There's a constitutional process. It was obviously a truncated process in 2020, and so much criticism from Democrats. And again, we saw them try to hold up the confirmation of the 2016 election. We saw how often they called Donald Trump an illegitimate president. You can't say that this time around with a victory this big.
Here he comes.
And is Hillary Clinton going to come out and do the right thing and congratulate Donald Trump? She's been so aggressive about calling him a Nazi. If these people actually do care about our republic and restoring democracy, as they say, and the norms, they will come out and say and do the right thing. All right, we're going to listen in now. They just announced Donald Trump as the president-elect. As you can imagine, the phone's going up, the crowd's wild. So let's listen in to the scene.
So right now they're playing this song, as some of you guys know. Okay, let me switch this camera angle. Okay. As soon as the music's done, I can put the sound on and we're going to hear him. So looks like the entire family is there. I'm looking to Dana White. He's there. Is Ivanka there? I'm looking to see if she showed up. Not really sure if I see her and Jared. But looks J.D. Vance. Looks like everybody's there. All right, here he comes. President-elect Donald J. Trump. Oh, it's all his kids. Dana. Oh, this is fantastic. Melania. Everyone's there. Tiffany. I don't see Ivanka. Not sure why she's not been around, but she's not there. Laura Trump is there. Corey Lewandowski. Michael Watley. Music still playing? Hold on. Yeah, the music's still playing. As soon as the music's over, and he begins to speak, but it's awesome. Wow, everybody's there. Look at the size of that crowd that it's up there. I love that Dana White's there. Man, all these people. Oh, there's Barron. Barron's there too. This is incredible. This man must feel like he's on cloud 9 right now. I mean, can you imagine how he must feel at this point? Just Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, Harold Cantor, the team, Vivek Ramaswamy, everybody's there. There we go. So the music's still playing. Oh, there's Ivanka. Okay. I knew she had to be there. This is her dad's, and then Jared's there too. So, all right. So everybody is in the house right now. Nobody is absent. The President-elect of the United States. All right, here we go.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them, and sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Wow.
Well,
Mr. President. I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
You want me to say something? This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, "What happened to your paint job?" He said, "We've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat." And but I saw it come down and turn around, and it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning, and I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And a very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Yeah, Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went and I said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in, and he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Wow. Fantastic. I'm ecstatic on what has happened tonight. Simply amazing. And that was a great speech. It tells me he's going to try and reach across the aisle. These people on the left, these nuts on the left, it would behoove them to work with him. At this point, with the mandate he has, having basically brought in the Senate, he's got SCOTUS, he's got the House, he's got the people. You might want to work with him instead of trying to fight against him. There's his best buddy, Steve Witkoff. But now, all bets are off. I'm pretty sure this man goes to work right tomorrow. I'm going to have to take a break. So let me just personally, let me say thank you to all of you who stuck it out till 3 o'clock in the morning, and have watched this with me, this historic moment. I will cherish this forever, watching this man get elected. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get something fixed here. And don't take it lightly that you spent nearly 8 hours watching this tonight. I am going to have to, just to let you know, because I'm going to have to shut down some of the technology because it's taxing the computer. We've had nearly 60,000 comments. So for me to get in here and read all the super chats, I would keep you here probably another hour. So I don't want to do that. Let me just say thank you to everyone who did a super chat. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to tomorrow, I'm going to catalog all them. I'm going to take pictures of each page so I have every person. And I'm going to thank each and every one of you in a video by itself, because we'd literally be here for another 2 hours. There's probably 20 pages of super chats. My God, thank you very much. Thank you to Lear Capital for participating with me and supporting me. I can't wait to get to work. Can't wait to begin doing so much more to help this country. And I hope you guys come